mate.
It doesn't have to be all of a sudden, but yeah, you guys think of it, and yeah. I I never I've been asked about moderator role and stuff to uh, actually become, but I never accepted. I told I'm not. I don't remember who proposed me, but I told him no. I can't accept this because I don't have the time, and I'm not sure I'm that good with English to actually make such judgments on people and stuff. So yeah.
I'm no, I'm a moderator, mate, but I'm not one of the high moderators. So even that's out of my jurisdiction, I
Yeah.
think.
Well, so another question. Um, do we have like something? I mean, we can make gifts to this channel, to our channel, to support it, or anything like that. Like
Do you know
if
what,
you
mate?
get that
I,
Nitro boost, Discord Nitro, does
I'm
that
sure
help our channel?
I would have thought so, but I
Mhm.
don't actually know, mate. I'll see if I can
Yeah,
ask around, or maybe one of the other mods is in. You can ask one of them, maybe Heretic or Miggy or
yeah.
somebody like that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, we must remember that a mod's got to be in this room to keep it alive. Some people were panicking about 20 minutes ago that the room wasn't visible, so we must remember to keep a mod in this room. If you don't see the
Yeah,
room, buddy, give one of the mods a ping, and I'm sure somebody will jump back in and make it more visible.
I see. It happened to me. I was 20 minutes ago at shopping. I was live, but when I started driving, I disconnected. And when I got to the shop, I was trying to look to join back in, and whoa, I couldn't see the channel.
Yeah, yeah. My DMs were going off. I was getting people left, right, and centre
Hmm.
because people could see the room. So I had a panic. I
Yeah,
thought we'd been taken down or whatever for whatever reason. I don't know, but no, it was just a
yeah,
technical issue, man. That's what it was.
yeah. I had an sort of an argue with a guy about 40 minutes, an hour ago, and I was
Okay.
thinking, hell, did I got banned from the channel or something, and I don't know that? you know.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised you got worried, man. But no, we're all right. We're all right. Everything's good.
Yeah, we will be here until the day the scientific globe proof shows up.
Yeah, I don't think that's actually going to happen, mate.
Yeah, they don't even know we are lock and loaded.
Yeah.
Like literally loaded. Loaded question.
Oh dear. All right, I've got to go and deal with my cats for a minute. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, man. All right.
Okay, Jedi, be great. Have a nice time, day.
Yeah, will do,
Take
man.
care.
I'll still be in the room. All right, bud. Bye, bye.
Yeah, see ya. Oh man, Mick West. You and Quantum literally crashed here. It was the other day or day before yesterday. Any Glober in the house? Please, please show me scientific globe. I want to believe. Globers are so mean. They keep that scientific proof only for themselves. So selfish. I wonder now if these Globers, when they were young children, they were going in a corner and play with their toys all alone, not sharing with anyone, having fun all by themselves, alone. This is the only way I can explain to myself why they keep that scientific globe proof so hidden, never present publicly. One, not one.
In Hessen auf die Straße gehen und demonstrieren. Seit einer Stunde zum Beispiel auf dem Goetheplatz in Frankfurt. Eine geplante palästinensische Kundgebung darf unterdessen nicht stattfinden. Das Verwaltungsgericht Frankfurt hatte das Demoverbot zwar am Abend gekippt, laut Polizei Frankfurt diese Entscheidung allerdings noch nicht rechtskräftig. FFH-Reporter Yannick Schick. Solidarität mit Israel und Gedenken an die Opfer. Hunderte wollten deshalb heute in Frankfurt auf die Straße gehen. Die Polizei ist auf mögliche Unruhen vorbereitet. Ein Sprecher sagt hier, jeder hat das Recht auf freie Meinungsäußerung, aber das endet, wenn Flaggen verbrannt, Hetze oder Massaker verrichtet werden. Das werden wir konsequent eingreifen. Yannick Schick, Frankfurt. Für Deutsche in Israel ist die Ausreise aus diesen Regionen jetzt noch kompliziert. Die Lufthansa hat ihre Sonderflüge zunächst gestoppt, nachdem die Airline allein gestern mehr als 800 Deutsche ausgeflogen hat. Hintergrund sei unter anderem die morgen noch 2 Flüge mit dem Ferienflieger Condor, sagt das Auswärtige Amt in Berlin, aber die starten aus dem jordanischen Akaba. Die Stadt liegt mehrere Autostunden durch die Negerwüste von Tel Aviv entfernt. Israel bereitet unterdessen offenbar eine Bodenoffensive im Gazastreifen vor. Die Pilotengewerkschaft Cockpit hatte die Rückholflüge durch Ferienflieger kritisiert. Wegen des unkalkulierbaren Risikos müssten derartige Flüge von der Luftwaffe durchgeführt werden, hieß es. Nach dem Feuer in einem Autozug in Butzbach ist die wichtige Bahnverbindung Frankfurt-Kassel bis auf weiteres gesperrt. Zwischen Friedberg und Gießen fahren jetzt erstmal Ersatzbusse. Laut Feuerwehr war die Brand gestern Nachmittag während der Fahrt ausgebrochen, warum ist noch unklar. Für die Löscharbeiten hatte der Zug im Butzbacher Bahnhof angehalten. Vor dem Feuer wurden 8 Autos, die Oberleitung und eine Lärmschutzwand zerstört. Bilder und ein Video aus Butzbach bei uns im Web und App. Neustart für unsere Fußballnationalmannschaft auf dem Weg zur Heim-EM. Beim ersten Spiel für den neuen Bundestrainer Nagelsmann trifft die DFB-Auswahl am Abend auf die USA. Der erkältete Bayern-Profi Kimmich werde statt jetzt nicht spielen können, sagte er. Nach dem US-Team steht am kommenden Mittwoch noch ein Testspiel dann gegen Mexiko auf dem Programm. In beiden Spielen wolle er aktiven und attraktiven Fußball sehen, so Nagelsmann. Das ist keine Mannschaft, die Ball im Fuß spielt oder wir wollen Dinge auch selbst provozieren, wollen natürlich auch über eigene Ballbesitzphasen eine gute Aktivität haben und uns auf mehr Torschuss rausspielen.
Hello, anyone here? Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hey, dude.
What's going on, man?
I just wanted to. I'm just in Cyprus. I've been on holiday. I got a pair of binoculars. Been on the beach and watching ships go out. Yeah, and I watched them disappear in the distance. And I was trying to discern whether they disappeared over the horizon, as in behind the horizon, or whether they just disappeared. And well, not that it was very scientific, but my conclusion was that they don't disappear behind the horizon, they just disappear. So they just gradually become invisible from the bottom up, but not from the horizon up, if you know what I mean.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think the globe Earth argument is that ships disappear behind the curve, as in the horizon. And the evidence from my own eyes suggests they don't disappear behind the curve. They disappear from view due to a combination of, I don't know, distortion, something getting in the way of the vision, and I don't know what causes them to disappear, but it's definitely not the horizon. Anyone, anything to say about that?
Yes, hello, and it is the air refraction index. It's the transparency of the air,
Yes.
which I have seen this too. I mean, at the Black Sea, you see, this is a sea unlike most of the seas out there in the
Yeah.
world. When I went there, I saw ships very far away in the horizon, but you don't see the color of the ship anymore. You only see the shape of the ship, and it looks like the same kind of blue, like the water or the sky. It depends on the day when you look at this happening.
Yeah.
And when there was like a storm on the sea, so one side of the sea you see it's like clear day, but the other side it's like cloudy and a storm is coming. And it looks gray, a dark blue gray color tint.
Yeah.
Now, when that ship was going in the horizon, um, it had that gray, grayish blue tint color, and after a while it just becomes invisible. You don't see it anymore, it disappears. But I couldn't see that it's disappearing from the bottom up or anything like that. It simply vanished like into the fog, into the mist,
Yeah, it
you know.
vanishes. It kind of like you see
Yeah,
aspects of it,
yeah,
other aspects just vanish. It's weird, but
yeah,
it's not the
yeah.
it's not the horizon itself that makes them vanish. It's above the
Yes,
horizon. Yeah.
yes, correct.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm not saying it's a proof one way or the other, but I'm certainly not seeing a curve in that respect. I've been listening to the arguments on this channel for about a couple of weeks, and
Yeah,
you know, I've got to say, I don't think the awakening is in these arguments. These arguments can be you can win them with um, reason and very kind of hyper rationality, like saying, well, what is an independent variable and things like that.
mm,
And okay, you know, fair enough. Okay, you know, a horizon or a curve is not an independent variable. But at the end of the day, you're not going to win. No one's going to kind of go, oh, wow, you know, this is not where the awakening is. You know, this is just where
yeah.
the argument is. And
I agree with
the
that.
argument is not the argument is not the awakening. You agree with that, yeah?
For the most part, probably like 90%, yeah. Especially not on the politics Discord, because recently I just joined this politics Discord just to join the Flat Earth channel, and I was checking out some of the other rooms, and they like to debate. They just like to argue, and they like to talk and not listen, to put it simply.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. And you know, I don't think I'm gonna say, guys, it doesn't do Flat Earth any favors. The truth is like a lion. You know, you don't have to defend it. Set it free, and it'll defend itself. But people open their eyes in their own time. It's like a ripening of a fruit, but you can't force a fruit to ripen. You can't push
True.
what is the independent variable on someone, and them go,
Yeah.
oh, I don't know, and then they awaken. No, they don't. You're
Yeah.
just making them wrong, and then that makes them defensive, and that
Right.
just creates a perpetual argument, and it's not going to get anyone anywhere. Yeah. So, and I just think it's a bit unfortunate that that's what it's turned into. It's like you come to, you know, I guess it's from both sides. I think the one energy meets the other. I think the reason that's happened is not the flat earthers' fault necessarily. It's because of the energy with which the globers come in to try and defend their reality.
I think there
Well,
can be a case to be made where if you're coming into this room from another channel and you hear an argument that isn't full of like hatred and belittlement and cussing, you know, just aggressiveness, and it's like an actual like communication, that maybe someone
Yeah,
coming in here could lead them towards doing their own research. So maybe
without a doubt.
then
A communication, you're absolutely right. A communication is when defenses are lowered, there's a meeting of minds, and there's an exploration. And it's like, let's find the truth. Let's not defend our positions. Let's come together and find the truth between ourselves. That is right. That is exactly where the awakening happens. But an argument is the opposite of that. An argument is, I've got my position, you've got yours. Let's get into defensive positions, and let's never back down.
Yeah, and if you were to come in here, like when that one specific guy, I forgot his name, Quantum Eater or something like that, is in here, then
Yeah,
he wouldn't let you
Eraser.
speak. You wouldn't be able to say what you just said. Mooted.
No,
Done.
exactly.
That
And
pisses me
those
Yeah,
off
guys,
so
right?
because
much,
it's
man.
not. They're not worth it to have a word.
But here's my point. Here's my point. Maybe those people aren't worth it, but the people coming in here that are curious and don't know anything about it, when
Yeah,
they hear that, it's instantly they're done. They're flat Earth crazy cult done.
Well,
yeah. It sounds like a cult. It sounds like a cult. Yeah,
Quantum Eraser, I tell you guys, is very literate and very famous in our
I've heard him.
community,
He's a
and
very intelligent
is
guy. He's a very intelligent guy.
I
Awesome.
I will give him the presidency of Flat Earth. I would make him the academician of Flat Earth. So yeah, I will give him this title. He deserves
Yeah,
it.
but hang on a minute. What he's done
Yeah.
is he's developed a few arguments that can't be. See, what is introduced is things like the independent variable and things like that, and everyone's leapt
Yeah,
onto
but
that, and they've
he
reduced
didn't.
flat.
He didn't.
Just a minute, mate. Just a
Yeah,
minute. Get there.
go ahead.
I'll let you speak. But what is introduced is these things. Now, what everyone else does then is jump onto that, and then they go, well, okay, this is where we fight the flat Earth reality. This is the front on which we fight it, and we don't back down from that front. We stick at that, stick at that, stick at that. You know how boring that becomes. You know how boring that becomes. It
It's
becomes so
pointless.
dull. Yeah.
It just becomes like self-righteousness.
Yes,
Yeah.
guys, this happens when we deal with anti-flat earthers or trolls. So
Exactly.
yeah, and most of the times when Quantum Eraser was talking here, he was dealing with this kind of people. And
Yeah, I agree.
Quantum Eraser, you have to understand, he's not like the level of us. He's the level of a teacher. And when you teach someone and you see that he doesn't pay attention, he didn't understood what you said, then yeah, you need to pull the stick, because this is the only second option a person can learn something by
Yeah.
force. Yeah. And obviously Discord is not the place to teach by force someone. Not even
No, it's not
modern
really.
educational doesn't accept teaching
No
children
one
by
will
force.
concede.
But I
No one would
personally,
concede.
listen, I personally begin my education in the communism Romania, and when you were not doing your homework or lessons or learn your lessons, the teachers will beat the shit out of you. You know? Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is something these modern generations, they don't know. They never experienced this.
Yeah. I
Nobody
mean,
made their hands. Nobody made their hands purple with a ruler. Yeah.
yeah. I think it's inevitable. You're going to get on the politics channel. It's a debate. On the
Yeah.
Flat Earth Discord channel, it's a debate, but it's more populated by flat earthers. But I would say you're better off. I think the awakening isn't in the debate. I don't think a debate awakens. I'm more and more convinced by that. I think a debate only entrenches. And I've listened to the debate on here for a couple of weeks, and it's just become so. You get these. What was that woman who comes in who's a man? Sorry,
Oh, Brenda?
Beryl or something.
Brenda?
Brenda. You know, you get these people who just love it. They just love being the opposition. They'll be the opposition forever. They'll never
Yeah,
change. They'll never shift.
yes.
You know, that's all it creates. It creates a
They
war
will
position.
never, no, anything that you say, regardless true or not, he will deny you by default, you know, because
Yeah,
this is the position he took against us. He can never come to an agreement with any one of us in anything.
no.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, just this week, he came on one night and was trying to defend an experiment that he created. It's hilarious. And then the next night came on with loads of in-depth science about I don't know, red shift and blue shift and you know
Oh, the
very
Doppler
in-depth
effect. Yeah,
mathematics.
I
It's like
had
what
that
the heck?
too.
Yeah, you was in that. You was in that conversation.
Yeah,
But it's like,
yeah,
oh, my God, that's what they do. They become infinitely complex. You know,
yeah,
in order they get you into the deep grass, and into places you're probably a bit hazy on, a bit
yeah.
kind of like, and then they claim victory because you couldn't answer a question about some bloody mathematical formula. It's just,
Yeah, but you
um,
see, with the Doppler effect, when you see a car at the traffic lights, yeah. So the traffic light is red, yeah.
yeah,
It means that that traffic light is actually going further away from you, and the car that is standing at the traffic lights and the driver holds the brake on, so you see its tail lights, the red tail lights. Because you see those red lights, it means that car is going further away from you. Now,
yeah. You've lost me already.
when you see blue lights, you know, that means police, and yeah, they are coming to you, you know, towards you. So whenever you see
Yeah.
blue lights, that means they are coming at
Oh
you.
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that's right. Yeah, absolutely.
Red
Yeah.
shift, blue shift.
I don't know. It's it becomes. I think the awakening is far more magical, far more.
Yeah,
It's just a spiritual thing. It's a beautiful thing, the awakening to flat Earth. But I think when it becomes the debate, it's dull. It's just dull as dishwater, and there's
yeah.
no awakening in that. You know. I like the other guy said who's in the conversation right now. He says when it's a communication, there's a possibility of an awakening, and he was spot on.
Yeah.
Honestly, so I just recently learned about this, but like, I guess if the first thing you Google was flat Earth, it'll come up Flat Earth Society, and they call that controlled opposition. And I
Yeah,
truly feel like quantum eraser is essentially the same as that.
yeah, yeah. It's just a
Like,
very clever version of it. And you know why? Because he's trying to win the debate in the sphere of thought. And I don't think, you see, the awakening is going beyond thought. We're going beyond thought. We're going into a sphere that this reality is not owned only by mental representation. The mental representation is of the mind, but this reality goes far beyond the mental representation. And if you keep the argument very fixed on scientific, what can be proved by science, then you're remaining very much in the sphere of the mind. Whether it be inductive reasoning or deductive reasoning, it's still the mind. and this reality is not that fixed. So even quantum eraser, and I'm not saying it's deliberate, even for quantum eraser, has made it very much mind-based, which makes it very dull, and it makes it like a science lesson.
Yeah, you just get defensive.
Exactly. Because it's a mental position that you're defending.
He's not
Flat Earth
defending
becomes a mental
himself.
position.
Listen, he's not defending himself. You guys have to understand this. Quantum Eraser, he's not defending himself. He's defending science, natural science.
Sure,
And
yeah.
vast majority of Nobel Prize laureates in sciences.
But we have to look at the outcome. You're right. But what does that produce?
Can you rewrite the theory of information? I mean, do you consider yourself the level of Professor Claude Shannon?
I
No.
don't understand your question.
Well, he said like he can rewrite what these Nobel laureate prize winners in science discovered for us. So maybe I misunderstood what he said, but yeah, this is what I heard from him.
See,
Correct me if I'm wrong.
even natural science, natural science is,
Yeah.
say, science as it is discernible, provable, as in we can create an experiment in the real world that demonstrates the theory. Natural science, I think, is that. But you see, the real world, even that I would question is. See, science is not infallible. I would even go beyond that and say that, hang on, this awakening, we're awakening to. There's more going on in this, right? And so if you're very fixed in the materium, even with flat Earth,
Listen,
you run into a problem.
you use too often the word awakening. This word comes from this new age religion. I don't like this. I prefer the word learning. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
People wake up in the morning, normal people.
Yeah, we have science on our side. There's no reason to run from it or be shy of it.
Throughout the daytime, yeah, when you are
they'll find a reason though.
in the
That's the thing.
state of see, in medicine there is a term for this act, like when we call ourselves being awake, but that's actually opposite in medicine. It's like we are in a state of sleep, yeah, in daytime, because
I'm awakening in terms of awakening from the mind control, awakening from the lie, awakening from the delusion that we've all been held in for so long. I think it's a fairly good term. It just means that we're awakening from the sleep which we've been induced into. And it's not. I mean, it's not. You don't have to link it to New Age. It's not necessary.
Yeah, but that's where it's coming from. So
Well, I think it can. I obviously with this conversation, it can mean different things to different people. Because
Yeah,
I
back in
agree,
the
it's
days,
learning, just learning.
back in
Yeah,
back
yeah.
in the days, we were learning and actually finding out truth. Yeah, so we are acknowledging that certain things are as they are. But that doesn't mean that, oh, I'm away.
But
Because
um,
medicine, for example, the state of awake, yeah, is the state of watch, yeah, and that's a state when you are sleeping.
it's become very popular in the last couple of years, primarily because we've all been lied to, and we all realise we've been lied to.
Yeah,
So we say we are
but
awake. That's fair enough.
yeah, so you are actually asleep
Why?
or getting asleep when you say I'm getting awake. Because in medicine, it's exactly opposite the way they use these terms. Because when we sleep, 90% of the brain is active. Now, when the clock rings in the morning or the rooster and you say you are waking up, yeah, actually your brain shuts down, most of it,
Oh,
and only a tiny little part becomes active. And that's
okay.
who you are, your consciousness, your whole being, that
Well,
little
all right,
tiny
but I'm
part
not going to
of the
stop
brain.
using. I'm not going to stop using the word because of that rationality.
Yeah, we can
You know,
agree it's
So,
semantics, right? Like we're talking about the same thing.
yeah, it is semantics, but you see, these so-called scientists or priests or whatever, yeah, they made our language that we speak a tool which they use against us.
Okay.
agree. Yeah.
So vast majority of us have no shit clue how to talk. We we shoot words out of our mouths, but we don't really
Yeah,
understand
yeah,
what we are saying. Vast majority of us.
yeah. Words are
And
spells. You
this
know.
is why it sounds weird when you take like these books with the laws, yeah, maritime, commercial, whatever. When you read them, you have to read them 100 times to actually understand them.
Try reading the history of Western philosophy
Yeah,
by Bertrand
that
Russell.
too.
Try reading that. Absolute
Yeah,
impenetrable.
yeah. So,
I just saw this
It's like
video in my
lawyers speak.
sub box. I'm gonna post it
Yeah.
in the chat. It's kind of relevant. It's kind of interesting. It just popped up today for me.
but you see, communication is a very important tool, humane tool, and
Nice.
but
I'll
you,
listen to that. I'll reach out a bit. Yeah. Go on.
yeah. So the spoken word was God's tool to create the world. Is the tool of creation, the main tool, and for us, communication is very important to in regards to what we know and how do we acquire information and how we transmit information. Um, so they hijacked communication, yeah. They distorted the language. Uh, they write the dictionaries that we read. They write the language that we learn. So when you control
Yeah.
this, you control what people think when you control
Yeah,
literature.
I've just been listening
So,
to a podcast series all about
mhm.
Shakespeare. And Shakespeare is actually written by Francis Bacon. There's a lot of evidence for that. Francis
Yeah,
Bacon was the
yeah, yeah,
first Gnostic. He was the first Gnostic, and he was the father of scientism, the father of he was into
yes,
Gnosticism. And a lot of the spell was originally cast back then. We're talking the 16th century,
yeah,
you know, the complete
yeah,
works of Shakespeare.
yeah.
Yeah.
And this is true bewitching, like spells and stuff. And now they use this communication against us because they hate communication, you know, transmission of knowledge and information. And for example, if you look in ancient history, you will find that people um, used these arts, like music, for example. The art of music was the tool that was used to transmit knowledge and information, to teach. It was the educational process.
Can you give an example?
Yeah, I recommend you look for uh, lyric songs of old time songs. You will find that they transmit a lot of teachings and morals and life experiences, even natural sciences. They teach even the cosmology. Also, poetry was used to transmit science. But they hijacked it now and they made commercial music for entertainment. Yeah, to it's a tool for the drunk man, to keep him in a state of I don't know, like entertained. Yeah,
Yeah, I can agree with that. I
yeah,
think maybe like music from the 70s and maybe 80s is kind of a good example of that.
yeah,
Like learning and poetry in
yeah,
that music.
yeah. It contained a lot of messages, good to know messages and life teachings. But in Romania, I was looking at in the ancient Dacian Empire, also Legion of Zamolxism, and yeah, I found even in Romanian folk, yeah, songs which actually they are pure science or pure knowledge, you know, morals and stuff like this. Um, now everyone likes to sing, "Oh, if I had money, I can be the king of the world." They tickle the man feeling to actually develop a uh, a wish for having money, yeah, like to desire money. Uh, they tickle the man to believe that if you have money, you have the whole world at your fingertips. But that's not true. It's a huge deception.
And there's a lot
And
of violent lyrics and it's addicting.
oh yes, oh yes, oh, and
It's
they
so
turn you.
subconscious.
They actually seed the rebel seed inside your soul to rebel against your own family, against your parents, like, oh, it's bad to listen to your parents. Just when you are 18, fly away from parents' home, go build your house, be your king, be the king of the world, be the ruler. You're smarter than them, you know. That's what they tell kids. When kids, who are they? They are empty bags. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a massive movement going
Yeah.
on for a while now in the, I mean, mainly the US, I think it probably originated from. I think you
Yeah.
probably know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I know. So.
Yeah, but this started off from my by assertion that the word I used, awakening, doesn't happen in the debate.
Yeah.
Now,
Don't worry.
what
I
you're
was
saying,
not.
listen, just a minute,
Yeah.
just a
Go
minute though. So you're saying the learning doesn't happen in the debate. Is that how you would say it? The learning doesn't happen in the debate.
ahead. You mean learning does not end the debate?
You see,
Are you?
that was my point. You see, my point was the debate between flat Earth and globe or heliocentric does
Yeah.
not create a shift in the mind. It doesn't create an opening.
Yeah. It
The
doesn't.
word I used was
Yeah.
awakening, but I don't know what other word you'd use.
Okay. I
Um,
understood now. I understood now what you mean. So I want to explain to you. I'm not arguing you for using the word awakening. I understood what you mean when you used it,
yeah,
but I want to actually explain to you that um, people by default are using this term, which comes from a religion, and this is what it means, you know. And
yeah,
you see, the words we speak, they affect people. Like I can say things which will feel like knives in your heart, or they can be like olive oil poured on your heart, you know, and it's softened and it's good.
Yeah, and
So
I think that's Zen's point. Like he's
yeah.
saying that the conversations, and they're not really
Now this
conversations that go
debate,
on here, they
yeah,
create the
this
knives.
yeah, this debate. You see, we have a lot of these anti-flat earthers and Gem Panda jumping in here, and they intrude the conversation between two people or three or a group of people. Yeah, they jump in and they actually contradict everything with all sort of idiotic, silly arguments, and then you have to shift, yeah, to shift from that person, new person that came to Flutter to find out more. You have to shift from him and start actually arguing with this anti-flat earther to
yeah,
expose him, yeah, and it
yeah,
begins a fight, a verbal fight. And now, when this person, ordinary person, came here, like just to find out more, when he finds out that people here are arguing up and down like fools, he's gonna lose interest. Yeah, and I addressed this problem, and yeah, we will take positions. Moderators, yeah, they. I have told them, and I hope we can sort out and have these anti-flat earthers not have voice permissions anymore, and only when a lot of moderators are present and they can actually moderate them. So yeah,
fair enough. That's
because
good. Good
yeah,
response. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
thank you.
I think what you're saying is the anti-flat earthers is their job
Yes.
is to come in, disturb, create an argument, and create a
Ridiculed.
bad
Yes.
atmosphere.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, fair
And
enough. Yeah,
we don't like that. None of us. And believe me, I'm well aware of this problem issue. I know it from like 2016. You know,
yeah.
I have it here on Discord in the 24/7 Flat Earth server, actually. So there's been like two of them. We changed servers and stuff. Yeah, but we're
They're very
still not
persistent, though, right?
gone. We're still not gone, and we will not disappear until someone brings scientific proof for the globe.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
guess having this chat here, regardless of what happens in it, it will bring people to more learning and understanding. Bottom line, and
Yeah,
the people that it pushes away, they probably wouldn't have accepted it anyways. Maybe.
yeah. Look, in 24/7 Flat Earth, like in 2018, 2019, there were a lot of kids, like teens, 16, 17, 18-year-old, and many of them, they were making fun, about us, the flat earth. But some of them actually have seen and understood a few arguments. They were a little more clever children. And yeah, I did like to speak, answer their questions, and tell them about stuff, about this world reality, you know. I was not lying to them, and I will not tell them something that I don't know, or I'm not really certain that it is a good thing to know it in your life, and even guided them, yeah, to speak with these guys here and on topics and provide them links, information, documents, books, and so on, so that they can enrich their knowledge. You know, yeah, lying. I see the action of lying to children is the worst thing, almost the worst thing that a man can do, to deceive a child, because it's like stealing the soul of someone, an entity, being.
Yeah, I kind of struggle with that a lot, actually. That's the main thing I struggle with in life in general, is what you just talked about, because it doesn't seem fair to me from my position. It's like, uh, yeah, I don't even know how to explain.
Well, listen, look, I'm a grown adult now, and I know from my childhood experience that a lot of people lied to me. They were wicked bastards, and uh, that affected me, not just so morally, spiritually, whatever, but on many planes of life existence, on many planes. And this is something that I fear when I speak to a young person. I fear lying to them. I don't want to say something that I really don't know it to be true, and to actually lie and deceive him, put him on a path which leads to perdition, you know, because that will be my guilt, my fault. And that is really something I don't want to be responsible for, you know.
Yeah. Can I just make a comment about? Sorry to keep going back to the same point, and it's not. But the thing is, I just want to try and qualify again the sense of what I'm trying to say about awakening from
Mhm.
before. Not to labour the point, but to qualify it is this, right? So it's a paradigm shift. It's a shift in your consciousness. It's
Yeah,
you can't open the mind to the Earth being flat in the same paradigm through
it
which you
implies
perceive.
not just
Yeah,
paradigm, but lifestyle even.
yeah, yeah,
So yeah, it directly affects their comfort.
yeah. It's the reality shift, and
Yeah,
this is why you've got to feel safe. I mean, this thing about making people full of fear is when people are
yeah,
in fear, they don't feel safe, they don't feel relaxed. Therefore, they're not open in the mind, and they can't allow the reality to shift. They can't be open to new perspectives. That's why they keep us in fear.
yeah.
And yeah,
Cognitive
so
dissonance.
cognitive dissonance, yeah.
Yeah,
Which is why I guess you say, like you say, I mean, this is why the trolls, the anti-flat earthers, their job is to keep us in this combative kind of fight. Oh, you see,
yeah,
there's a
and
motorbike. Sorry, a motorbike. Yeah.
we don't have to deal with them anymore. We don't need them to um, make fun, to expose them. They already been exposed over and over again, and they have no remorse, no shame, no nothing. You know, they are
Oh, they'll just
feelingless
come.
beings.
They'll come the next day with a different thing, a different thing, a different thing. They'll just keep going back.
Yeah, but you see, when we had, for example, a new person coming to the flatter subject, and we know, yeah, he's definitely coming from the heliocentric model, the default knowledge. Now, it doesn't bother me when someone new is asking, okay, but where is the edge? Why would they lie? You know, I like to give the answers to this kind of people, but not to
Yeah,
anti-flat earthers, you know, because
Totally.
absolutely.
then I show to these people how wrong it is to ask that question, and they realize, they acknowledge, they instant come to agreement with you, yeah, and hey, thank they say thank you for elucidating all this to me, you know,
Yeah,
and that's a very good feeling, you know.
yeah, yeah. It's honest.
Yeah,
It's an honest. Yeah, it's coming from the right place. Yeah.
yeah,
Even if, you know, because we're all flat earthers at one time. Sorry, we're all heliocentric believers at one time. You
yeah,
know.
yeah. Vast majority of us, yes, we've been in it.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, not. I wouldn't say there are many people existing who never believed in the globe.
yeah, it's very little of them.
It's definitely the strongest and most extreme form of brainwashing that I've ever seen. Like, I only recently came to this, and I just would have never believed it, because that's how indoctrinated they they do you.
Well, to
Yeah.
tell you a funny thing, what age are you?
I'm 28.
28. Well, you are young. Born in late uh,
90s.
90s. Yeah. But you see, in the year of my birth, William Casey was the director of CIA. And he said in 1981, we will know that our disinformation program is complete once once everything that the American public believes is false. So this is what he said about the
I mean,
agenda of CIA in
how evil
1981.
is that?
Yeah.
It's unfathomable.
So, like, you were not even born, and there was this agenda of disinformation.
Yeah, now they've hijacked that word too.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
gonna bow out, guys. I'll be back in a little bit. See you soon.
Peace.
Battery's
Be
really low.
great, be great. Take care. Have a nice
So,
day.
bye.
So, but I give you that. At your age, you are the lucky people of this world. Like, you've come across Flat Earth, you began to have a grasp of it. You hear these people talking about sciences. There is a lot to learn. Even I don't know all the arguments. I know many of them, but yeah, I don't have the time in my life to actually spend more time and learn, research, and at the moment, for about 4 or 5 months, my computer also broke, and I haven't got it to repair it yet. So yeah, access to internet information is limited for me.
Yeah, it definitely is a lot to learn. Like, especially for
Yeah,
me personally, because I don't know if you're here, but I mentioned this maybe a day or two ago. Like, I stopped paying attention to these types of things like math and science subjects in school. I
yeah,
didn't care. I stopped paying attention. So a lot of the things that are talked about, it takes me an extra long time to comprehend.
yeah,
So I just sit here and absorb. It's gonna
yeah.
take a bit
That's
to
good.
absorb
That's
all of
good.
it.
That that is a very good position to take. The observer seat. It's the best place. I give you that. Like, in the observer seat, you see, learn, witness. Yeah. So it is not nothing. It is quite a very important seat because um, you are building your own critical thinking. I remember in early 2017, 16, uh, in 24/7 flat, we were dealing with Globers. Yeah, new people coming to the server, finding out information. A lot of flat earthers, yeah, we they were very sensitive. Like when a Glober was making a default claim or questions, they were jumping, attacking, hey, are you flat earth society? They mock us, they ridicule, they this and that. And I when they brought up, for example, Eratosthenes, talking about Eratosthenes, Actually, this I think was 2018, if I'm not mistaken. And I heard arguments, and yeah, even my fellow thirders, they knew these assumptions, the assumption of the radius. So Eratosthenes already assumed the radius, but none of them actually argued them about the collimated light. And this, I was not really new. I was a flat earther before 2013, but 2 years between 2013 and 15, I've been to prison. So yeah, I was away from the world. Now, when
Must have
I
been
was coming back,
strange.
I got back, so I heard these arguments, and I said, these Globers, they were claiming, oh, but I learned physics in school, I learned this and that, and I said, okay, I give you that. You are a student, you are learning this and that, then you know what collimated light is. And they say, no, what is that? Well, and I start explaining to them what is collimated light, and that is like blasphemy in physics. Yeah. To invoke collimated light sources, that is impossible in physics. No physician would accept to talk about anything like that, It doesn't exist. It's like unicorns farting rainbows. So it's one and the same thing. It doesn't exist. It cannot exist. It's impossible to exist. There are no two light rays that are parallel to each other. None. Zero. Nada. You can have a million light. You can put them in all the angles that you can imagine. You will never have two light rays that are parallel to each other. Never. And they can't understand this. I don't know to explain this now scientifically by the book, because when I read about this, yeah, I was also in high school. So it's been for me like now it's more than 20 years ago. But
Yeah, man. I appreciate the
I do know
conversation.
this fact.
I'm gonna hop back into observer mode.
Oh, don't worry. You are welcome to jump in anytime, like when you have questions or to ask about something, to know more details, whatever. Feel free. I'm pretty sure being so polite as you are, yeah, nobody will actually have a problem with you. I give you that. So
Maybe.
yeah, don't worry.
Yeah, I mean,
As long as I'm here, I put a good word for you. What's your name on Discord?
Dream.
Dream?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I ask because screen phone is broken. I can see only the top half of it. The other doesn't work anymore.
So how did you decide on your screen name? Get beget?
Well, get beget is actually, it reads in my language, jet beget. And it means, it's a synonym for true, for real, very real. But actually, the word is derived from the Jedi people, the Jets. Jedi, Dacians, and Thracians are the people from that live in the north and south of Lower Danube. So
Right
the
on.
yeah, I'm close to Transylvania region of Romania is actually the descendants of Jedi people, Jets.
Sounds like Jedi to me, and Jedis are cool.
Yeah, yeah, it does have that sound. I think right, this Jedi, because you see, the knowledge of the existence of this empire, the Dacian Empire, um, has been given that it's forbidden to pronounce the word Dacia, that or Dacian. You know, people who would pronounce these words, they will be killed on the site, on spot. This was the law given by the Roman Empire in about year 200 something, a little before the Nicene. Um, this was yeah, Roman Empire won uh, the war with the Dacian Empire in 105 6 AD. But this empire predates Hellenistic Empire, and actually ancient Greek writers, historians, geographers, poets, whatever, uh, they were talking and writing about the Dacian Empire. And the Greeks actually consider themselves the descendants of them, of these people, of the Dacians. Why? Because you see, Greek language has many words which are very much the same, like in Romanian. And when a Romanian goes to Greece, he doesn't understand it. He does understand quite a lot, you know. And we also understand a lot when we go in Russia, Serbia, or Italy, Bulgaria. Uh, when the Roman Empire conquered us, they were such a good teachers that they taught the whole country a Latin language to speak it overnight. Yeah. Um, this is the claim, official claim of uh, world's historians today. But actually, the truth is that in Romania there have been found solid gold tablets, gold treasures, which these artifacts uh, are much older than the pyramids. So they are like 2 or 3 or 4,000 years older than the pyramids of Egypt. We also find Kutain ceramics, which is the mother art and culture of the Chinese Yangshao art and culture. When you look at Kukuten ceramic vessels in museums and also the Chinese Yangshao art and ceramics, you can see that they are one and the same. They are one and the same art and culture. No difference between them. So, how can this region from Eastern Europe have direct connections with such faraway lands, China, and having
Yeah, it's
art-
fascinating.
cultural and artistical influence that far away? Yeah, these are academic historical facts that I'm saying. It's not, you know, bollocks. uh, Another thing is that on those solid tablets which were discovered in Romania, um, that language used to write those tablets, we can clearly see that there were three kinds of alphabets, three distinct alphabets. So those people who wrote them, they were speaking a language which had three kinds of alphabets from which were born the Latin, Greek, and Cyrillic, Slavic, Russian, and Serbian alphabet. So all these languages were making one language, split, to actually it gave birth to Latin language, Greek, and Slavic languages, and the writing also. Yeah. Now, some we have a Romanian historian academician that died in 1905, but he researched all his lifetime these artifacts and Romanian culture, ancient culture, and he got to translate uh, some of them. And one of the tablet he found that was actually a version of this prayer, Holy Father in the heavens. And this prayer was written on a solid gold tablet, which is older, with at least 2,000 years older than the Sumerian tablets, which these pseudo people, Jews or you know Hebrews, that they call themselves, yeah, in this pseudo language, Hebrew, they say that this is God's language. No, Hebrew language is the language of the snake. It is a very clever, ingenious language. Yeah, it uses code, a lot of coding, secrecy, occultism, which, even today we take that into the Bible. Like there is a code in it. Um, now, that kind of code a man cannot actually create, think, but only a superior being, intelligence, and um, this kind of level of intelligence, we don't even need to get to God's intelligence, because the evil that Satan, Lucifer, whatever you like to call it, uh, he is older than the mankind, and he is also smart, more knowledgeable than us. And in a battle, body to body, with no man's, not even the whole mankind, we stand no chance against fighting against Satan, Lucifer, because these beings, entities, they are by default immortal. They cannot die. They are indestructible. So, and we are mortals. So, yeah. But I wonder how it would be to learn, yeah, um from solid gold tablets. Like one page of the book that you are reading is weighing 10 kilograms of gold. Like the page really has weight. If you slap someone in the face with that page of the book, he's gonna feel it. Now, what will be the weight of the information written there? Because that information uh, is actually uh, captured in eternity, because gold is eternal forever. It doesn't change. It doesn't rot. It doesn't oxidate. Nothing. It remains like that forever. So that information that was written on that gold has been immortalized, you know, and we don't have access to it because vast majority of these tablets were stolen by the Roman Empire from the Dacians, about 15,000 tons, and they have been taken into Saturn's temple, which is today building of the Vatican. And yeah, when the Roman Empire conquered Dacia and stole all this gold, they actually invented the fiesta, a 200 days party. They made a party that lasted 200 days. Nobody worked in Rome for 200 days. It was just a celebration of the Roman Emperor Trajan conquered Dacia and brought so much wealth and treasure, which, I mean, triple amount in comparison to what uh, the whole Roman Empire conquered in uh, achieved in 700 years of conquering. So in 700, the Roman Empire in 700 years conquering countries for the yeah, they gathered in the Saturn's temple about 5,000 ton gold. And when they conquered Dacia in year 105, 106, they got triple that amount. So, and if you look it up, there is a library beneath the Vatican, which many say that it has many levels underground. The first levels are the levels where you have paper books, but when you get access to the lower levels, that's where the Dacian gold is. And that is actually mankind's history and knowledge written by the gods, by Vulcanus himself. Vulcanus was actually the scribe of Zeus in Greek mythology, uh, and for him it was blasphemy to write on paper or stone, because he said, when a man writes something, uh, that has to be true 100%. Otherwise, if it's a lie, then it will kill him little by little, day by day, and also uh, his kind. So the ones close to him or that get to read that information, that lie, it will kill them.
Well, I don't want to bring the conversation too far away from flat Earth, but what do you think about the Georgia Guidestones?
Well, I'm glad they broke them. I mean, I saw they demolished them.
Yeah, do you think that was like on purpose from the people who put them in place, or do you think that was like the other side?
Well, if nobody has been taken responsible for that, then yes, it was them. Because if you go there and try to demolish them stuff, they will know. They will find
Right,
out.
right.
They have FBI, those TV
Mm,
shows, CIA,
that's a good point.
where they show how what big experts in criminal investigations they have. Like, there's no way you can steal or kill in this world, and these people cannot find out. You know, this is what they show us every day. And now, uh, one of the most important temples of worship, icon of worship, is being destroyed, and they don't give me a break.
I
Yeah.
watched a video and it was saying that the reason they destroyed them was like the hole that shows the star never moving,
Hmm.
and they don't. People were starting to understand, so that's why they destroyed them.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we know that ancient times, Polaris never moves. It's always fixed in the sky. Except when there are some weather conditions and higher refraction index, so it will appear lower or a little bit higher. But even then, you still can't see it that it's moving if you video record it. And it's funny, in those video, you can see the ground, Polaris, and the other stars revolving in a circular path, Polaris, like in those videos you can see how still Polaris is and the ground. And you see the stars in the sky like moving, leaving a trail.
Let's send them.
Earth is indeed flat, lads.
Hello? What's up?
Yeah. Anybody there? What's up? What's up, Necros?
Hello everyone, how are you?
Doing alright. I think everybody's dead. I just woke up.
I'm a zombie. I'm like a zombie now. I didn't sleep. I didn't sleep at all.
That's fine. You can still debate flat Earth. Are you a Globie?
No, I'm a flat earther.
Nice. Same. How long you been a flat Earther?
9 years.
Oh shit. Goddamn. No stopping you, huh? You heard
What?
it all or what?
Yeah, I know everything. Every flat earther know, but we can't know every specific information about it. Yeah, we can't test the reality we are living in, but we can't know everything.
Yeah. Like, we'll never get that eagle eye view, huh?
Yeah, I know everything every flat earther knows, but I don't have something new. I hope they will close that the Antarctica treaty so we can go there and and find ourselves.
But you know that you can go there even with the Antarctic Treaty if you only get a permission. Same as you apply for a visa to go to another country, that doesn't mean that you can't go there with visa.
Yeah, you know what they do when you go to Antarctica?
Nothing, if you have permission, of course.
They show you around this little island with penguins.
I
And they
mean,
give you like security, armed guards and shit. They don't show you anything, dude.
you can go there individually or you can buy a trip there. So if you buy a trip, most of the trips are to that Antarctic Peninsula that it's close to South America, because people aren't going to, most of the tourists aren't going to Antarctica to, to, for example, cross to the South Pole, because you need some skills, you need to know what to do in some crisis situations and things like that. They just want to be there to watch some penguins and things like that. But if you want to,
Yeah,
for
but
example, go
they
to
will
the
not.
South Pole, you can do that also.
They will never allow you to go freely in the South Pole. So you will every time will be escorted and guided.
But they do. There are multiple people who do that every year. You simply have to know what to do to not die.
Even if you got all the
We
money
are
in the
already
world,
we are already dying here. So they don't care about us here, but they care about us when we go to Antarctica. Okay.
I mean,
so
yes,
your
because
your argument is that it's dangerous and that's why they don't want us to go there.
I've
They
never
are
said
killing
that.
us here, but they care about us to die in Antarctica. Okay.
I've never said that you can go there. I said that if they allow you to go there, you have to know what to do to get the permission. You have to have some experience, because it's really extremal conditions.
Yeah, you got to be a military scientist and sign like 10 NDAs and fucking give up your entire
Not
existence.
really. You
Yeah, I get it,
you
dude.
you you simply have to
Did you
have
go?
some
Did you try
experience
and
in
go?
polar exploring.
How are you an
because
Antarctic trekker expert?
I'm not an expert because I don't want to attempt that in the
I
first
know how it
place.
works. For me, I asked them. I know it works. You have to give before going to Antarctica. Here you have to give your destination. So if you want to go to Antarctica, you will have to tell them where you will go when you are in Antarctica. To which part of Antarctica, then you will be guided. You can't go freely and go and watch explore Antarctica entirely, like as you like. No, you are guided.
You
You
are
have to
definitely
follow
not
the
guided.
program.
You can buy a trip that is guided, but that's not a requirement. You can also do that individually, but then all of the procedures are more complicated
It is
because if
a
you buy a
requirement.
ready trip with a ready route, then the company that organizes that trip will do all of the permissions for you. But if you want to do an individual exploration, then you would have to get all of the permissions for yourself. That isn't impossible, but it will be, more complicated.
Yeah, but like I said, you have to give the destination that you will visit in Antarctica. You're not allowed to visit any part in Antarctica, just the destination they allow you to visit. Those that you can choose. I mean, a specific list.
Okay, but what's the problem in giving your destination? For example, I want to go to a South Pole. What's the problem in telling the people who give you? I
I
don't
want
know
to
how
explore
the
Antarctica and go to the.
organization that gives you permission is called, but what's the problem in simply telling where you want to go?
The problem is we don't even know what's past there. We don't even know where we're going. How are we going to tell them?
The South Pole, and then you go back towards the north if you cross it.
I don't think it's as
Y'all know
easy
about the
as.
eclipse that's gonna happen today?
Yeah, I'm in
The
Europe
the
though.
eclipse happens today, but I can see it because I'm in Europe. Is there anyone who will be observing the eclipse today?
Yeah, is there like a live stream or some shit?
That link is just information, I believe, unless I didn't
Yeah.
look at it thoroughly, and there's more in there than I thought.
You don't have to thank the Globers for the information that you get about the eclipses.
True. Well, yeah. Well, why are you so stuck on Antarctica though? Why? That's your proof that it's a globe that we can like navigate around Antarctica.
No, I wasn't a person who started the discussion about Antarctica. I simply responded to some other guy's point.
Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, we were talking about it.
But speaking about the eclipse, most of the flat earthers don't claim anything about them. They claim that we can't know anything about them because they are some other entire realm of existence or something. But okay, if that really is the case, assuming that, then how can we predict them in advancement with very high accuracy? If we can't know anything about them, then wouldn't it be that a contradiction? I would agree with that point that it can be possible that we can not know anything. If it was just random, we wouldn't be able to predict them. Some people stand somewhere in the earth and then suddenly they see, whoa, the sky is getting dark. Whoa, I've never expected that. Like people in the Bronze Age or something, but that's not what happens. You can predict this shit like hundreds of years before.
Sure, and because the God deliberately maintains the uniformity of nature, so that you're able to predict things at all.
But how is that done? eclipses aren't. I mean, they are cyclical,
How
but
does the God deliberately maintain the uniformity of nature?
what does that mean?
Like we're supposed to be privy to that knowledge. That's a divine mystery.
So it's a
It's
mystery
okay
how
for
we
the fundy
predict
scientist to
eclipses.
say.
Okay, so
It's
it's a
okay for the
mystery
fundy
how we
scientist to
predict
say that we don't
eclipses.
know. Right? It's okay to
Okay,
acknowledge the
so
extent of their knowledge, but it's not okay for everyone else.
no, it's okay if you if it's true that you don't really know something, but I think that the fact that we can predict eclipses proves that we know something about them.
Sure, I mean, you don't really need to nitpick at that, right? It's just a sloppily stated assertion that we don't know very much about the celestial bodies or the eclipse,
I would
including the eclipse.
I would disagree with that, because to predict the eclipses you have to at least know the distance to the moon, the distance to the sun, the
What?
sizes.
No, you don't.
That's not
Yes, I
true.
do.
Where'd you get that
Okay,
from?
can I ask how
I
can
don't
you
need to know
derive the
how
way
far away you
eclipses?
are from me or what size you are to know that you're gonna knock on the door at this given time.
That's a pretty stupid comparison,
Why?
because knocking the door isn't the same thing as, for example, predicting width of a shadow that is being cast, because width of the shadow only depends on the distance to the body that is casting it, on the distance to the
It
light
doesn't matter
source.
what the event of
Size.
motion is. It doesn't matter what the motion event is. Just because a motion event is predictable doesn't mean that you need to know the size of the object or the distance from you to it.
Okay, then can you explain how can you predict that without knowing it?
What's there
It's
to
a
explain?
pattern
I
that
just
we've
explained
seen.
it. You can know those things. Like, it's not a logical necessity. You don't need that information. You
Okay,
don't need
so
to know how
no,
far away something is from you and its size to know that this motion event will happen.
okay, so we throw that to the trash bin. We don't know the distance to the moon. We don't know anything. So how now can I predict, for example, how wide the shadow of the eclipse will be?
Because it's happened frequently that you can make the inductive inference. What is so
Like,
difficult?
no, that is different with every eclipse.
What do you mean it's different with the eclipse? It's a motion event that happens on a set schedule, as it were. It happens
The
frequently enough that you can recognize the pattern and therefore make the inductive inference. What is so
the path of
difficult?
the path of the shadow, the wave of the shadow is different in every eclipse.
And
So if it's different, if there's no, some algorithm that connects all of these cases together, how can you predict that without knowing in
there's no
advance
bearing on
some
the
details?
sun and the moon coming in front of one another. The moon
Okay,
will be
so
blocked. The sun, the moon will block the sun at this time.
okay, so
Has no bearing on
uh,
the path of the shadow.
so what you're saying is basically that we can use that knowledge, but that knowledge doesn't exist. We just
I didn't say the
somehow
knowledge doesn't
accidentally.
exist. I don't need to keep like addressing butchering renderings of what I just plainly said. What does the path of the shadow have to do with the simple event of the moon being in front of the sun?
Because
The model isn't the
uh,
predictor. The model isn't the predictor. The events are the predictor. The model isn't
because
the
the
predictor. You're saying the model is the predictor. It's not.
model isn't predicted. Model is the cause of the prediction. It's the source of the prediction.
No, you're assuming that's true. You see, what happened is
No, that
observations have been
I'm
made
not.
about the eclipses and all these things, and then they invented a model in an attempt to explain it. The model can explain some things apparently, but it doesn't make it true. It doesn't make the model true. And you're inferring that an eclipse proves the model. It does not.
In what way can we
And
prove that some model is correct if not by testing, if it makes valid predictions? That's literally the basic of proving how something is true or
What is
not.
it with you people and these goddamn predictions? What about empirically verifying the concrete reality of the thing first?
That
This
is
is
a form of
ridiculous.
verifying. But that is a form of verifying, yeah.
What?
Predictive power is a form of verifying if something is true or not.
No.
It is.
No. You have to verify the thing you say exists first, and before you predict it to do anything.
I have to verify that the sun or the moon exists.
You have to verify that the sun and the moon are exactly what you distinctly teach it to be. Stop being difficult. You teach that the sun is a humongous ball of this unfathomable size at this unfathomable distance in a cosmic vacuum, including the moon and all these other celestial objects. And you have not verified that. You have never seen that with your own eyes. You didn't take a ruler. You didn't take a projector. You didn't take a protractor. You didn't take any tool whatsoever to measure the size of these celestial objects or the distances.
I'm afraid you're making a lot of assumptions that you want me to accept blindly that they are true. For example, you want to push the fact that for some reason the methodology we can use for measuring the distances are with a ruler. So according to you, for example,
So how
radars
do you
aren't
know the
valid.
distance?
For example, according to
Radar?
you,
Oh,
radars
wait,
aren't
radar,
valid.
you have radar reflecting back from the sun?
Yes. Radar is a method of measuring
Sure,
a
are you
distance.
sure? Are you sure that you can send a radio signal to the sun and receive it back?
I mean, yes, the signal from the sun arrives to the earth, so why shouldn't we be able to do the same thing
No,
otherwise in the other direction?
no, listen. Radio waves do not reflect from plasma. Plasma absorbs radio waves.
I would have to verify that.
Therefore, hypersonic missiles, yeah, when they are surrounded in plasma because they are traveling at high velocity in the air, yeah, they are surrounded by plasma, they become invisible to radars. Fire is invisible to radar, to radio waves.
I'm pretty sure when you build.
There is no radio wave going through plasma
I'm pretty
or
sure the
reflecting
sun.
back from it.
I'm pretty sure the sun itself is a very strong radio
I'm pretty
waves
sure you have
source.
no idea what you're talking about.
Pretty sure based on what?
Yeah.
Based on simply building a radio telescope that can simply detect radio waves and then pointing it at the sun. The signal there is very strong.
What sense does this make? What is the logic sequence? You built a tower that sends a radio wave, and then what?
And then you point it at the sun.
And?
And it emits very strong radio waves.
And?
Yes, but you cannot have a
What they
radio
inform you of its
wave
distance?
reflecting from the sun because the sun behaves as almost as a perfect black body.
Okay, so because honestly, I've
Nothing gets reflected from the sun. Nothing. It absorbs everything that you send to it.
if plasma absorbs everything you send to it, then plasma would be invisible because in that case
No,
we wouldn't be able.
no. The sun emits its own heat, light, and everything. Radio waves, yeah? It is
Yes.
loud.
So we
It is a
digress to talking about
electromagnetic.
the
Yeah,
We
it
digress
is
to talk about the
a
sun from the eclipse. It's not coherent,
so,
evidently.
yeah. We don't know many facts about the sun. Yeah, we do know it emits radio waves. Yeah, it emits light and heat, but what it is,
Yeah,
nobody has a shit clue. Nobody
I think
took
that's
a
simply.
piece. Listen, you never had a piece of the sun in your hand.
Okay,
Never.
can I
Nobody
can I
ever had.
make art?
Nobody.
Okay.
Nobody.
I already get your point. I'm simply trying to ask, can I also make a point without being interrupted, same as you?
That's true.
That would be very
That's
nice.
fair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Uh, so what what I'm afraid you're trying to do here is trying to push some methodology that you want me to accept, that that both of the sides should agree upon. Like for example, to know a composition of something, you have to physically get a piece of it and touch it. I would disagree with that. Same as I would disagree with getting a distance to something requires a physical measurement with a ruler, because for both of these things there are methods that can detect these and measure these things from the distance. Like for example, for the distance there is a radar, and for composition there is spectroscopy.
Yeah, enough with
Listen.
spectroscopy. You can't just look at a light wave and know the exact distinct material that it is. Because two or more
Actually,
materials can emit the same light wave, and therefore you cannot distinguish which material it is. You need to get a closer look.
actually, actually, I
The
can,
device, the
that would
instrument.
that's what can be
Listen.
replicated in laboratory.
The instruments that can tell us what is the mixture of elements inside a gas or a liquid is a spectrometer,
Yes, I know,
not
but
a
you can, for example,
spectroscope. Not a
you can have.
spectroscope. Yeah, you cannot use spectroscopes or kaleidoscopes to actually tell what's inside the sun. What is the sun made of?
Isn't the spectrometer and spectroscope the same thing?
No, no.
I don't know if the construction is the same, but I'm pretty sure that the purpose is the same.
Mm. Well,
But
to be able,
I
listen,
would
to be able to actually analyze a solution or a gas in a spectrometer, you need to know what type of light source you are using. Yeah, you need to know um,
I
the
mean
glass,
that's
the glass of that light bulb that you're using. Then you need to know the glass of the chamber, the container in which you have the gas or the liquid which you want to analyze. And then you have that sensor, yeah, that detects the light being
I'm pretty
emitted by the light source propagating through the chamber with the contained solution to be analyzed and finally reaches the receiver, the sensor, yeah, which measures the elements inside that gas. But for that, to determine that, to be able to determine that, you need to know exactly what type of light source you are using. Is it a filament light bulb? Is it a mercury gas tube? Is it a LED light source? Is it a OLED, organic LED? Yeah, all these light sources are different types of light, and you can't tell shit what's inside that tube in that chamber until you don't know precisely what type of light source you are using, and you don't know for a fact what type of light is behind the sun which allows you to see what's inside the sun.
But the type of light is the thing that we are trying to figure out in the first place. I would disagree
No,
that
you
you
are
have
trying
to.
to figure out. You are trying to figure out what's inside the sun.
Yes, and that is connected with the type of light
Yeah,
because
well, the sun. Listen, the sun emits also that type of light which a mercury tube emits. Yeah, it also emits
not really.
infrared light. Yeah, it also emits alpha, beta, gamma waves. Yeah, all
Yes.
the spectrum of radiation the sun emits.
Yes.
Yeah,
Not
so,
the entire spectrum. No, the sun doesn't emit the entire spectrum.
well, tell me which element emits all this spectrum of types of light.
Okay, so in the first
Because
place,
hydrogen obviously isn't.
there are two different types of the spectrums. There are absorption spectrums and emission spectrums. Absorption spectrums are when light that contains all of the spectrum passes through a gas, and then when the light through that gas goes to the receiver, you will see that spectrum and these lines that contribute to the element that gas is made from will be black. They will be like cut out from that spectrum. So
Yes, I know.
the
And
point the
then
point
this means that you are actually seeing what gases are between you and the sun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the point.
Assuming assuming that you know what kind of light source the sun is. So you take it by default that it emits all the full spectrum. Yeah.
Yes.
But you don't know what type of light is it.
I know that it's an emissions an
Yeah,
absorption
well,
spectrum because
you see, mercury tube light sources are different than filament.
mercury tube would be
Yeah,
an emission spectrum.
street lights, LED or light bulbs, most of those back in the days they were mercury tubes.
Yes, I know.
UV
You can
UV light. Yeah,
you
they
can
emit also UV
you
light,
can put a gas.
but
You
it's
can put a
shielded.
gas.
It's shielded.
Okay, you can put a gas in some container and then pass an electromagnetic field through it, and then it will heat up and become plasma and will
Yes,
glow.
but
And
listen, you cannot tell what is inside the sun, only what is between you and the sun.
but the
Because in the
purpose.
spectrometer, in the spectrometer, the light, yeah, that you use to see what's inside the chamber, you see what's inside that chamber. You don't see what's inside the light bulb. What's inside the light bulb, you have to know for a fact, so that you
Not
can have
really.
a accurate reading on what is contained in that chamber.
Not really. I would disagree here.
Yeah,
I can
yeah,
I can
I'm
can
telling
I
you
can I finish?
100%.
Can I
If
finish?
I
You
listen, I worked with a spectrometer at university, and when I changed the light bulb and I didn't tell the um, laborant, yeah, well, after we did our class and stuff, he was supposed to do a lot of work there and tests for all sort of companies or the city or whatever. Yeah, and if I switch the light source in the spectrometer, Yeah, I was
Yes, the
messing
spectrum of the
all
sun.
his measurements. Yeah, so he was giving fake readings because he didn't knew that I changed the light source.
Why are we even elongated into all this? Looking
Yeah,
at a light wave will not distinguish between two or more objects of different
exactly.
material with the same light wave. It's not
Yeah,
sufficient.
yeah,
So you don't know what material the sun is comprised of.
yeah. There is
Yes,
no way you
the
can
point
tell that.
the point of the spectroscopy I am talking about is mainly about knowing what the upper layers or the layers of the sun's atmosphere is made of, not the core itself.
Mm, any part of the sun, my point still stands.
Why?
For the reason I just said.
If you have a spectrum and you have lines missing from it that corresponds to hydrogen and helium, then you can know that there is hydrogen and a lot of hydrogen and helium between the sun and you.
Yeah, if in principle, right? But in practice, you don't have that, right? There are plenty of things that have several elements in it, right?
Yes.
You can't just say that it has this particular element, therefore it's only this gas. Right? There's helium in us. There's hydrogen in us. There's oxygen in us. But we aren't only one of those elements.
But these absorption lines have different strength.
It doesn't matter. People need to take a course in logic and stop being so devout to these doctrines. It's very obvious this epistemology is insufficient. This method of inquiry to determine what material any given object, let alone the celestial bodies, are subsisting of, is not sufficient. Just looking at a particular light wave from any particular object is not going to inform you that it's of its distinct material composition. Two or more different materials or two or more different types of objects can have the same light wave, and you can't discern the difference by this alone.
No, they wouldn't. I would disagree here. Every single element has its individual spectrum.
Prove all this to me.
Okay, I can show you a measurement of, for example, let's say measuring the spectrum of hydrogen or something.
Like, you really
Yeah,
gonna sit
that
up here
is
and deny
done.
that the sun has a particular light wave that other objects, other material?
Yeah.
An object, if you put a light source between a light source and you would put a gas, a hydrogen, then it would have a similar spectrum to the sun.
That
That
didn't
would
make
be
any sense. Say it again.
if you have a light source like a flashlight and you put hydrogen between you and that flashlight, you would see similar spectrum to the one of the sun.
Did that make sense to anyone else?
No, no. Doesn't make me.
Say it one more time.
If you have hydrogen between a light source and you, then you will see absorption lines of hydrogen in that light source, in that spectrum.
Listen, my friend. According to your heliocentric religion, there is no fucking hydrogen into the sun.
There is, it's the element that
No,
makes the sun
no,
mainly.
no, no. Inside the sun, you have temperatures of millions of degrees Celsius. Do you deny
Yes.
that?
No, I
Huh?
don't.
Okay, you don't deny that. Show me a hydrogen atom at 1 million degrees Celsius. Show me that it has a stable structural, a behavior like a hydrogen atom at that temperature.
I know
That
temperatures
is,
higher
it's
than
not It's not hydrogen.
Okay, I know that temperatures higher than the one in the sun were created in the Earth in laboratory, but I'm not sure if it was made specifically with hydrogen.
Temperatures much higher than the sun.
Yes,
So
if you contain that plasma using the magnetic field, then it won't, expand and burn everything. So we can do that in controlled environment.
okay, now listen. The thing we know about the sun is that it's casting energy on the surface of the world about 100 petawatts an hour. Yeah?
I'm not sure about the number because I've never heard it before, but okay, I can assume
Well,
you're right.
no, these are things we can measure and calculate.
I don't deny that they aren't, but I'm simply
Well,
saying that I'm not sure if that's the number
the
because I
sun
never heard it before.
power output is 100 petawatts. This is what we record into the world, measure. Now, according to this power output, yeah, you make assumptions on the distance from the Earth to the Sun, its size, and its power output. Now, tell me how can a light source can shine light towards a solar panel, yeah,
Yes.
and actually have that ratio of 93 million miles away. So you have to do the light inverse square law, yeah. If
Okay. Yes.
on the Earth, if on the surface of the Earth in the daytime of the surface of the Earth, you have energy of 100 petawatts, yeah. Now, what distance, actually, what power output will the sun have when the sun is 93 miles far away, 93 million miles far away?
I would have to put that into calculations.
Yeah, well, calculate it because you claim you know calculations and all this stuff about your religion. But when I ask you to do something, actually tell me something about your heliocentric model, you're telling me I have to do this, but I don't know how to do it. Huh?
Okay, I wanted to for a moment go to back because before you asked me to prove that every or maybe some other guy I don't remember. Someone asked me to prove that every element has individual spectrum, so I've sent a photograph. That's not a drawing, that's an actual photograph of the spectrum of hydrogen that it's split, and you can see that there are lines in certain positions. So every element has some lines like that that are constant for that element. They never change a specific wavelength.
Well, it's only that hydrogen atom that can actually cause those lines in the spectrum. Are
Yes,
you
absolutely.
sure?
Every single
So
one of
yeah.
these lines was identified in specific wavelength, and they were named, and they are only exclusive to hydrogen. For example, the one that is commonly used in astronomy is hydrogen alpha. I would have to search what was its wavelength because I don't remember.
Listen,
It's
you are
it's at
jumping now.
6.
You are jumping now to actually saying that this spectroscopy or colonoscopy, whatever it is, that you can determine what is up there in the sky. But I told you how a spectrometer actually functions, and you don't fulfill the necessary conditions to actually study the sun, the content of the sun. You need a light source
Okay, so that
behind the
light
sun.
sun,
Yeah, you need to
light source.
outshine. Listen, you need to outshine the sun. Yeah, so
Okay,
that
that
you
light
can see, so that you can see what's inside the sun.
Yes, that light source is the core of the sun before, which has a full spectrum because before the
No,
atmosphere of it
no.
absorbs some of the wavelength. But okay, so hydrogen alpha is specifically at 656.28 nanometers. So I would say these wavelengths are mapped to very high accuracy. It's the red one in the photo.
Um, I'm sorry about that, but like my phone doesn't have a screen, so I
Has
cannot
every
tell you.
element been discovered?
Not yet, but we know what are the spectra of the ones that we already discovered. We can also do the other way around. We can observe spectrum and then see
Wait,
and
did you say
compare.
yes?
No, I've said that we
I
haven't
said
discovered all
Okay,
of
not
them.
every element has been
But
discovered.
yes, but we know the spectra of the ones that were already discovered.
Okay, so have you done this examination, this survey of every element to emit this particular light wave?
Not really.
Does every element emit every light wave? Like,
No,
does every element emit every possible light wave?
I don't
they
think so.
don't. You can actually tell what kind of light source.
I mean, what is the purpose
For
of spectroscopy in the first place?
it's to find the composition of the light source or something that is between the light source and the observer.
And what procedure is performed to ascertain what is the composition of the light source?
You take elements in all of the elements that we know were placed in laboratory multiple times, and then spectroscope measured the spectrum of them. So the lines, every single one has specific lines that correspond to them, and they were mapped. So then when you looked at any light source and you check out the spectrum, you split it into a rainbow, and you will see that some of the lines are missing. You can then compare them with the known ones of the elements and then see to what elements they are matching. And then it means that something that is composed of these elements is between the light source and you.
Do you have a demonstration of this procedure?
I could find it, but I don't have a ready one.
I already told you, you don't know what kind of light source the sun is. You never went across this matter.
But before some of the elements were discovered that we already know now, some of them were discovered actually with spectroscopy. So first spectroscopy was implemented and then the element was discovered because people were looking at things that happen in nature, and then they saw the spectra of them and they compared the spectrum of it with the ones that we already know, and they noticed that it doesn't match any known element. So that must mean that it has to be made from some other element that we already know. And that actually happened with the sun. The helium wasn't discovered before the spectrum of the sun was measured. And then people looked at the sun and noticed a wavelength that wasn't detected anywhere on Earth. So helium was actually first
Yeah, it's a
discovered on
nice
the sun.
story. It's a nice story, but you have no
And
evidence for that. And what those
that's
people
why
that played with these spectrometers in those times, you don't know what they really did. And
they looked at the sun
you
and
don't
they
you
noticed
don't
that it
have
was
a
a spectrum that wasn't
spectrometer. Listen,
found
you're not
anyone
an
anywhere on
expert.
Earth yet.
My friend, you're not an expert in spectrometry, as I'm not either.
And that's
You're
actually
you're
why.
talking about tooth fairy.
But if I'm not an expert in something, it doesn't mean that I can't know some, very basic knowledge about it. For example, I don't have
No,
a PhD.
you are not talking about stuff you know. You are talking about you are just showing me that you are capable to read from Google. That's
No,
all you are fucking doing.
all of
Yeah,
all of I
you are
say is my own
you ask
knowledge.
Google for a story about spectrometry and yeah, you
Not
read that story to me. That's
not
all you
really.
do. Yeah, you haven't verified.
But even assuming that's true, that would be an example of genetic fallacy.
I
When you dismiss
already told
something,
you. I
when you
already
dismiss,
told
when
you.
you
Go
when you
go
dismiss.
disassemble, listen, go disassemble a spectrometer and find the fucking out how it functions.
Okay, do you know what a genetic fallacy is or not?
What?
It's a fallacy. Genetic fallacy is a fallacy
Genetic
where you.
fallacy.
Yes, it's a fallacy where you dismiss the opponent's argument based on the source of it. So in that case, it would be Google, and you would commit a genetic fallacy. You don't address the argument itself, you simply have an objection to the source of it.
So you are telling me that Google is your all knowledgeable God.
We actually don't even need to get into
All
that.
Google answers are true,
No,
validated truth.
We
No.
I,
actually don't even need to get into that. We don't need to get into that. Let
Yeah,
me
we
read
don't
this.
need.
Let me read this article here. Understanding spectrometry and
but,
spectroscopy. What's the difference?
but my point
January
is that spectroscopy
17.
was used in practical purposes. It was used to discover
Hey,
helium
why are
that
you
wasn't
interrupting me?
discovered.
Can we get some understanding first?
Sorry,
Yeah,
I didn't.
stop galloping, dude. And
Okay,
now let my friend explain you the
I
difference.
apologize. I didn't know he's gonna talk now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I posted a link in the open chat, atascientific.com. I just picked one of the top results that Google pulled up. So there's this article, and this article says scientific terms are often used interchangeably, and scientifically accepted descriptions are constantly being refined and reinterpreted, which can lead to errors in scientific understanding. While such errors can't be completely eliminated, they can be reduced by making ourselves aware of them. Better understanding the terminology and using thoughtful and careful scientific methods. This is certainly true when it comes to understanding spectroscopy and spectrometry, which, despite being similar, aren't the same thing. With this in mind, let's take a deeper look at these terms. Spectroscopy is the study of the absorption and emission of light and other radiation by matter. It involves the splitting of light, or more precisely electromagnetic radiation, into its constituent wavelengths of spectrum, which is done in much the same way as a prism splits light into a rainbow of colors. In fact, old style spectroscopy was carried out by using a prism and photographic plates. Modern spectroscopy uses diffraction grating to disperse light, whatever that is, which is then projected onto CCDs, charged coupled devices similar to those used in digital cameras. The 2D spectra are easily extracted from this digital format and manipulated to produce 1D spectra that contain an impressive amount of useful data. Recently, the definition of spectroscopy has been expanded. This is written in 2020, mind you, has been expanded to also include the study of the interactions between particles such as electrons, protons, and ions, as well as their interaction with other particles as a function of their collision energy. How spectroscopy is used. Far from being a specialized, unique field, spectroscopy is an integral to a variety of disciplines. While it provided a theoretical backing to early quantum research in radiation and atomic structure, it also has a staggering number of other applied uses. Magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, and X-ray machines utilize a form of radio frequency spectroscopy. We measure the unique makeup and physical properties of distant astral bodies. There it is, through their spectra and
Yeah,
wavelengths.
so this is like things which are inside a isolated room in a laboratory, and not that it's just inside the laboratory, but it's a machine. You have to get inside it. Yeah, these things are happening inside it. It's not like a camera that you actually take. It's the camera from your smartphone. You pull it up, yeah, you point it at the sky, and it tells you what elements are in the sky. These are machines, enclosed machines, yeah, closed system with a specific chamber where you put the stuff and you analyze it. It's telescopes are not spectroscopes. There is no telescope that can do that.
But you can mount one on it.
No, you can't.
Well, before we continue that, let's finish this. And it's even used to test doping in sports. The different types of spectroscopy are distinguished by the type of radiative energy involved in the interaction. In many applications, the spectrum is determined by measuring changes in the intensity or frequency of this radiative energy. The types of spectroscopy can also be distinguished by the nature of the interaction between the energy and the material. Examples include astronomical spectroscopy. This type of spectroscopy is chiefly concerned with analysis of objects in space, from simple spectroscopic, this word is so difficult, spectroscopic analysis of an astronomical object. We can measure the spectrum of electromagnetic radiation and determine its wavelength. This can tell us about the object's chemical composition as a factor of their spectra and mass, temperature, distance, and speed, using a function of their wavelength and the speed of light. So
Yeah,
let's pause
they
here.
they assume speed of light. They need everything, all the assumptions that they actually built in their heliocentric belief, the speed of light, yeah. And now they are saying that, hey, we can take this camera, we put it on a telescope, and when we look at the sky, we can determine how far things are, yeah, based on the light. But how do you measure the time when that light leaves that star and the moment it reaches here, our
How do you
eyes?
know the
Or,
celestial object isn't made of some material that we've never encountered
yeah,
before? Like, it's
they
insufficient
haven't.
on its face.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, they are trying. These devices don't even exist. They invented this story that these are devices that do some things, some wonders, some miracles, but they don't. All they do is, just show you are pointing them at light sources, and yeah, you're trying to read, but everything is unknown about that light source.
I mean, they've illustrated to us in the sci-fi movies repeatedly. You go
Yeah,
out into the outreach, pushing the new frontier, and you discover
mhm,
elements we've never encountered before. I
yeah,
mean,
tricorder.
what is the likelihood that all those celestial bodies, right, are made of the same elements that we've encountered in their paradigm?
Yeah.
Especially when he's already conceded that we haven't discovered all the elements. That could be an element that you have no idea about, and it's emitting the same light wave.
Well,
That would be a very, very,
actually,
very coincidence.
Actually, we did discover pretty much all. I mean, all elements are known to
Okay.
mankind. Even the natural unstable ones, like promethium. You don't find promethium in nature because it's not stable to actually be sustained. So
Okay, so I wanted to ask a question. If that's all unknown, how is that supposed to work? Again, I will repeat. Someone was observing the sun. He detected absorption lines that weren't matching any lines of any element that was discovered at that point. So they thought that it's an element that doesn't happen on Earth, that it's something new. So they called it helium from the Greek god of sun, Helios. So for 30 years, it was thought that it's an element that only happens in the sun and stars. But after that, some other guy took uranium ore, put a sulfur acid on it, and then measured the spectrum of it. He put it into research, and he
Wait,
detected
he
the
took what and poured it on what?
uranium
he took
ore.
uranium
Uranium ore.
ore, and
Yes,
what acid
and
did he
then
use?
sulfur acid, and then he detected,
Sulfuric acid. Oh wow, that's so ingenious.
and then he
Wow,
detected
what a great discovery. Yeah, what? He detected helium.
he detected same exact lines that the one that were measured in the sun. So he detected helium.
Um,
It's
listen,
barely helium is barely on
helium,
Earth. Barely it's very
helium,
rare.
to your knowledge, helium rises from the ground through the air and goes into the sky.
Yes, that's why
It's
the
a,
Earth's
it's a
atmosphere doesn't have
dynamic
much helium.
cycle. No, it's a dynamic cycle circuit
Throughout the
that
history of
helium
chemistry, we have
has
identified
in
an
it.
element by close examination within our vicinity, right? Right. The object was like close to us in our hands, and we put it under
Yeah.
some tools to observe it closer, right?
Mhm.
Yes. I mean, helium was firstly
So
discovered in something that we
why
can't touch,
so
but
why make
then
the
it was
exception for
observed.
the celestial objects?
But okay, I will try myself. I have uranium ore, and yeah, if I take battery acid, sulfuric acid, and put uranium ore into the acid, I should see um, helium forming. Yeah, I should be able to capture helium from that chemical reaction. I will try this.
Yes, but I don't think uranium ore is something that is easy to obtain.
Actually, for me, it is very easy. I live next to a uranium in Romania. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So I have another question that I don't think was ever mentioned in this discussion, globe, Earth, globe, and flat. So even assuming that that is caused by something completely else than the sun, for example, there's hydrogen in some container or something that isn't a part of the sun itself, so it causes that effect. Or for example, it's some element that, as you said, magically has the same exact lines as it. Okay, so in that case, why can we put a filter with that hydrogen line and then see
Why are you so
different layers?
dedicated to this idea? That's
I
what I don't
don't
get
know.
also.
I mean,
Can I
he's
finish, please?
always on in the sun, on the sun, at the
No,
sun.
that's
What the fuck? When have you been like 100 miles
that's
above
actually my first
Earth's
discussion
surface?
about the sky on this server. I was always talking about
Well,
the Earth.
Well, whether
you
it
are
be about
talking
the Earth or
about
about the
what?
celestial bodies, my question still stands.
Yeah.
Like you've persevered to find some which a way to to parry every objection, especially when on its face it's not sufficient. Like in every other instance, to identify the elementary components, constituents of any given object, it's been under close to our bosom, as it were. But why do you make the exception for the celestial bodies, and why are you so devout to the doctrine? I don't get it.
Win from
Because celestial objects are far away, so you can't go close to them.
so
Contrary
we
to
can
physics.
go close. They are far away, so we can go close to them.
Can't. We can't go there. I mean, we can
Right.
with some
can't.
help,
So
but
we
we can't
can't do
directly.
what is required to actually identify what material they subsist of.
It isn't required. You could do the same
But
thing with an external
listen,
light source from the distance, but it
Um,
isn't being done
you were. Don't you
can I
find it
finish?
funny, my
Wait, hang on, hang
friend?
on. Wait. Let him reply to that. Let him reply.
Okay.
Okay, because if you test something that you are able to take into controlled conditions, then you will prefer doing that because it would make more accurate results. But in the case of celestial bodies, you can't do that even if you wanted. So that's why it isn't done.
Okay, so then, right,
It
go to the
doesn't mean that
conclusion.
it's
Therefore, we
possible
cannot do what is
distance.
required to actually know our beliefs about the material composition of the celestial bodies. Period.
Okay, so
I mean, why are you people so reluctant to say that? I mean, you're the same people that say, "Well, science doesn't know everything. We just make progress." But well, I mean, okay, come on.
okay, but in that case, why can I put a filter like that and see different layers of the sun itself?
Because just like with every other long distance observation, right? It's not clear. Like you don't see elements with your naked eye, especially if the object is at the distances that you propose them to be. Distances so unfathomably vast that you can't even use units of distance. You have to use units of time to measure distance. When you
I
talk
can see
about light years, you measure the distance in time.
No, it's still in the distance. It's a
You're not
unique
listening.
thing.
You're not getting the point. You're
Yes, I
missing the
am.
rhetorical thrust of what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Given
and
your premise, you say the celestial objects are so far away, right?
Yeah.
Billions and billions and billions of whatever given unit of distance. And it's so vast that you people result to a unit of time, so called light years, to measure the distance in your paradigm. In your paradigm, they're so far away, using distance units is not sufficient. You just result to using time units to measure the distance. So if the object is that far away, do you really believe we have devices that can see that far away and know such minute details about such an object that far away? That's absurd on its face.
If the light source is enough strong so we can detect the light from the distance, then I can see a reason why we shouldn't.
No,
No,
you
it's
are
not about the light source being
imagining.
strong enough. You can shine the light however much you want to, but if you can't see, it doesn't matter how strong the light is.
Listen, I have a smartphone, and if at night, if we are together in a desert in USA, yeah, it's good weather, no fog, nothing. So if I turn on one pixel on my phone, actually these pixels is that are on the AMOLED LCD screens, they are much smaller than what we actually call a pixel, you know, like the invented pixel and stuff. So their dimensions are in microns, yeah. So they are like 10 or 100 times smaller than the width of a hair. Now,
Okay.
Now, when we are in that desert and I turn on one of those LEDs, yeah, one pixel from the screen, from close up, you can see it easily, you know. But when you go 10 meters far away, you need to have a pretty good vision, eyesight, to actually see it. If you go 100 meters, no man can actually see it. And if you go 1 kilometer, it's impossible to see it. If you go like 5 kilometers, even if you pull a Nikon P900 camera, you still wouldn't be able to see that pixel. Yeah, even if you pull out a telescope, the most powerful telescope into the world, yeah, you will not be able to see that pixel because its light never reaches your telescope, because that tiny light, yeah, from the
Yes.
phone screen does not, its light, it, the light it emits does not have the intensity to propagate, to induct at such vast distances.
Okay. So I get your example, but I wouldn't say it's the cause. The cause of that effect is the light source not being strong enough. It's rather the angular resolution of the human eye, or the camera you would be looking at
No,
through the telescope.
it's not
It would simply appear to
angular
be blurry.
resolution. Listen, it's about light propagation. Yeah, light
Yes, it
does not,
definitely is.
listen, light does not propagate, does not induct infinite distances.
It does actually.
No, it doesn't. Nobody was able to demonstrate that.
It can attenuate due to, for example, the atmosphere, but assuming a vacuum, it would go infinity.
Yeah, light attenuation happens even in vacuum.
Not really.
Yeah, it does. Light attenuation happens with distance. Every time you double the distance, yeah, we have the light inverse square law.
Yes. Do you know,
And
according to the inverse?
at some point, yeah, at a very
Yes.
far point, there will be the limit,
No.
which no, listen, which no matter what angle or what way you try to shine that light, is not gonna induct beyond that distance because it doesn't have the intensity to do so, the power.
Actually,
No,
the inverse square law says that the light source will attenuate infinitely. It will, of course, be weaker with the distance, but it will approach that zero infinitely, even if it would be,
no, it doesn't
very
approach zero infinitely.
okay.
You
So
can virtually calculate that, yeah. But in nature, we actually see that things disappear in the distance.
yes, because your
That's
optical
why,
device
listen,
can be
that's
too big to
why
detect
when
this
you go to
intensity of
the
light.
ocean, you don't fucking see infinite distances.
Mm,
Some days you can see 20 miles away, some days you can see barely 5, yeah? Some
yes.
days you can see 20 miles far away.
The weakness of the light source would be definitely one of the factors, but I wouldn't
No,
say it's the
no,
only one.
it's about
You could
weather
also,
conditions,
yes,
yeah?
exactly. You
And
also
these
have weather
weather
conditions, power
conditions,
fraction.
listen, these weather conditions, they actually do pretty much the same thing. They diminish light propagation, yeah? They obstruct. The air is not a perfect transparent, neither
Yes,
the
I agree. I agree. So
neither the vacuum.
100%. The
Neither
vacuum
vacuums
is
that we create in vacuum chambers is not a perfect transparent.
it's not perfectly transparent, but it's very, very, very near to. It can be assumed as perfectly transparent for practical
Listen, if
purposes.
yeah, but it still have a refraction index above 1.
Yes, but it's very, very weak. Also, refraction
It
isn't
doesn't
what
matter.
causes
It
light
doesn't matter.
damage.
It's not perfect.
Refraction changes the path of light.
It doesn't matter. It's not perfect.
Okay, but back to that pixel.
Because in
I
physics, I'm not sure if you know what it means, a perfect transparent in physics.
Yes, I know.
So what does that mean?
It means that the medium doesn't absorb any of the light that passes through it.
Yeah, pretty good defined.
But okay, when you said about that pixel, I would disagree that it's due to the light from the pixel being too weak to reach the observer. I would say that it's due to
So,
angular resolution and that light
but
merging into one light source with the pixels next to it. So you can still see it, but you can see it as a separate light source, as you see it as one. I would also say that you can see a light even if your angular resolution is too weak to resolve the light source itself. For example, let's say you see an
yeah,
airplane.
well, we know we see this with Nikon P900 cameras. We go to the ocean, we see boats disappear into the horizon. Yeah. And
Yes,
with a
that's one of the main
camera with
arguments
high
for the blue
zoom,
light.
you can bring it back into view, or even with binoculars or a telescope. Yeah, every visibility enhancement instrument which has a higher angular resolution than the human eye, yeah, can actually allow you to see further. Yeah, but even with those instruments, there is a distance at which things disappear. Yeah, so I'm not sure if you ever seen something which is 1,000 kilometers far away on the Earth's surface.
On the
Yeah, so when
surface,
you,
not really.
yeah, from the Earth's surface to see, like, to be on the ocean, on the shore, and let's say there is an island in the ocean which is 1,000 kilometers far away. And to actually see an island that far.
Yes, I would agree that it wouldn't be possible even on a flat Earth due to light scattering in the atmosphere.
What? Bullshit. It
Bullshit.
is this thing, yeah, this thing is possible. What are you talking about?
Seeing
We,
an island
yeah,
1,000
yeah, we
kilometers.
mankind, listen, the Russians, yeah, the Russians, they filmed an island 1,000 kilometers far away from the seashore.
I don't believe that. Do you have a photo of that or something? Uh, a
My
report?
God.
What? Anything?
Oh my God. So listen, have you heard about the Tsar bomba, the
Yes, I did.
hydrogen bomb?
I have.
Yeah, it's the biggest bomb that has ever been detonated in the world. The biggest, 50 megaton. This
Yes,
event
I know that.
was was a super bright event. Yeah, there was tritium, hydrogen 3, that has been ignited, detonated there, and hydrogen 3 burns so fast that photons don't have time to come into existence and emanate light. So therefore, this burn generates very powerful electromagnetic pulse, yeah, which induce metals and matter into stuff that is electrically conductive. It induces them into super hot plasma, millions of degrees Celsius. So this event was very, very bright. This bomb was detonated above an island in the Northern Sea. Yeah. And the event has been video recorded from the Russian shore. Yeah. From 970 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers far away. And when the bomb exploded, yeah, the island became visible. So in the moment it exploded, the horizon for that video recording camera expanded beyond 1,000 kilometers. In that video, you can see that the horizon is like hundreds of kilometers further away than the explosion. It could be seen in that video, the whole island appear in the horizon, and the distance from the shore
I'm gonna
to
put
that
you on there.
island, it was all water, and beyond that, on the side of the island, you can see the horizon is so much far away than the island. It's like you were able to see about 2,000 kilometers far away, because that event was so bright and that light was illuminating very powerful all that surface area. But this
Okay,
video,
so
the original video, listen, the original video was released by the Russian government in 2019, and in 2020 they pulled it out from the internet. So right now, all you can find is a CGI representation of the original video. I was lucky to see it at that time in 2019 and 2020. I watched it not once, I watched it like 50 times. For months, I was watching it almost every day. I was mind blown by that video.
okay, so I don't have any
Okay,
way
so
to say it by myself.
in your globe Earth, yeah, you cannot have a straight line of sight at 1,000 kilometers far away. It's impossible.
Yes, I agree. I agree that if that
You,
was true, then
it,
it would be
it,
definitely
it
evidence
can
for
be
flat Earth. But I don't have any
even
way to
Mount
verify it.
Everest,
Okay, let him reply
Mount
now.
Everest. So,
EMBO, what was that you were saying?
I said that if that was true, assuming that it would be very good evidence for flat Earth, but I don't have any way to check that by myself.
yeah, ask the Russian government for the original video. Yeah, they released it in 2019, but
I mean, you see how
then
we got
they
all the way over here
pulled it out
discussing
and they
our
replaced.
metaphysical presuppositions about the nature of light. I mean, here we are again coming down to this again.
Yeah,
So there's this a
but
priori, right, network of ideas, network of notions that the fundamentalist scientist believes, through which they interpret any phenomena that they observe. Like they have this
yeah,
idea about the nature of light, right, which is what it sees. So they're literally they have a metaphysical idea through which they interpret all the light that they see. Right? And many of these details they have not actually observed themselves.
Yeah.
What
I mean, we're really trying
about
to
light?
discriminate what really is empirically verified or not. And what has been taught to us that has been verified really has not been empirically verified. And then when you scrutinize them enough by their own premises, they make empirical verification of this point of doctrine or that point of doctrine impossible.
Yeah.
Like what, for example?
For example,
Like what you
even
just
when
said earlier, the example, what
even
we just talked about, if we don't know all the elements, right, and we don't have a close to our bosom examination of the given object, then we can't know the microscopic elementary components that compose it.
of the sun. Yeah.
But if
I
the
know their
measure,
stories are
if
funny, dandy, nice stories, but
but
they are just stories. Go ahead.
if the measured absorption lines match elements that are already discovered, then why is it required for us to know any more elements if it's already
Yet
proven
again,
that
you're just
these
Well,
lines
developing this
contain the
doctrine,
ones that we
evidently.
look,
already know?
We've
listen,
already said the
listen.
argument.
One
We've
moment.
already said the argument that refutes this.
Yeah.
You have this wavelength of light, right? You have not closely examined the object so as to identify the element itself. You just make this leap of an implausible line of reasoning that it emits this light wave, therefore it's this particular element and none else, especially concerning an object that we have no hope in hell or heaven or earth or any cosmos that you can imagine to go over there to the object. Throughout the whole history of chemistry, to identify any element, we had it close to our bosom and under close examination. But you want to
You
make the
know,
exception for the celestial
uh,
bodies for some reason.
bro, he's invoking that this instrument is so precise and so powerful that if I point it to the surface of the ocean, it's gonna tell me all the elements that are in the water of the ocean. And I bet you
That'd be
my
sick.
life for this that if you point that telescope to the surface of the water, it cannot tell you that you even have water, that you are looking at water. Not even that.
Maybe that was done at some point. I
Yeah,
don't know.
well, you see, ocean water contains salts, not just one salt, magnesium sulfate, whatever, you name it. What salt you can imagine, you name it. And yeah, that you find that in the water of the ocean dissolved. Yeah. Now you also have a lot of minerals. Then you have nanoparticles of metals and minerals, all elements of nature. Yeah. Then you also have gold. You have you name it. Yeah, what you can have in the water of the ocean. And when you point that telescope, because it's such a precise instrument tool, that when you look at the sun, which is 93 million miles away, it can tell you, hey, we have hydrogen, we have helium there. We detect it. We see it very, very precisely. Then point it at the fucking water of the ocean and tell me the composition of the ocean because I want to know it.
True. You guys talking about the
Hey,
spectra?
get big. I found a video of this blast. I don't know if this is the right video though.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a documentary now. It's about 45 minutes or a little above 1 hour. Whole documentary about the Tsar Bomba.
If you look in the chat, is that the video, the one in the chat?
Uh, sorry, my friend, but I can't see. My phone screen is broken, and yeah.
Oh.
Let me see. I'll try to see if it turns on.
Okay, I think it's a different video. It's not that clear anyway.
Yes, yes. Yeah, that's a video documentary. But this one is actually after. Um, this video has like a couple of minutes in the middle of the video where they show the video recording of the explosion. In 2019, they released the original. It contained about 3 minutes of the original video camera footage, like live.
How are they?
But
How are they
in
able to film that?
2020, they pulled out the whole documentary and they replace it with this. It's the same video documentary. They speak everything the same, but those 2-3 minutes are cut out and they have been replaced with a CGI recreation. So, and
Because they know it's a
you
flat
lose
Earth proof.
that detail. But
Yeah.
except this, listen, we have official statements, yeah, of the government, the Russian government, yeah, and
Yeah.
they say that they have video recorded this detonation from 3 different locations and distances. They recorded it. The first one was on that. The first 2, I think, was on that island from a distance of 300 kilometers. Then second camera at about 500 kilometers or 400, and the third camera was on the shore across the sea from 900 kilometers far away. So we have this, and they show even that map in the video. Where are those locations where they filmed, they video recorded this explosion? And not only that, they also recorded it from airplane, the airplane was flying away. That the airplane that dropped the bomb.
Yeah, this footage looks kind of fishy.
Yeah, the original has been replaced with CGI representation. But in 2019, I saw the original one that they released because they released it in 2019. And it's been online until 2020. And then they pulled it out and replaced it with this one that contains only the CGI, not the original video of the explosion. But the documentary, 98% is the same documentary. Information and data. And you can still verify. They say that they video recorded the explosion from 900 kilometers far away.
Yeah.
So how can a video camera
Direct proof.
see? And they say that the island was visible in the video in the moment of explosion. They saw how the bomb exploded. above the island, you know, because it was a very bright event, and that's the only way the camera has been able to capture the image of the island from 900 kilometers far away.
This eclipse is a hot topic right now, huh?
Guess
Is the
what?
photography already done?
The Russians have now rockets of 200 megatons power of explosion combined. Normally, it's uh, multiple nukes together, warheads, but they can also detonate as a single bomb, which has the equivalent of a 200 megaton bomb. Like they detonated the Tsar Bomba on that island, and I'm not sure how far Norway is, but in Norway, windows and doors broke from the shockwave of that explosion, and it was really really far from Norway. It's hundreds of kilometers far away, 500 or 1,000.
What was that? Just slightly different subject, but what was that Russian array that was like a radio
Oh,
pulse
Duga
thing?
wall, the Duga wall.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Now they were
that was the
doing that
Sputnik
pulse
program.
spinning program,
Yeah.
How about
and
this
they.
subject? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought that was a conclusion. Go ahead. Continue if it wasn't done.
No, it's okay.
It's okay.
Okay. Okay. I was just gonna say because, like I was mentioning earlier with the previous discussion, right? When we examine their position long enough, we yet again come down to this metaphysical doctrine about the nature of light,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Um, and so what is again? I want to hear it clearly stated, at least again today, because I've had previous conversations like this before, but of course I don't remember them all in detail and wasn't all that coherent and just succinctly put boom, 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 boom. Gregory, here's the argument for our understanding of light. So, from any you know scientist of scientism, anyone who subscribes to today's scientism, um, what is the justification for atomism, for the doctrine of atomism? Address that first before we get to light in particular.
What is atomism?
ATOM ism.
Theories
So,
explaining changes in the material world by the rearrangement of minute particles of matter. Interesting.
well, they say an atom actually photons, the way they interact, uh, actually, the way they propagate, um, they are absorbed by an atom, and then that atom emits a photon into a predictive manner path, like according to the way that atom came and hit the atom, is not going to bounce off of him. It will be absorbed in the makeup of the atom, and then this atom will emit one or two photons in that trajectory path. or the electrons absorb the atoms. I'm not pretty sure here. I've seen explanations about this in quantum mechanics documentaries, but I wasn't paying attention or trying to memorize everything. So,
I like to see.
so yeah, this does make sense. Like how we can use spectrometry to spectroscopy to determine composition, the elements, the gas cocktails that we are looking at, we are studying, or the makeup elements inside the liquid. You know, we can tell how much concentrations there are, and we also know a lot about the way nanoparticles reflect light. You see, many elements, solids, for example, they reflect light, having their own color according to the minerals they contain and stuff. But when we have these elements like nanometric size, they change the way they reflect light. So, for example, gold metal is yellow. Yeah, the most known. Yeah, we do have white gold also and stuff. But
Gold is gold. The fuck?
sorry,
I said gold is the color gold. Like an off yellow color, like a brownish yellow.
the gold has a yellow color.
No.
Yeah, there is
I mean,
no
right there. Why is
gold
there
color.
disagreements on that?
Yeah, I don't know why we have to go into semantics and stuff. Now, when you actually take, for example, if you put gold into a distilled water and you shoot a laser beam, a, like from a CD writer, yeah, a burning laser, at that metal submerged in the water, um, on the metal surface, when the laser hits the metal, it will instantly make the metal heat, yeah, at very high temperature, 1000 degrees Celsius, and for water, yeah, that is a extremely temperature. So in that spot, the water will form a violently vapor. So this makes like a tiny underwater explosion between these two mediums, the metal surface and the water. And tiny particles of metallic gold, yeah, nanoparticles, are being released into the liquid in the water. So this is how they make colloid gold, and when gold metal reaches nanometric size, it changes the way it reflects light, and it reflects only in the red spectrum. And yeah, we do have from a very faint red, yellowish color, all the way to very dark red, but all these red nuances, they are a red which is exactly like human blood is, or mammal blood is, is that kind of tint, nuance.
What is the conversation about right now?
I mean, it's his idiosyncrasy that he talks rather slow and low, and that's him. Praise God, that's him. But we're talking about atomism, ATOM-ism.
So the way elements reflect light.
Now, my this was catalyzed by my question. What is the justification for this doctrine of atomism, right? Because the idea is that all the world is comprised of these so-called atoms, right? Atoms, these
Yeah.
indivisible components. But then, of course, modern atomic theory, so-called, even the atoms are composed of composites. So it's really a misnomer to call these items atoms, because it comes I mean, it's just borrowed directly from the Greek, meaning indivisible. But of course, if it's a composite of components, then it is divisible. So I posted some links in the open chat to get some succinct, you know, explanation as to what is being said, rather than just scattered incoherent pieces here and there over time. So
we not talking about flat Earth?
no, it's in tandem with flat Earth. It's in tandem with knowledge about the Earth, because of course we're making observations, right? And we see light, right? We can't make observation without light, and we can't make observation without eyes, right? The ocular apparatus. And then, of course, more specifically focusing on the surface of the Earth, the globalist makes the argument specifically about this behavior of light, supposedly around the surface of a downward concaving sphere of the Earth. Right, so they make their final appeal.
The people in here do not actually believe the Earth is flat. They just like to argue because they're weird and stupid. And oh my God, it's so strange to have that obsession of
Why
liking
do
to argue
people
for
like him
something
exist
so
is the
stupid.
question.
It's so strange. None of you
Still
believe it.
doing
Only
it.
like a few of you believe it. Oh,
Still
it's
interrupting the entire
so
voice channel
weird.
because
It's
he is so
so
narcissistic and
strange.
so
Oh, it's so very
belligerent
weird
and
that you
so
like to do
devout
that. It's so
and
weird that you like to
so
just practice debating or something
ridiculously
you don't even
devout
believe. Oh,
that he
it's
has to
just so
disrupt the
weird.
entire voice
I don't
channel
Get him
because
out of
how dare
here.
understand
anyone
what's
not
wrong with
believe the
people who
ACP that is taught by academia.
Who are
Finally.
you referring to?
Holy fuck.
Fuck yeah, bitch.
These ridiculous fundy zealots. How dare people not believe the holy cleric organization of the fundy doctoral scientists of academia? That's all it is. The same thing that a radical of any other ideology does.
I must have had this person muted. I didn't hear anybody.
What was that last thing you said?
I said I must have had this person muted. I didn't hear anybody.
Oh yeah. So I must have sounded crazy, but it was this other guy just, oh, he's so crazy, just spazzing out, just disrupting the voice channel.
Oh.
So at the beginning of this article on Britannica, I posted the link in the open chat if you want to read along. Atomism Philosophy. The summary reads, Atomism, philosophical doctrine that material objects are aggregates of smaller parts known as atoms. Atomism in the strict sense is characterized by 3 points. The atoms are absolutely indivisible, qualitatively identical apart from shape, size, and motion, and combinable with each other only by juxtaposition. Atomism is usually associated with realism and mechanism. It is mechanistic because it maintains that all observable changes can be reduced to changes in the configuration of the atoms that constitute matter. It is opposed to holism, Holism, because it holds that the properties of any whole can be explained in terms of those of its parts. Okay. I wanted to get to the part where it talks about modern atomic theory, because of course there supposedly is a difference. So now this ad is blocking my view. Thanks. Back there eventually. Let me go here. Various senses of atomism. If y'all don't know how to navigate Britannica, you can see up the top right-hand corner table of contents, and you can see the various subsections that they have organized. So various senses of atomism. The term atomism is derived from the Greek word atoma, like I said earlier, things that cannot be cut or divided, to basic types of atomism. The history of atomism can be divided into two more or less distinct periods, one philosophical and the other scientific, which is not a very good rhetoric to explain this dichotomy. Ancient versus contemporary would be better. With a transition between them from 17th to 19th century. This historical fact justifies the distinction between philosophical and scientific, or ancient from contemporary. Philosophical atomism or ancient atomism. In philosophical atomism, which is as old as Greek philosophy, attention was focused not on the detailed explanation of all kinds of concrete phenomena, but on some basic general aspects of these phenomena and on the general lines according to which a rational explanation of these aspects was possible. These basic aspects were the existence in nature of a manifold of different forms and of continuous change. In what way could these features be explained? Philosophical atomism offered a general answer to that question. It did not, however, strictly confine itself to the general problem of explaining the possibility of change and multiplicity, not even in ancient Greek atomism, for in Greek thought, philosophy and science still formed a unity. Consequently, atomists also tried to give more detailed explanations of concrete phenomena, such as evaporation, though these explanations were meant more to endorse the general doctrine of atomism than to establish a physical theory in the modern sense of the word, which is really not an intelligible distinction. You'll see this problem repeated over and over again when you hear the rhetoric from today's fundy scientists, as I call them. Such a theory was not yet possible because a physical theory must be based upon indirect or direct information about the concrete properties of the atoms involved, and such information was not then available. Modern atomic theory. With the development of a scientific atomic theory, the general philosophical problems gradually disappeared into the background. All attention was focused on the explanation of concrete phenomena. The properties of the atoms are determined in direct relationship with the phenomena to be explained. For this reason, the chemical atomic theory of the 19th century supposed that each identified chemical element has its own specific atoms and that each chemical compound has its own molecules, fixed combinations of atoms. What particles act as unchanged and undivided units depends upon what kind of process is involved. Some phenomena, such as evaporation, are explained by a process in which the molecules remain unchanged and identical. In chemical reactions, however, the molecules lose their identity. Their structures are broken up, and the composing atoms, while retaining their own identity, are rearranging into new molecules. With nuclear reactions, a new level is reached, on which the atoms themselves are no longer considered as invisible. More elementary particles, than atoms appear in the explanations of nuclear reactions. Okay, so there's that so far. So you have this ancient doctrine of atomism, namely mostly from ancient Grecian philosophers, especially pre-Socratic philosophers. And then you have modern atomic theory nowadays, and it's usually categorized historically as developing from the 17th century, the 1600s, up to the present time. So I guess the distinction, of course, that they're trying to articulate is that it's more systematized and detailed, rather simplistic and vague, and yet not yet really systematized, and not yet with the same degree of sophistication of inquiry methods, you know. I'm looking for another subcategory that's relevant to my question.
I'm so confused, but I like it.
You know, it's the burden that we all carry, not being the God. We all have to undergo the learning process. Here we go. Modern. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Oh no, never mind.
It's a good argument. Good
Modern
argument.
scientific atomism. Early pioneering work. Modern atomism arose with the flowering of science in the present sense of the word, the 17th century. In the history of atomism, the 17th century occupies a special place for two reasons. It saw the revival of Democritean atomism, Democritus, ancient pre-Socratic philosopher, and it saw the beginning of scientific atomic theory. The revival of Democritean atomism was the work of the ambiguous Epicuro-Christian thinker Pierre Gassendi, 1592 to 1655, who not only made his contemporaries better acquainted with atomism, but also succeeded in divesting it from the materialistic interpretation with which it has hereditarily infected. That's funny. This reintroduction of Democritus was well timed. Because of its quantitative character, Democritus's atomism invited for its elucidation the application of mathematics and mechanics, which in the 17th century were sufficiently developed to answer his invitation. In point of fact, the 17th century was more interested in the possibilities that atomism offered for a physical theory than it was in the philosophical differences between the different atomistic systems. For this reason, it saw, for example, hardly any difference between the systems of Gassendi and Descartes, although the latter explicitly rejected some of the fundamentals of Democritus, such as the existence of the void and the invisibility of the atoms, as noted above. You see, that's what we have today. What we have today, Rene Descartes denied. In the case of scientists mainly interested in the chemical aspects, the same shift of emphasis from philosophical to scientific considerations can be discerned. According to the physician and philosopher of nature Daniel Sennert, 1572-1637, Democritus's atomism and the minima theory really amounted to the same thing. As far as philosophy was concerned, Sennert was only interested in the general idea of atomism. The precise content of an atomic doctrine, in his view, ought to be a matter of chemical experimentation. His own experience as a chemist taught him the specific differences existing between the atoms. In this respect, Sennert continued the minima tradition. His own contribution to the chemical atomic theory lay in the clear distinction that he made between elementary atoms and the prima mista, or atoms of chemical compounds. The early modern experimentalist Robert Boyle, there he is, 1627-90 through 1691, followed the same line of thought as Sinert, but he was much more aware of the discrepancies between Democritus's atomism and an atomic theory suitable for chemical purposes. Boyle's solution to this problem was the thesis that the atoms of Democritus are normally associated into primary concretions, which do not easily dissociate, and which act as elementary atoms in the chemical sense. These primary concretions can combine to form compounds of a higher order, which may be compared to Senert's prima mista and to the molecules of modern chemistry. Founding of modern atomism. Okay, here we go. The 17th century had laid the theoretical foundations for a scientific atomic theory. For its further development, it was in need of better chemical insights, especially concerning the problem of what substances should be considered as chemical elements. Boyle had shown conclusively that the traditional four elements, quote unquote, were certainly not elementary substances, but at the same time, he confessed that he did not yet see any satisfactory method to determine which substances were true elements. This method was provided by another of the principal founders of modern chemistry, A.L. Lavoisier. That's a European name. I don't know how to say it. 1743 through 94. A chemical element is a substance that cannot be further analyzed by known chemical methods. John Dalton, 1766 through 1844, usually regarded as the father of modern atomic theory, applied the results of Lavoisier's chemical work to atomistic conceptions. When Dalton spoke of elementary atoms, he did not have a merely theoretical idea in mind, but the chemical elements as determined by Lavoisier. Dalton held that there are as many different kinds of elementary atoms as there are chemical elements. The atoms of a certain element are perfectly alike in weight, figure, etc., and the same point applies to the atoms of a certain compound. As weight was a decisive characteristic in Lavoisier's theory, Dalton stressed the importance of ascertaining the relative weights of atoms and the number of elementary atoms to constitute one compound, quote-unquote, atom. As to the question of the way in which the atoms are combined in a compound, Dalton conceived this combination as a simple juxtaposition, with each atom under the influence of Newtonian forces of attraction. The atoms retain their identity through a chemical reaction. In this one point, the founder of the chemical atomic theory did not defer to Democritus. Recent and contemporary scientific atomism. Okay, we're getting closer to our time now, to our day. Until its development in the third decade of the 20th century, that would be, of course, the 1930s, right? 1900, 09, 1, 10, 19, 2, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, the 20s, excuse me. I got it wrong. The 1920s. The scientific atomic theory did not differ philosophically from very much from that of Dalton, although at first sight the difference may appear large. Dalton's atoms were no longer considered to be immutable and invisible. New elementary particles sometimes appeared on the scene, and molecules were no longer seen as a mere juxtaposition of atoms. When entering into a compound, atoms became ions. Yet these differences were only accidental. The atoms revealed themselves as composed of more elementary particles, protons, neutrons, and electrons, but these particles themselves were considered then as immutable. Thus, the general picture remained the same. The material world was still thought to be composed of smallest particles which differed in nature and which in certain definite ways could form relatively stable structures, atoms. These structures were able to form new combinations, molecules, by exchanging certain component parts, electrons. The whole process was ruled by well-known and mechanical and electrodynamic laws. In contemporary atomic theory, the differences from Dalton are much more fundamental. The hypothesis of the existence of immutable elementary particles has been abandoned. Elementary particles can be transformed into radiation and vice versa. And when they combine into greater units, the particles do not necessarily preserve their identity. They can be absorbed into a greater whole. And it talks about atomism in India. So supposedly, right? From the 1920s up to today, atoms supposedly can be seen, right? And they're not immutable. And they do exist in a void, right? Which Rene Descartes back in the 16th century or the 17th century denounced. So there's that Wikipedia article. Wikipedia article, Lord have mercy. Britannica article. I'm not satisfied because I haven't seen the supposed argument, right, of empirically verifying that at least their particular contemporary atomistic doctrine is true. After all that time, surely there's another person who believes atomism in here who can explain that. You know, today's university theory that is taught, what is the justification for it? You know, have we really seen the so-called atom or not? All I've heard so far is that there's a device that is used, right? A so-called electron microscope, and it renders an image onto a screen. Now, how do we know the image on the screen is actually representative, as it were, photographically representative of the supposed object that it supposedly took a photo of?
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Hello, hello.
Thank you, sir.
Talking about atomism.
Atomism. You know what time it is, baby. Let's go. Hey, let's go.
The last point I was on was, so today they have their supposed modern atomic theory.
Yeah.
And the atom is supposedly made of components, electrons, neutrons, protons.
Correct.
And they operate by supposed electrodynamic forces.
Yeah.
So-called. You know, that's beyond me so far right now. But today they suppose that they're not invisible, that they can be seen with the right equipment.
Wow.
Of course, they also exist in a void.
Cool.
Which Rene Descartes back in the 17th century denounced. And lastly, they're not immutable. There we go. They're not unchangeable. You heard me snapping myself to think better.
I feel you, bro.
You know,
where are we going with this? Because like I don't think they're gonna have like an answer, bro.
Well, we're on this is because there's a pattern with them, with the greater or lesser articulate fundy scientists, as I call them, because when we get to the issue of observing whether the Earth's surface is generally a topographical plane or spherical, they will try to refute the appeal to these observations at various distances, greater or shorter or longer, like the black swan. The refutation to the black swan is the supposed terrestrial refraction, right? Really, those oil rigs are beyond the curve, but the light behaves in a certain way that we then still see them.
Well, they've made an unfalsifiable model, mate, because they say, there is a physical horizon, but there's always going to be refraction. So you made an unfalsifiable model, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know, the light is being bent, it's being influenced in this or that direction so radically, you know, you can't trust any of your senses any longer. But and so now you fall into this dialectical tension. It sounds fancy, but it's just a tension between premises within someone's position. right? They say that you must do empirical verification, especially as it concerns empirical knowledge claims. But at the same time, they have another premise where there's this phenomenon happening that radically distorts our empirical sensation to appear a way that it really isn't.
Yeah.
You can't have both of them at the same time.
But you know what's nice
So,
though, bro, is that like the Black Swan was dope, bro. It was very dope. But Jay Tolan Media's got like infrared 500 miles away, like whole mountains refracting, quote unquote. I mean, it's like over, bro. Like there's no one even like they can't. There's no rebuttal, dog. You know what I'm saying?
So when they give their last ditch, when they fly to their last ditch rebuttals that they take refuge in, is this supposed phenomenon with light, with this whole metaphysical presupposition about the nature of light, which extends to, of course, the nature of all concrete particulars, right? This atomism, and in addition with the atomism, this supposed wave particle duality of light, which is incoherent on its face. And then this radical behavior of light upon the surface of the earth to make it seem like the horizon is not obscuring the things in the distance, but it really is.
Yeah.
Let them tell it.
So you can play the game all day long, yeah?
So if they don't have a justification for this metaphysical premise of atomism, which they extend, of course, to apply to light, then their refuge it can't stand.
We don't even know if the fucking photon is real, bro. Yeah. I mean,
like
do you
with
believe
everything
in,
else,
do you believe in the photon or what?
I'm just a guy.
I'm
I
kind of
want to know the
iffy.
truth.
I'm like 50-50 on the photon. What about you?
Yeah,
About
I mean, I
50-50?
can recognize the word, right? I can recognize the word on its face coming from the Greek photo, light, photon. Yeah, I agree. There is light. I recognize light.
No,
Yeah,
but what I'm saying is, like, do you think that, like, there's light speed, or do you think that the light's already there, and then it's, like, excited by the background medium of, like, electricity, and it's, like,
yeah, the
instantly,
latter.
like, already been there? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the latter.
Yeah.
Light. We don't see, and it really just floored me when this one guy, I'm sure you recognize the name Ken Wheeler.
Oh yeah. I
When he said
haven't
that
listened to him
rhetorical,
actually, but I do know of the name.
when he said that this piece of rhetoric, and it's really valid and sound, you don't have to dump the photons out of your eyes or out of the camera, right? Which is
Yeah.
exposing the implications of this notion that light is a bunch of particles. They're moving from point A to point B, analogous to marbles, right? Or analogous to dust. But it's not like that. It's not that way.
Yeah. What do you think about the ether, bro?
I believe it's valid in principle, at least, especially given that especially given light. It's not a solid, it's not a liquid, it's not a gas. As I try to systematize my thoughts and make sense out of things, it
I would
seems
say it's
that
like
light
some
is a
sort of
distinct form of
spiritual
matter.
force, bro. Like some sort of like spiritual force that we don't understand, that they're somehow able to like calculate through kind of like, I wouldn't say witchcraft, but like making devices to kind of like see the drift and like, I don't know, bro. I used to be a preacher, so like I don't like to get into like the, you know what I'm saying? Like some shit so kind of seems like witchcraft, right? Like, but yeah, man. I mean, like I don't know what's going on up there, bro. I know everything seems intrinsically electrostatic. I know that you can like make shit go up and down with a Van der Graaf generator. You can make shit levitate. You got like a Japanese fucking train that's like on magnetism, like floating above the ground. Like this shit is 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity, bro. But they claim that this light force holds the water, yeah? And there's 300 million, cubic pounds of clouds in the air, mate. And that doesn't get pulled down by gravity, but you know, birds can fly freely and the ocean's held down.
It's inconsistent. It's a discrepancy. Here's this. I'm tagging you in the open chat.
Hey, you could DM me, bro, if you want to.
Okay. Give you these in your DMs also. But they're in the open chat. Those are metaphysical rhetorical questions, as you see right there with the title. And I would make the distinction between ether and the God himself, because especially when you read Acts 17, the Apostle Paul talking to these Greek philosophers, the Areopagites at the Areopagus, aka Mars Hill, in Athens, with the Parthenon right there in the
Wow.
background. Uh-huh.
Yeah, hey, bro, you're into some. Hey, bro, I like your mind, bro.
Well, thank you. And the Apostle Paul was talking to them, and he was giving his apologia, his defense of the faith, even appealing to some of their points of doctrine in their tradition that substantiate his position and refute theirs. And he said, even as some of your own poets have said, we are his children, for in him we move and live and have our very existence. So there's a metaphysical doctrine as to what
Hey,
caused
brother,
and sustains the uniformity of nature.
I don't want to interrupt you, but are you a Christian?
Yes, I worship Lord Yahushua, aka
Okay,
Jesus.
Yahushua HaMashiach. Okay, I want to say something to you. If you don't, and this is paraphrasing, but Jesus said, if you don't essentially absolutely like fight to find the truth, you'll be given a strong delusion, which I would think is the globe model, the heliocentric pagan god worship, where you're chasing the sun through the galaxy. You're chasing the sun worship. At 66, you know, you already know the whole model, mate.
It's a part of it. But I always say, when people say, we talk about the strong delusion, there's no greater lie than telling the lie that there is no God. Because the God is the ultimate. He's the ultimate necessary precondition for everything else, including the cosmos. So if lying about the cosmos is so severe, and it is, how much more the necessary precondition for the cosmos to exist?
If I'm lying about where you live, how can we believe anything else, brother? This is like the strongest thing to break somebody, bro.
It's very important.
Can get this, yeah. If you can get flat Earth, bro, everything's unlocked. Where there's other people, yeah, mate. Like I was just in a Discord for 4 hours with this dude that's a Christian, but he believes he lives on a globe, yeah. And I couldn't reach him for like 4 hours, bro. It was heartbreaking, dude.
Well, don't magnify flat Earth too much, because the vast majority of history is full of flat earthers who were not repentant and did not acknowledge the Lord. Right. And you can have those who do acknowledge the Lord and not acknowledge the truth about the cosmos also.
Hey, brother, what I'm saying is that I'm telling them that they're not a monkey on a ball. They're in a created system. So whether they go and look for our Father, they're looking for a creator. So they're on a journey now instead of being like stagnant. Yeah, is that fair?
I agree with that. Yeah. At least that's what we should be doing. That's what humans should be doing. So here's this. Your DMs. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, let me check my junk. Yeah, because I don't have text permission up in here yet. I don't. I'm like on like 2 other servers a lot. I don't got no permissions up in here.
Yeah, you'll get permission when you become a level 3 Centurion.
Okay. Okay, I see you right here. Okay. All right, thanks, brother. I appreciate you. Yeah, I appreciate you, brother.
My pleasure. My pleasure. So, if there is this concrete entity that is the ether, I would suppose not that it's a synonym for the God himself, but that it is a creature created by the God. Right.
What are we talking about?
I was just acknowledging the distinction between the God, the omnipresent God, and the ether. And in principle, if I do affirm
I'm not
the
saying the
ether.
ether's evil or anything like that.
Yeah, no. If I do affirm that the ether is real, then I would say it is a creature distinct from the eternal omnipresent God, causing the ether to exist.
Well, no, it's just
Yeah,
something
it's
set
part of the
in nature,
creation.
mate. Yeah? It doesn't mean it's a creature. It could just be like something he set in motion. Like, you know how we have like, wind that goes left, right, up, down, but at the same time there's like this drift happening constantly. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know if it's real. I'm not making a claim. I'm just saying it's interesting. And I know that like Tartaria and all that like buried history, they were using like free energy, so it just makes a lot of sense to me. But hey, it's all conjecture and it's all theory, bro. I don't make no claims, dude.
Yeah, just to be clear, when I say creature, I mean in the sense of that which the God caused in existing. That's all.
Oh, you're just saying. Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying. Okay, I'm
Hmm.
sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. So, what do you believe is the up and down vector?
What do I believe is the up and down vector?
Yeah. What
I don't
makes
know what
things
that
go
means.
up? What makes things go down?
Oh, it causes things to ascend or descend?
Yes, sir.
I suppose various things. I mean, I could cause myself to ascend right now, pushing up off the ground with my feet.
But I mean, it's essentially density and buoyancy. Yeah.
That's a part of it. And then I've heard, so there's that. I agree with that. And then there's this other aspect of the world which I've yet to really master understanding when people talk about electromagnetism. So I'm aware that there's something like that at play also.
Electromagnetism is separate, mate. Electrostatics is 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity. Yeah. And so
Okay.
everything is intrinsically electrostatic, even if rubber tires, bro. Yeah, I know it's hard to believe, but they're even electrostatic. And you can use a Van de Graaff generator to make things go up, go down, and levitate. You can do that experiment yourself. Now, we would need like a very strong Van de Graaff generator to fucking make like a building levitate, but it's just a principle that's a tiny experiment, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And listen, bro, it's all theory, bro. We never make claims, yeah? We are globe deniers, bro. You know what I'm saying? Flat Earth is like an umbrella term of a globe denier, yeah? I prefer the term true earther, but I fall under the Flat Earth umbrella because that's where all my brothers are at, so you know what I'm saying?
I mean, what we should be doing is all cooperating in a perseverance for the truth, right? Not gnashing our teeth at one another, salivating
I
at the
love
mouth to pounce
community,
at one
bro.
another's assertions.
Fucking taking the words out of my mouth, bro. I went to, dude, I've been to like 2 prevalent Flat Earth servers where it's very strong community there. And I go and I'm like, hey, I want to be your friend. I want to be in the community. Oh, you don't believe this certain way. You don't believe this certain thing. Fuck off. Mute you. And it's like, bro, I'm trying to be your friend, bro. So, like, yeah, man, there's a chasm between us, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking, man. It makes
here
me
we are.
sad, dude.
We have to talk about ethics, right? Because if we don't do the right course of action, then we won't attain the desired end.
Why can't everyone love everybody, bro? The Bible says like be loving, like think good thoughts, be compassionate, right? It's like everyone's like egotistical, selfie, like it's just like we're just living in this like sad generation, bro. It's heartbreaking, dog.
Look in your DMs.
I mean, I think it's a cop out to say we live in a bad generation. Everyone has their choices.
I'm copping out. How? What does that mean?
No, I think it's a cop out. I hear it all the time, right? That it's just this generation, no, you have choices how you treat people.
Human depravity. Now this is the judgment. The light has come into the world, but people love the darkness rather than the light. All right, thank you, Gregory. I'm gonna check into it. Okay.
What was that distinction you were making? Who was that? The woman that spoke?
Allison.
Hey, Allison. Oh, hi.
Hey, how are ya?
I'm well, and you?
Doing well. I'm literally in the weeds right now. I'm walking around looking at stuff.
What was
So I was
that
just
comment
listening
you
to
said
you guys
earlier? I think I
talk.
missed a part of it.
Yeah, so, and I'm sorry, I don't know how great my connection is or how well you can hear me, but all I was saying was, he said, I don't get why people are mad at each other or people treat others disrespectfully. I think this is on top of you bringing up the idea that ethics is necessary to talk about here. And then he said, I think it's this generation. And I said, that's a cop out, was what my short response was. That's a cop out. I think we all can make choices in how we treat people, which is like
That's
super obvious, but
not really
I
what
feel
I'm
like I've heard it
saying.
too
I'm
much
saying
lately about this generational thing.
the generation that we're living in, where everyone has a smartphone, people are zombies. My own daughter is on her smartphone, like listening to garbage. Like it's a hellhole.
The
We live in a
exposure
hellhole.
to certain things because of technology. Okay, I can understand that.
Yeah, so there's that. So I think he was just talking about, he was mentioning indistinct. I'll say the sentence correctly eventually. He's making a comment about this distinct present generation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nevertheless, what you said is also true.
Yeah, and I just like, okay, discernment, or like just checking yourself when because everyone gets heated. When if someone doesn't agree with you or doesn't see what you're trying to say, I mean, obviously it's really frustrating in these conversations, but
Well, it questions your paradigm, and so it makes you have cognitive dissonance because you're like, okay, now is this true or is that true? And so it makes you question your whole belief system, and if that falls apart, it makes you go through like some mental. Listen, I went through it, so I already know how cognitive dissonance works. But yeah.
And in fact, we recognize, or we mention cognitive dissonance, but cognitive dissonance is involuntary, which is why I don't say that. It happens. I acknowledge the fact that it does happen, but the sins, the unjustified immoral behavior that we see very often, the vitriol and the bigotry that comes from various types of persons, that's just depravity manifest. That's worse than just cog dis.
So depravity manifest. So say that. Can you say that again? I think you just brought it up a minute ago. Not familiar.
Say what?
Depravity manifest. Will you explain that? I think you brought it up a minute ago, and yeah.
Just people voluntarily sinning, voluntarily doing what is in their heart, the wickedness in their heart, out of the abundance of the
Okay,
heart
so
and the
it's a
issues of
difference
life.
between voluntary and involuntary things. Like practice happens not by choice.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Hebrews 10:26 says that if you sin willfully after you've already accepted the blood of Christ, you've trampled on him.
Hebrews also says, what does it say? Be hospitable. So I have no idea the exact words. Be hospitable, because you never know if you're in the presence of an angel.
Mm-hmm. I remember that passage.
Yeah. I like that one. Like, treat everybody well. You never know
Yeah.
who they are, what their story is, or if they're
True.
even shouldn't be.
Yeah, Jesus says love everybody, bro. But Jesus also said that he comes with a sword, bro. Yeah?
Yeah, love is not only gentleness and never doing something displeasant, especially in a corrupt world. The Lord's love is manifest both in his kindness and severity. Kindness and mercy to those he's mercifully chosen to save, and severity in execution of his justice, both for his sake and for the sake of those who have been wronged, and he wishes to recompense.
We got 2 Bible scholars up in here, bro. So I think that we better switch the subject, bro, because they're not going to be able to defeat us, dog.
I mean, if anyone wants to talk about, the fact that we live on a globe, or wants to present an argument that we live on a globe, I mean, go
Yeah,
ahead.
let's talk about the flat Earth, bro. Yeah. Is there one minuscule, tiny, eensy, weensy little proof of the globe? I would love to hear it, bro. Because there's supposed to be millions, but I can never find one. I was shuffling through my desk the other day, right? I opened the drawer, I was shuffling through some papers. I swear there was some globe proof there, but I just couldn't find it. You guys got any of that laying around? Just
I'm at
one?
the highest elevation in my state right now, and let's just say it's not very high, but seems curved to me.
Yeah, I just can't find
How
one proof, mate. I
how
looked
high is that?
everywhere.
How high was that?
It's about I think it's 1230 feet. It's
Is that
not.
brother Apocryphon?
Hey, what's
Hmm?
up, Gregory? Good
No, I
morning.
was just saying hi to brother Apocryphon.
What's up, baby boy?
What's going
You like
on,
the way I say
everybody?
username?
Yeah, we flat
Just
smacked
like the
that
Yeah.
Grecians.
shit, bitch. I just want one
Yeah.
globe proof, but I can never seem to find it, bro. It's so weird, dude. I looked everywhere.
Yeah.
I looked in the garage. I looked in the fridge. Couldn't find any of it.
I looked all over the earth, didn't find it.
Yeah, I looked all over the earth. I looked in the fucking under my bed. I can't find it.
Right. It's only gonna be found in imaginations.
I think I need to go to sleep and go to Narnia, and then I got the proof. Then I'll wake
That's
up,
where you
I'll
can
do a
find it.
mathematical equation, and I'll prove it.
In a world of
In a
imagination.
world.
I posted a video that I that I recorded from NASA this morning. These characters, I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but I know Adam did. But there's a part where they're talking from ISS, and then all of a sudden they're like, "All right, bye," and then the harness just pulls them up, and like it's like, I mean, it's for Glovers that are gonna fight for this and defend this. I mean, I don't know about you guys. They're not on harnesses. Why would they need to? Okay, well then, why are they being pulled up on cue at the same time? Come on, man, these guys trying to wake
I'm
up.
not going to stop acknowledging this contrast. It's okay for them to raise objections that the apostles lied, or the disciples of Muhammad lied, or the disciples of the Pharisees lied. Every other worldview, especially theistic worldview, they have these liars that propagate these doctrines, but it couldn't possibly be them.
Right.
Yeah. It's always somebody else.
Like, if it's okay for you, I mean, just in principle, if it's valid for you to raise the objection, well, these people lied, ancient or contemporary, then it's valid for everyone else to do the same. You don't have the prerogative to just give yourself all these exceptions.
Bro, you wouldn't believe the amount of fallacies I've experienced debating people, bro. It's a fallacious
Ridiculous.
argument. It's a begging the question, bro. Because I live here and this does that, so then I live in a globe, dude. It's nonsense.
I mean, this
dude.
naive invincible ignorance. Conspiracy? Why would you talk about conspiracy? Conspiracy? That's not even, bro. The pattern of history is a conspiracy. Look at the world around you. It is not full of a bunch of people that love one another and are only doing good to one another. Conspiracy is entirely too likely.
I don't know
Yeah.
where the fuck I am. I don't know where I live. I don't know what's going on, but it's not the globe. We've debunked their radius, which debunks their orbital mechanics, which breaks the model. So whoopsie doopsie. Yeah.
You know, one thing I wanted to bring up. They're talking about it in the text chat, but like after seeing the eclipse today, you know, it dawns on me like
I guess I missed it. I didn't see it.
it just yeah, it's happening, and that's just ending for us 10:30. But you know, when I looked up and I looked through my welding hood lens and I looked through the lens, I could see it. You know, I even posted a picture of it in 28 minutes after the hour. But what's interesting is like I was thinking like, okay, so when we see things, you know, this is the explanation of how we can see the underside of a plane in the sky. The light obviously isn't hitting that side, but it's going to bounce off the earth and then go back to the plane. That's exactly that's at least what they tell us. Like the light ricochets and goes everywhere, and then that's why we're able to see underneath, so it's not like completely dark. We can make out numbers and stuff like that. But with that being said, like, okay, but think about the moon. If it's so, you know, if it's passing in front of the sun, why don't we see it in the sky at all? And we the only way we see it is through the shadow of it, as the sun's behind it. But then we can't see the face of it. It's like a completely black void. Like that just it's really got me going, like got me thinking today. Like, wait, that makes zero sense because even technically there should be some type, like if you could zoom in on it with a telescope, like think about like people look at the moon all the time at night and they can see it, right? But then why can't they zoom in as close as they do like at night when they're always bragging about, oh, look at check out the moon and here it is, you know, traversing through the sky. Then why can't you zoom in and see a fadeness to the moon? It wouldn't be completely black. That's what I'm trying to say. Like it shouldn't be because the light should be bouncing off the earth as big as the earth is, right? 50 moons can fit into the earth. It is all their paradigm, obviously. Then there should be some reflection of light going back to the moon. It should be, even if it's very, very faint, there should still be some type of light on the moon because you can see the backside of like, you know, that of anything that's facing away from the sun based on off the same principle. I don't know. I'm just like I'm just totally my mind's fried right now. I'm thinking about this so hard today.
You got to get another discrepancy between their paradigm and principle and the empirical data, and that the implications they don't even acknowledge. Many implications of their premises they don't even acknowledge, so they're not being consistent with that. But even when they do acknowledge the implications, it also does not correspond to the empirical data.
Yeah, it just at that point it's just like just makes no sense. Like why? And then when the moon goes out of the sun, even in the sky, that thing just disappears. Like whatever was in front of it, whether it was the moon or not, whatever object was in front of it, it is now gone, like disappeared. Like you cannot see it. You get a telescope, zoom in all you want, you cannot see it. Makes no sense. Like to me, it's just not making sense at all.
It's a fair
Because you
critique.
can see the moon during the day, right? When you there are times when you look at the moon. I have a video right here. You know, I could post it, and it's like I saw the moon and the sun, and it doesn't even make sense because it should have been a full moon because the sun's behind me and the moon's on the other side of 180 to me. So like you know how they get a basketball. They're like, well, how do we see a half moon during the sky or up in the sky during the day? And they're like, well, if you take a basketball and you put it up in the sky, you should see like the shadow of it, and that's going to represent why you see it that way. Okay, but then if I take a basketball and put it up in the sky and get behind it, and I get between the basketball and the sun, That basketball is completely lit up. I see a full circle, but that's not what we see in reality when we look in the sky and see the moon on one side of our sky and the sun directly behind us. Very, very contradicting, I would say. I don't know how these globes. I don't
Geometrically
even.
incommensurate or incongruent.
Is there just one proof of the globe though? Just laying around somewhere. Somebody got one of them, bro. Just one, dude. Not asking for a lot, bro. One. Nobody's got it. Do you know that David Weiss is offering 3 Bitcoin for 1 globe proof? No one does it, bro. No one has it, dude. This is like madness, bro.
I'll post a video. That should tell you all you need to know about how it's just all a lie. they were just being lied to.
Hey, bro, listen. I'm a flat earther, and even if I could come up with some ad hoc globe proof, I would do it just to get the money. But I'm still a flat earther, baby.
All right.
You should have been. Yeah. Were you here earlier, Parkaphone, when I read the article on Britannica on atomism?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, yeah. I read the relevant sub headings in the Britannica article on atomism because I just wanted to address that metaphysical doctrine which they take refuge in to try and reinterpret the empirical data that obviously refutes their paradigm, especially when it concerns, these long distance observations where we see objects farther than what we should be able to see given their paradigm.
Right.
And so the thing I concluded on was today's supposed so-called atomic theory, these so-called atoms from the Greek atoma, indivisible components, but they're actually composites, so they really are divisible, composed of protons, neutrons, and electrons, with electrodynamic factors, happening supposedly in the midst of them. And they're not invisible. They're not visible to the naked eye, but they are supposedly visible given the sufficient device to observe them, ocular device to observe them. And of course, that device supposedly is an electron microscope, so it's utilizing the very things that are in question, supposedly, to try and detect this supposed atom or atoms. However many you have a photo of one or a photo of more than one. But then again, you're not really looking at the object itself and then taking a photo, right? You just have this machine somewhere in a very artificially cleansed and sanitized environment, controlled environment, and then you see an image pull up on the screen. But how do you know the image on the screen of the device, whatever this device really looks like, is really representative, photographically representative of the supposed atoms and its components?
Right.
I can recognize the photo of myself being accurate because I can see myself first and then compare the photograph to my face and see, yeah, it looks like me. No, it does not look like me. But you can't do that with the atom. So you can't verify the image on the screen really is an accurate photographic representation of the atom.
Yeah, makes sense. In that it doesn't.
Unless I'm missing something. Like, I'm just a guy.
No, it makes sense.
It makes sense. Listen, okay, I walked outside my front door, okay, and I stood on the ground. It felt like it wasn't moving, and I said to myself, I'm not spinning, I'm not tilting, I'm not wobbling, okay?
Especially when they have this, they just compound the issue with this notion of wave particle duality, right, which is ontologically incoherent on its face.
Right.
And then they compound the issue even more, saying that the light switching back and forth between wave or particle is contingent upon a subject, a living soul, observing it. But observation is not that kind of thing. That's also ontologically absurd. observation, right?
Brother.
Seeing
You're
something
getting into
doesn't cause
deep
anything.
shit that they're not gonna understand, brother. You're getting into deep shit they're not just gonna understand, man. They're gonna turn their ears off, man.
You're yet again another man that said that to me.
What's that?
I said you're yet again another man that said that to me.
I'm sorry, brother. I'm not trying to be mean to you.
No. I'm laughing with you. Yeah. Which, and like you just said, they don't understand these things, which is another indictment against them, because it's right there in the Wikipedia article. I keep saying this. With physics, the necessary prerequisite to doing physics is both math and ontology. A number of other things, but also math and ontology. Ontology is the study of being. That's a basic subcategory of metaphysics, a basic subcategory of philosophy. They cannot have physics without metaphysics.
Right,
Obviously.
I get that.
That's why
Yeah.
that's why it's called metaphysics.
Yeah, of course.
So they just want to take their big red marker and cross out philosophy and just focus on physics, but of course that's categorically incoherent.
I would say
You
with
can't.
somewhat like a religion, I mean, because it's based on faith, and there's a lot of big in the question, and there's a lot of. I mean, you can prove a lot with math, man.
Mm-hmm.
Not true, you
I
know
mean,
what I'm saying?
a religion, as far as they're concerned, which is false, and a faith which is not justified, as opposed to a justified faith in the true religion.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that, like, with math, you can prove pretty much anything, and they rely on that. That's very important to them, and there's like a physics, Bryant Myers, yeah? And every time that you prove the flat earth to him, he'll go back to the equations and say, but this equation says this. So
Yeah.
math is this guy's religion, yeah?
Another keen observation, which is another instance of them misunderstanding the very nature of this category of knowledge. Right? Math is basically another language.
Description.
It's a subcategory of
Description.
language. Right.
Yeah.
The equations are equivalent to ordinary language sentences. Right. So to repeat the equation is really the equivalent of repeating an ordinary language sentence. Right. Whatever given predication. Right. So you're just begging the question as you initially assert the equation and then try to prove the equation corresponds to the empirical data by reasserting the equation, you're begging the question. Well, it's just an argument by reassertion fallacy.
Yeah, of course. You assume a model, then you do blase blase, so therefore the model is good.
You know, the point of math is in this endeavor, the point of you appealing to math concerning facts about the cosmos is so that the equations correspond to the empirical data that we empirically detect. Right? 1 + 1 = 2. Right? And then I can correspond that to the apples in my basket in the kitchen. Get one apple, get another apple, put it right next to the first apple. 1 + 1 = 2 is now corresponding to the empirical data with the apples on my table.
Are
But
those
that's not
apples
so with
attracting the
the
other apples?
cosmos and their all their equations.
Yeah. Are those apples attracting the other apples through mass attracting mass?
Say again?
Are those apples attracting each other through mass attracts mass?
No. No. No, no, no.
Is it the bending and warping of apples?
No, no, no.
Something ain't adding up, mate.
No mas attracting mass here.
Yeah, it's nonsense. It's
No
actually
bendy
sad.
warpy space time here.
Hey, mate, you know what happened recently to me? Is that like I used to like fight them very fervently in debate, yeah, and get very like passionate, but recently I started to feel sorry for them that like they're like mind controlled. And so now my debate tactics have changed to like compassion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Romans 1 gave them up to dishonorable passions and a reprobate debased mind.
Or you didn't seek truth And so you've been sent a strong delusion.
That's what that is.
Yeah.
What you said is an instance of what I said, and what I said is an instance of what you said.
I
That's how
guess
the
so,
God.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you're
how the
right.
God gives them over to a strong delusion.
I guess you're right. What a sad world we live in, man.
Some new
If only
people.
everybody was filled with the Holy Spirit, man, we would just be amazing, man. We'd have so much faith, we'd probably be flying around like Superman. You know, there's like certain monks that like have a lot of faith and they like can levitate and shit, right?
Very likely in consort with demons, if they really are.
Oh yeah, they're probably tapping into demons, but the point is that their faith is based on maybe into demons. But the point is, if you tap into the Holy Spirit, we could probably fly. We could probably shoot fireballs like Dragon Ball Z. Who the hell knows what we're capable of, bro? But we're just kept in this paradigm where it's like you're in a ball, you're a monkey, shut the fuck up. Do what the government tells you. You don't have any power. When we're like these powerful beings, bro, that can like manifest destiny, yeah.
Well, should the Holy Spirit actually grant those gifts, but
I've had dreams, bro, where I like built up an energy ball that I was gonna shoot at a demon. I don't know what that dream was about, but that was pretty tight, bro. It was a tight ass dream, bro. Like I'm like Goku up in this bit. It was pretty tight, bro. Naruto up in this biatch, you know what I'm saying? Like in the spirit realm, you know what I'm saying? Kamehameha demons and stuff. I don't know, man. You can believe whatever you want. It could be real, it could not be real. I make no claims.
well, you all have a good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night. God bless you.
Oh
Till
yeah,
next time.
God bless you, brother. Yeah, God bless you, man. You stay safe. We have a Glober in here? Any Globers? With like one proof of the globe? I'm telling you, I go server to server and I can't find one proof, dude. I'm looking everywhere for it. I don't want to be a flat earther. You think I want everyone to hate me and think I'm stupid? Can I get one proof of the globe? I can't find it, bro. I need to buy a shovel and just start digging in my yard. It's got to be somewhere out there, bro. Just complete silence.
I'm a former globe believer needing to do a mic check. Can you hear me?
Hey, mic check 1 2, baby. We can hear you.
Yeah, I spent 52 years thinking I was on a spinning planet, and then about 8 years ago, I actually looked at the actual physical claims about our natural reality, and the globe does not match up to those. Continue.
Yes, sir. What was the thing that triggered your awakening?
If I had to pick one thing, it's fully contemplating the natural physics and behavior of the substance we all know as water.
There you go. That's a nice way to come in. That's how most of us come in, brother.
Yeah, we don't have the Pacific Ocean sitting there in a big curve in the middle of nothing with the gas pressure system attached to it. That's silly.
Hey,
Sorry.
mate. If the whole you're fine. If the whole Earth is like 70% water and it lays flat, how the hell am I on a ball? Yeah.
It's a globe made up of a bunch of flat spots of water. Is the only thing I can say. After listening to this argument for 8 years, my opinion is they're down to it's a globe because we all know it's a globe. That's about all I got.
That's a good one, man. So it's a circular reasoning. It's a globe And because we can blase, therefore it's a globe. The circular reasoning fallacy. Dude, you won't believe it. I was in a debate earlier, man. It was maybe like a 3-4 hour debate, mate. And the guy strawmanned, ad homed, and just fallacies just scattergun, bro. And it was all. I mean, it's impressive, Like sometimes you can't even be mad about that. You got to be like, you know what? This is an intelligent person to be able to commit this many stacked fallacies, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Now, obviously, I'm intelligent enough to see the stacked fallacies, but it's still impressive, yeah. Sometimes you can't even be mad. You gotta be like, you know what? But yeah, so much fallaciousness. I mean, it's just absurd. Every argument I go into, if you can learn all the fallacies, guys, you will become invincible in an argument. Yeah, I got Matthew Learns, bro, on the other server to concede to 6 things, bro. 6 things, bro. Most Globers don't concede to 1 thing, dude. Yeah.
Good
6
job.
things,
I mean, real
bro.
quick,
If
I
you
gotta
can,
go on. I gotta go on
yeah.
mute. I just want to tell somebody else to give them a chance to chime in here. Continue. Go ahead.
Yeah, mate. So if you can intrinsically go in there and just dismantle their arguments through fallacies, bro, you you guys can DM me if you want to, and I'll show you all the fallacies, bro. And what happens is once you dismantle all their fallacies, they have nowhere to go. Okay? Because you asked for proof, they obfuscated, they didn't have the proof, they ad homed you, they said, well, this is like that because they baked the question. I'm telling you, man, I've become a powerhouse in debating off learning fallacies, bro. So please, everybody, do yourself a 30-minute favor. I wouldn't say 30 minutes, maybe 2 hours if you want to get into the real good ones. You'll know all the fallacies, and you'll be unstoppable, dude. So please, guys, for the Flat Earth community, learn your fallacies because you will eventually get caught up in a fallacy because they'll pull you into a fallacy based on their presupposition. Yeah? So please, guys, look into that. I don't know if there's any Globers here, but even
What
the
about begging
Globers
the
should.
question fallacy, asserting a flat Earth with no evidence? What about that?
I never asserted a claim, sir. Flat is a description, it's not a shape. Your globe religion has been debunked because I've debunked your radius, which makes your orbital mechanics debunked, which makes your whole model fall apart. So if you can give me 1 proof of the globe, I'm all ears, brother.
Drop over distance at high altitudes can't be because of refraction.
If I'm sitting at the kitchen table and then I get up, can I see further?
I said, drop over distance at high altitudes
Bloody
cannot
hell,
be
mate.
because of refraction.
You can't concede that when you're sitting at the kitchen table and you get up, you can see further?
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Okay. Well, then that just debunks the bullshit you just told me.
It's just a flat table.
Yeah. You live on a flat land.
Okay. I don't know how you deducted that.
Based on walking out my front door and realizing I'm not tilting and wobbling and spinning and I'm not a monkey. Any proof I'm a monkey? Any proof of wobble?
Any proof of drop over distance?
Yeah, there's plenty of observations that show drop over distance. Of course there is.
Can we have some of it, please?
I haven't seen one.
We just want a little bit of proof, mate. Yeah, we're not asking for too much. Just a little bit, yeah?
Are you saying you've never seen an observation of drop over distance?
Have you never heard of perspective? Have you never heard of? Oh my God! Somebody else
Why
take
would
this. 'Cause I don't
perspective
want to be
cause
rude.
something to
I don't
get
want to be
obstructed?
rude. Somebody else take it.
Why would perspective cause something to become obstructed by the ground?
Somebody else take it. I don't want to be rude, mate.
Nothing
run
gets
away.
obstructed by the ground. There's if you take binoculars, take a telescope, look out at sea, and you will find, as I did today, I observed a ship disappearing into the distance, and you would say that disappeared over the horizon. What I observed was that it did not disappear over the horizon. It just disappeared. The horizon remained below the ship, and the ship disappeared.
That's interesting. Can you show me this?
You're breaking up, mate. Your internet's messed up.
So where are you saying we should drop over distance?
I think we lost him.
Did it?
Yo.
I think we lost him, mate.
Yo, can you hear me?
I think his internet's messed up.
Stop lying, flat man.
I'm lying that his internet's breaking up?
You can hear me. Yeah, that's right. So there's plenty of observations of drop over distance. Are you denying that?
Observations of drop over distance, have they been tested?
Yes. They're getting measured, so
How?
it's a test of what the shape of the ground is.
How? Tell me the method by which you're talking about is identified as a measurement, please.
Yeah, surveyors do it.
I'm not talking about surveyors. You described that there's a method to be done. Now it's the onus is on you to provide the evidence. Where is it? Please provide it in the voice text or in the text chat, please.
No, I'm driving.
Then there's your answer to the whole room. No is the answer. Thank you. Thank you for playing.
You didn't prove anything.
Yes, I did. I proved you didn't have any evidence, sir. You want to flap your gums, but when it's time to show, no is the answer. Thank you. Have a seat, Ban Truth. Have a seat.
You've never seen drop over distance before.
Yeah, it's not about seeing something. It's about providing evidence for it, sir.
You're just
you
denying
obviously,
that
you
you've seen
clearly.
it before.
I don't deny it. What I deny
So
is the
you've
fact
seen
that.
it before. Okay, so you have seen it.
No, we're not going to go down that rabbit rabbit hole. So check this out. This guy, Ban Truth, he always comes in here saying, "I've seen something." I'm like, that's great. I'll tell you what, people when they go take a airplane flight, they come back and say, "Dude, the curve of the Earth is up there." I'm like, at 40,000 feet, do you actually know the geometry of Earth or not? Because if you actually think that you saw curvature, the scientific communicators of today, as we hold them as hostile witnesses, would disagree with you.
No.
And they would say, you are wrong. You don't see curvature. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Yet?
No.
Are you done spazzing?
This isn't spazzing. This is a contradiction in your specific.
With you. Within
like,
your
no.
paradigm.
Over distance, and you're going on a monologue, freaking out.
Within your
Okay,
paradigm.
once again, let's go again because you said I have evidence. Okay, where is the evidence? Please demonstrate to the whole text chat. Once again, let's see if we can go round and round.
Are you pretending you've never seen drop over distance before?
I'm not talking about what you can see. I'm talking about what you can prove, sir. Do you know there's a difference, right?
I'm sure you've proved it to yourself that drop over distance is an observation.
I'm sure that people have proved to other people that fucking Yeti and Bigfoot and Loch Ness Monster
you're
exist.
freaking out.
No, I'm not. I'm showing you.
Relax.
I'm showing you exactly what you're telling everybody. Just trust me, bro. It's observational. But yeah, other people have seen Bigfoot, right? But it's about evidence, sir. It's not about you saying, I got this picture, man. Check it out. No. Now you're
coping
gonna.
so fucking hard, bro.
No, I'm not coping. I'm showing that when you come in
No,
here,
you are
you're
coping.
lacking. You're lacking, sir. You have no evidence to back up your truth claim.
I'm
None.
driving. I love posting my pictures of
All right
evidence.
then.
It's just
Hey,
I'm driving.
hold
It's
on.
not picture.
Hold on.
No, one
This guy
second.
just
It's not.
dunked all over you, bro. He just
Yeah.
dunked all over you.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know when to take an L. To be honest, flat man.
Denying that we observe drop over
denying.
distance is not an argument. 'cause
Okay,
it does
so
exist.
people say they
It
see
does
curvature.
exist.
Whoopity
You're
doo. Now
denying
prove
drop
it.
over distance because
I'm not
it
denying
debunks
it.
your claim.
Not denying it. What I'm saying is, if that is the case, if you're saying that's drop over distance, now it's time to show.
Can you just stop
Tell us.
shouting incoherent bullshit because you're having a fucking heart attack about my
destroyed you,
question?
bro.
Dude, you have egg on your
Stop
face and you know
coping.
it, Bad Truth. You have egg on your face, bro. See what happens, dude? Don't come in
it
here and
doesn't
half
matter
cock,
to
dude. If
me
you're not gonna,
because it's obvious
yeah, it
that Earth
does.
isn't flat for
Yeah,
the
it
entire
does.
planet.
Yeah, it does matter to
Everybody
you.
knows Earth is a
Yes,
globe
it does. Bad Truth, you're in here every day coping, dude. That's why it matters to you. Otherwise,
You're
you
in
turn
here
on your TV
coping,
and watch
denying
Netflix and
drop
chill.
over distance.
If it didn't
Why are
bother you, you would be.
shouting,
You'd be,
shouting?
dude.
You
If
not
you
know how
didn't
to have
bother,
a normal conversation?
I do. But when it's
So
time to
have
show
it.
evidence, then
So
it's time to
relax,
show.
take a deep breath, pop your medication, and have a conversation.
That all you have?
Hey, every
Is
time
that all
we
you
ask
got?
you for evidence,
Yo,
hey,
Flatman,
listen,
stop
hey,
coping
brother,
so hard. You're
I was
denying
on
there
a
is
different
drop
server
over
with him
distance.
earlier today for
The
4 hours.
observations are out
We
there.
asked him
It
for
exists.
satellite evidence. He
You
showed
know what drop
nothing.
over
He
distance would look like?
obfuscated. He
Drop
ad
over
hommed.
distance
He
is
fallacied,
obstruction.
and he's doing the same shit right now. Look at it.
Are you
He's saying that,
denying bottom-up
dude.
obstruction?
Dude, he's saying that I'm coping. He's the one that's in
Are
here
you
coping. Like,
denying bottom-up
just saying.
obstruction?
Hey,
I'm just
what did I
asking.
tell you about?
Are you
What did I
denying
tell you about
every
observations?
observation we make of bottom-up
Doesn't
obstruction?
matter if you see something. It's only a matter of case if you can provide
Yes,
evidence
so
of the thing you see.
we've seen this. Good job.
If you see, listen, if you see something that like Bigfoot and Loch Ness Monster, right, all that stuff,
That's a
then
red herring.
no, it's not. It's what you're saying. I see this one thing. I'm like, okay, if that's true, then
It's
back
like
your truth
arguing
claim
with
up.
fucking special ed kids. You guys
Back
don't
your
know how to
truth
have a
claim up.
conversation?
Back your truth claim
That's
up,
all.
Bad Truth. Back it up, bro. That's all you got to do. Is, and then when I ask you, can you
You're
have evidence?
denying that there's observations
Dude.
of drop over distance.
Bad
Why
Truth,
would
I
you do
asked
that?
you, bro. I asked you if you had the evidence. Please provide it. You're like, no. Okay, there's your answer. Big old baby.
My
No.
hands are on a steering wheel, and I'm
But
going
you said
65.
no. Did you say, hey, wait till I get to a place I'm going to show you? You said no. That's what you said, bro.
Why are flat earthers coping so hard about drop over distance?
Because you don't have evidence to back it up. There you go.
The evidence
Bomb
is
drop.
any photo you see of something obstructed bottom up on the horizon.
Cool
That's
story,
your
bro.
evidence,
Yeah.
and you're pretending
Yeah.
you've never
If you,
seen that before.
Ban Truth, I'm saying though, if
You're in
you're
fucking fairy tale land.
if you're saying that's true, then
You
back
want
your
to stop
truth claim
living a
up.
fucking fantasy and address drop
You're
over
talking about
distance?
And you,
satellite
dude,
orbiting
and you're telling me that I'm coping? You're the one that's coping, bro. When you're in here, you're coping. That's obvious. You're coping.
You're denying drop over distance because you don't have a way to explain it.
Okay, now bring
If
the
I show
evidence
you
of
an
that.
observation
Bring
of
it,
drop over distance, you would have to provide an explanation of it.
dude.
You
I
need
don't
an
have to provide an
explanation
explanation. The only thing that
you need an
you
explanation
said.
for obstruction bottom up.
Okay.
So instead of denying that
Explanations.
happens, if I post a picture of
Explanations.
it, okay,
Dude.
you know what? I'm
Dude,
gonna post a
explanations like
and
I
you can
go.
tell me
You're
how this happens
driving,
on
dude. Keep driving, man. Wait till you get to your destination and then post it, bro. We don't want you to have an accident, brother. Just keep driving. Listen, and it's not the thing about it is, it's not that I'm trying to poke at you, man. It's because people
Look in
say
the
that they
text
have
chat,
evidence.
Goofy. Yo,
Yeah,
goofy
you
coping
could
guy. Stop
you could call
spamming
it
and look in
whatever you
text
want.
chat.
You could call it whatever you want. But here's the thing, though. Do you know
It's called
the amount of?
obstruction. Do you know what obstruction means?
Yes, I do.
Bottom up obstruction over distance. That's drop over
All right.
distance.
All right.
It exists.
Yes,
Now
that's
address
great.
it.
That's great.
Stop
Bottom up
dodging
obstruction.
like a fucking
Now,
clown.
I'm not dodging, dude. But what I'm
You're
telling you is,
spaz. You're
dude, are
denying
you
it
gonna let
exists. I just posted a picture of it. You asked for evidence.
Ban Truth?
There it is.
Ban
Address
Truth?
it.
You're gonna have to allow me to
Address
speak.
it.
Yeah.
Address
Are you
it.
are you gonna allow me to speak? Or are you gonna keep saying address it?
You're a clown.
Is that all you got? Because I can't talk unless you stop talking, bro. All
Go
right.
ahead, give it a shot. Tell me how that happens on a flat Earth.
Well, just a second, because we're trying to establish drop over distance, right?
Yo,
So if
flat
that,
man, you're a fucking clown, dude.
dude, what
Keep
are you?
coping,
I'm not
bro.
flat, man.
I'm not
Hey.
talking to you. I'm talking to Flat Man. Fucking clown.
Anyway, all right. So regardless of that, let's focus on the issue. If that is bottom up obstruction, right? We can't see the bottom of that oil rig. Now we're gonna have to find out how much the curvature's predictive power is supposed to be, because that's what the said geometry is supposed to give us, right? It's supposed to give us a testable way we can predict where the curvature is going to be, on an oblate spheroid. So we need to figure that out, right? It's one thing to see something like a phenomena, right? I agree with you on that. I'm not saying that's nothing wrong about that, but then it's time to talk about how it's possible that we're measuring even curvature in this instance. So if that is curvature, right, then what is the distance to that curvature where we're seeing the obstruction? That's the only important thing right now. We don't care about what people are looking at. We have to confirm that the Earth is curving at the set rate that they tell us it is, according to the math, right? Because now it's all about geometry, and that's the only thing.
Will affect that.
Well, that's not helpful because we need to figure out the oblate spheroid.
What's not helpful is that you don't comprehend refraction. That's not.
It's not about Listen, you're telling me that I don't comprehend refraction, but refraction, its connotation, it only tells you one interpretation. It's not like 5 interpretations or more advanced one.
You tried to deny that this happens and say, "Oh, I can't provide evidence," and then I did, and now you have to explain it with refraction.
I'm not denying. Listen, I'm not. Hang on, guys. I don't need 5 people right now. So here's the thing. I'm not ban truth. I'm not denying the fact, guys. I'm not denying the fact that what you're saying in the image, right? I can see what you're seeing as well. I'm not denying that. But what I'm telling you is that if it's the oblate spheroid that's
denied it for the first 10 minutes like a goofy.
I didn't deny it. I said if you're making a claim about image that you have, and then you say that it's because of the Earth that's obstructing the view, that we're going to have to look into the geometry of Earth and see that if it's not the case that it is the Earth obstructing the view, right? Earth curvature. That's what we're looking for right now. We're looking for the absolute smoking gun to say that it is the geometry of Earth getting in the way, which means that we're seeing the effects of the curvature of the Earth, right? That's what we're talking about. We're only interested. It's not like this knockdown win right now with just an image. You have to follow up by how the measurements line up with it. And if it's not, then tell you what, you could attribute that phenomena to something else, like anything that you can think of that can happen in the air to obstruct your view, right? Because there is obstruction outside of you thinking it's curvature. There's other natural phenomena, like
anything you can think of.
Yeah. No, not anything you can think of, dude. I'm talking about mirages, okay? No, I'm not, dude. But
anything you could think of.
I said I'm cutting off in your end. You probably didn't hear all of what I said.
That's the most unscientific shit I'm ever going to hear in my life.
You didn't hear what I said, dude. Like I said, you were getting cut off when I was explaining to you. So the other phenomena that's taking place, right? There's turbulence in the air, especially if the the water is reflecting the heat, and the heat above the water is causing that air turbulence. We've known this to be happening.
Yeah,
this is a phenomenon. It's not a try, dude. Have you not seen a mirage in the far distance, Ben Truth? Have you not seen a mirage ever in your life?
Yeah, when it's obstructed, it's not mirage.
Have you seen a mirage? I know. Listen, just listen to what I have to tell you, right?
The bottom of the oil rig is obstructed. It's less refraction. It's not being miraged.
It's not that. Listen, dude, you're not listening at the moment, right? You just only want to hear one thing. What I'm telling.
Flatman, Mr. Clown over there coping?
We're not talking about that right now. Listen, if it's
this goofy, he laughed the whole time as if he understood the argument.
Dude, you're gonna have to settle down. I don't know why you don't want to settle down, but anyway, I guess you better focus on driving then. Better you focus on driving. Anyway, here back to the room. Guys, like when I'm taking a point, please don't jump in here like 5 people at once. It gets very difficult to talk to one guy. That's all I'm saying, brothers.
Hey, brother, somebody sent me a direct message saying not to interrupt the convo. I can't find the message to send you a sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. So you're unmuted now, so
Discord problem. Yeah,
you're muted. But the issue is that guy comes in here and he's so bloviated with his ideas and he doesn't allow for conversation. He wants to be right and he's coping. It's difficult, right? So when I have other people jumping in, it makes it even that much harder to talk to him because he's already over talking me. The guy, he doesn't want to hear me.
I'm kind of like reifying your position and kind of being like backup and being like,
Yeah, I don't
he's
mind.
fucking dunking on you, he's crushing you, like how
Yeah,
you
no, I
fucking
don't trust
piece
me.
of
I don't
shit.
mind. I don't mind,
Yeah.
but I'm saying like
My
it's
bad,
difficult
bro.
because he's already
My
coping,
bad,
so
dude.
it's hard for me to hear him. Like he's over talking me. That guy is.
Yeah.
He doesn't stop doing it. So
That's my bad, brother.
yeah, no worries. But check this out. Like he wanted to show you guys seen the images, right? The images that he was demonstrating right now. One of them was the second image of the black swan. I'm sure you guys have seen that. So once again, we're gonna go back to why this isn't what he thinks it is, right? So, and I was talking to him about other phenomena. Really, where I wanted to take him was if we say that other phenomena could take place that's not obstruction as far as the Earth curve goes, then it could be a naturally occurring phenomena that he hasn't accounted for. Because right now he's just only saying it's curvature and that's all. Well, if there's other things in the far distance that makes the things that we see kind of distorted, then it could be something else, right? That's where I wanted to take him, but he's very obtuse when it comes to like presenting, and that's the only reason why it makes it incoherent when everybody's talking. Because I want to take him somewhere. Plus, he was talking about refraction. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
If the horizon's Earth curvature, if the Earth curvature is the horizon, vice versa, it would have to be consistent in a measurable distance every single time.
All the time.
Yeah.
So it's really what. Okay. So do you guys? Hey, let's run this through you in your mind, right? So they claim that there's a model for the Earth, right, and a scientific model at that, right? They have a scientific model for the Earth being a globe. Now they're going to present to you different ideas. And let me just go ahead and post something for you. And AI is a wonderful thing because now we can look at like what people are posting, and so this is what they would claim. Right? This is the claim. I'm going to post it in the text chat. Guys, please have a look at this, okay? I really want you guys to see this. Let's see. Okay. Oopsie. I can't post this because it contains something, content blocked by the server. Okay, I don't know what that was. Let me see. Dismiss message. All right. Content block. I don't know what content I was putting. It was just, okay, so let me just read it then since I can't post it. One scientific model of the globe Earth is the oblate spheroid. This model takes into account the fact that the Earth's slightly wider at the equator than it is from the pole to pole. Due to this, centrifugal force created by the Earth's rotation, and then it shows the oblate spheroid. It just gives you a link there. The oblate spheroid model is used by scientists to calculate distances on Earth's surface, as well as to predict the paths of satellites and other objects in orbit. It is also used to create maps and globes. Another scientific model of the globe Earth is a geoid. The geoid is a more complex model that takes into account the Earth's gravity field and uneven distribution of mass on the Earth's surface. The geoid model is used by scientists to study the Earth's crust and mantle, as well as to predict sea levels and tides. Both the oblate spheroid and the geoid models are useful for different purposes. The oblate spheroid model is more accurate for calculating distances on Earth's surface, while the geoid model is more accurate for studying the Earth's gravity field and sea levels. In addition, the oblate spheroid and geoid models, there are many other scientific models of the Earth that are used by scientists to study different aspects of our planet. For example, there are models of the Earth's atmosphere, oceans, climates, and interior. Right? We got many, many different scientific models. Correct? It goes on to say only a little bit more. These models are constantly being refined and improved as scientists learn more about the Earth. By using these models, scientists can better understand how the Earth works and make predictions about how it will change in the future. All right, so we got basic, like a, you might want to call it like a pseudo-scientific explanation, right? We got an explanation for at least that. But as far as we can tell on this specific idea, the oblate spheroid and the geoid model are two very different models of the Earth. So there isn't one model. What we're finding out is, first and foremost, with this explanation, that there's many different models. Do you guys agree with me on that, just as what I read through? And also what it says in the addition part at the very end, I'll read that little bit again. In addition, the oblate spheroid and geoid models, there are many other scientific models of the Earth that are used by scientists to study different aspects of our planet. For example, now take this as a note. For example, there are many models of the Earth, Earth's atmosphere, oceans, climate, and interior. Once again, Earth's atmosphere, oceans, climate, and interior. Many different models. When we got the oblate spheroid and we got the geoid, right? So they're claimed to be scientific models. Keep this in mind while I go into the next section, okay? Keep this in mind. Let us go to the next section. We're going to find out what a scientific model is now. Because it was stated that this is a scientific model, right? By pseudoscientists. And when I used Bard, this is what pulled up, and it pulls from the internet. So it's gathering information that people are searching for and actually putting in as understanding of what a scientific model is for the Earth being a globe. So we got the oblate spheroid, we got the geoid, we got possibly atmosphere models, we got ocean models, we got climate models, and interior models, all very different from each other, right? All right. So there's not one gold standard scientific model according to them. Now, that being said, let's go see what a scientific model is. All right. So this might be able to be posted. As far as I know, it's only text. I'll try to put this text in the chat there. I think this might go. Yeah, I did. It went. It's just text. All right. So scientific model, you guys can look. A scientific model is a representation of something in the real world that scientists use to explain and predict phenomena. Models can be simple, like a diagram or a physical model, or complex, like a set of mathematical equations or a computer program. All right. Here are some key characteristics of a
model is broken.
Yeah. Let me run through this. Okay. Is that cool? All right.
Go ahead.
So here are some of the key characteristics of a scientific model. Right. It is well, you can see the bullet points right there. So go ahead and pull up the text. You can follow along there. It is a representation. A model is not the real thing, but it is a way to represent the real thing in a simplified way. It is based on evidence. Number 2 bullet point, right? It is based on evidence. A model is based on our current understanding of the natural world, which comes from our scientific observations and experiments. Observations and experiments, right?
Begging the question.
So then we go to the third bullet point.
All of your experiments beg the question before you do the experiment.
Yeah.
Can you
Flatman, have a seat for a moment. I got to run through these bullet points, okay? I know you're anxious to chime in, but we're just showing people what the difference is. Is that cool?
Go ahead.
All right. It's predictive. All right. So it says here, a model can be used to make predictions about what will happen in the future, given certain conditions. Now, all these bullet points are following along the same lines as a scientific model, right? So we're learning that right now. What a scientific model encumbers. All these aspects, right? And then the last bullet point, it is testable. A model can be tested by comparing its predictions to the real world. If the predictions are not accurate, the model needs to be revised or rejected. Okay, now we're going to go on further saying the scientific models are essential tools for scientists. They help scientists to, number 1 bullet point, understand complex phenomena. Number 2, make predictions about the future. Number 3, design experiments. Number 4, communicate their ideas to others. And then it says, here are some examples of scientific models. It's going to show you what the other examples are. Of course, the atom model, the solar system model, it's representation of positions, of motions of the planets and other objects in the solar system. The climate model is a mathematical model, sir. The climate model is a mathematical model is used to simulate the Earth's climate. The disease model is a mathematical model used to understand and predict the spread of diseases. Scientific models are consistently being revised and improved by scientists to learn more about the natural world. No model is perfect, but they are essential tools for scientific research and understanding. So if they're saying that they have a scientific model for the Earth being a globe, right? Because we're talking, sir?
It sounded like you read a script.
I did. I just told you. I put it in the text.
Okay.
Did you not? Were you not? Are you listening, Flatman?
I'm just saying you're like reading a script, bro. It's like kind of
what?
Disingenuous, but go ahead.
Disingenuous. How am I being disingenuous?
I mean, you built this false dichotomy, mate. Yeah.
False dichotomy. What is the false dichotomy that I built up? Please explain.
You built this false world, and you begged the question about all these experiments.
What false world
Nate,
are you talking about?
Jesus Christ!
What false world?
Continue with what you're. Just continue with what you're saying.
Well, if you have a point, please bring it up.
No, please just continue. You're never gonna get it.
Well, it's not that I'm not going to get it. I don't understand what you mean. You're not being coherent currently.
Yeah, you just fucking yeah. Okay.
What?
Yeah,
I'm asking you to. I'm asking you to clarify. That's the only thing I'm asking for right now is clarification.
Just go ahead, mate, with your proof. Proof of the
Proof?
globe. Go ahead.
Globe?
Proof of the globe.
What are
go
you
ahead.
talking about? What are you? What are you on about, that man? What
He's not
proof? What
with the
globe?
globe, mate.
Are you okay?
24/7 flat Earth, baby.
Okay then. What? Dude, honestly, here's the best thing for you to do right now is just mute your mic up because you're being disruptive, and I'm just trying to show people something that they didn't know before. Okay? Because the scientific.
It's not helping anybody.
Okay. Then
It
tell
goes
us what
nowhere.
when people
it begs the question. It presupposes.
What are you talking about?
It's fallacies all day long, bro. Do you understand stacked fallacies, bro?
Dude, he's on your side. What are you talking about? You're on the same side.
I fucking built the 24/7, you numbnuts. I was a part of the people that fucking made it what it is. What the fuck are you talking about?
Same side? Oh, my bad, bro. I thought you were a Globe. I was just gonna add
What
on
the
you.
fuck?
My bad, bro.
Mute your mic, bro. Mute your mic, bro. That's all. That's fine. I don't like to be disrupted. If you don't know and you're firing, you're so eager to knock a baller down, you're not willing to have a discussion. That's what happens with these new flat earthers that come into this argument. You need to understand what's going on here. There's bigger things at play here, and it's far beyond levels that you can probably comprehend because you heard that it's flat and it's level, and you just want to beat somebody over the head with that information. You need to understand what's being said and dissect it and show them how they're wrong. You can't just keep saying, no, it's flat, dude, you're wrong. Like, that's not going to cut it. You need to come at it constructively. You need to deconstruct their argument from the inside out. Like this, I don't know. Just relax, bro. That's all I'm saying. All you got to do is relax. All right. So back to the topic, right? So these guys come in here and they're always saying that we have a model for the Earth being a globe. So when presented with that, when we're asking them the question, show which scientific model you're talking about. Last night we had GPS come up. I think some fellow, he brought up some other information. But what I'm saying currently right now is that people are misrepresenting that in the side of the globe Earth, right? Because when they're coming in here, they're saying all these things and they're presenting not the thing that should be presented, which is if they're talking about scientific model, then they have to present what they're talking about. And that's the thing that I'm saying they're coming to avoid. Because as I read before, right, this is the understanding of what the scientific model, of course, it's not one anyway, because it has to be, if they're saying that it's a scientific model that denotes something very specific, right? And the current rhetoric allows for things to be scientific when they're not, right? Like mathematics, they say that's science. No, it's not. All right, it's very specific. Math is a language. It is a description of things. So you can use it. It's a useful tool. It could be used in science, but it's not science in and of itself, right? And this is where they're conflating this understanding of like what math and science, and they're making it sound like mathematical structured models are science, and they are not. It stands to reason that if you're going to say something scientific, once again, just based on what they're saying here, right? It's a representation or a model. It's not the real thing, but it's a way to represent the real thing in a simplified way. Okay, so if we're going to say based on the first bullet point that it's a representation, how does anyone know that? Because we have to at first know that it's a globe, correct? That's one thing that we all can agree on. For it to be what they're claiming a scientific model is, it has to be represented as something real. So therefore, we're going to have to prove the thing that's in question, right? It's still in question. You have to understand that. So the first bullet point goes into it being a representation. But once again, description of a scientific model is telling us already it's a representation. So right on its face in the first bullet point, it's not able to be, you can't prove it. Because that's the thing that's in question already. So it's telling you that it's not the real thing, but it has to be a representation of it, meaning they have to know that it is what they're saying it is. You guys follow? That's the issue that we're having here. Based on many more of these bullet points, it doesn't follow. All right. It's based, number 2 bullet point, it's based on evidence. A model is based on our current understanding of the natural world, which comes from scientific observations and experiments. Now, when does the globe fit into that bullet point? It does not, right? That's the answer to that. It does not fit into there. So it falls short of it being a model which is based on our current understanding because there is no evidence for it. If it was a geometric shape, we could measure it, test it, verify it, falsify it, and easily come out with the understanding that it is a globe through and through. All of our tests would conclude that it is a globe. And, we don't have to argue about it anymore. But that's not the case. It does not stand to be true, right? So that's the second bullet point. And so going through these, by one of these, it falls short. So it's not even true. But I'm showing you by each way, it's falling. That's the second bullet point. Let's go to the third one, right? It's predictive. A model can be used to make predictions about what will happen in the future given certain conditions. Now, what is being made as a prediction, I ask you? Now, there is an idea, right, that eclipses are predictable, certain phenomena in the sky and so on because of the globe. Well, which could be argued, right, that it's not just that those models that have been constructed have been done before the globe came into existence. People have been looking up into the heavens and they were post-dicting all of the things that were happening so they could make their predictions. Things in the heaven are cyclical in nature. They repeat. So they're repeatable things that happen over time. And because of that, they had these understandings of what the heavens were doing long before the globe was even into conception, before it was even thought about. There was people already understood the heavens, right? So like the Soros cycle, that's being something that NASA is using currently and to make the predictions of the eclipses. So that has already its foundation long before the Earth came along. So predictive by what? The globe Earth wasn't predicting anything that wasn't predicted way before. So prediction out the window, right? And the last one, the fourth bullet point, it's testable. A model can be tested by comparing its predictions to the real world. If the predictions are not accurate, the model needs to be revised or rejected. Well, we already know that the predictions came from time before the Earth was already put into an idea. So we already have our predictions that don't need a globe. So what is the globe good for? It's not testable. We're not testing the globe. We're just testing the predictions based on something prior to the globe's existence. There it is. All 4 bullet points gone by the wayside. So it has nothing to give us whatsoever based on the scientific model representation. There you have it. So going back to what they previously stated, a scientific model was, it's fine. They can say whatever they want, a geoid, an oblate spheroid, the model of the atmosphere, whatever it is, but they do not have the evidence to represent something in reality as it was based on evidence, predictability, and testability. You can't do any of that because when we are looking into that, there's no evidence that the Earth is a globe because, like I said, drop over distance has not been measured. These are all calculations and assumptions. That's it. This is the issue with these guys. They think they know what's going on. So when a scientific model of the globe Earth gets invoked, you could save what I just sent you, right? Because I sent this to everybody in the chat. You can copy and paste that, turn it into a text, and once you do meet somebody, show them the bullet points, right? Go through it with them, because that is it's important because they think that it is scientific model and based on the previous information that I was talking about. When you look it up, a scientific model, they were talking about the oblate spheroid and the geoid model. These are two that are commonly used as scientific models of the globe. But when examined, right, because they're both very different from each other. They're not the same. You can't say, no, they're both the same. They both explain the globe. No, they're different. They have different use cases. But it doesn't talk about reality when you go to see what a scientific model is, once again. So there you have it. Does anybody have any questions on that? And over time, if you're brand new to this chat, that's all it amounts to, is that just understand when somebody says something, there's implications to what they say. If there's evidence, then tell them to show it. Because the only thing we're concerned with at this point is for them to produce the evidence that it is a globe. That's all. I don't know. But what do you guys think? The scientific model has been tossed around in this chat quite often with these guys. But even though somebody said something about it, it doesn't matter. If it's not a scientific model, then you can't use it. Not in the way they want to.
Yep, it has to be tested by experiment.
Yeah, that was one of the key components of it, the second bullet point.
Yeah.
Scientific,
yeah.
scientific observations and experiments. That's the way it was used. So
Yeah. Best way to validate something that's that has to go through the scientific method is to validate through systematic experiments.
And this is very plain on the second bullet point of what it's telling you what a scientific model is. So once again, like we go back to where it's talking about what a scientific model is. So somebody's got their wires crossed, right? The pseudoscientists of today don't understand what a scientific model is because they wouldn't say the Earth is one. But yet they are saying it's one. And all the predictive power of it, like eclipses and seasons and all of that, they're doing it based off other models, right? Post-predicted models of the solar cycle, for example, cyclical patterns. That stuff was already there before globe came along. They're just hijacking that and saying the globe has predictive power. That's the sleight of hand that you guys don't notice if you think the Earth is a globe.
I like to use that against them though, because the globe is supposed to predict the distance from the observer to the horizon, and we don't see that in reality.
Well, that's no wonder, because we're asking them what is one of the things that I think people ask you, what are you looking for, flat earther? What are you searching for? And if you answer them in a very quick, short manner, I'm looking for the predictive power of the Earth's geometry per the globe. Because that predictive power, where the geometry should be, is not there. And what's even worse, they'll say, well, we ought to account for refraction. Nah, it's not going to save you. Because if you understand what refraction is, you wouldn't be saying that. You would not be saying that. Refraction denotes something very specific, right? Especially what we understand it to be. And that's understood already. There's no dispute. We're not going to talk about refraction in a way that we don't understand, because it's very clearly outlined by Snell's law. Right? Let me see. We can have some images here. By the way, is there any questions about this? Let me post this in the chat. This is the image of what refraction looks like. And it's always going to be that, right? It's when something crosses the boundary of two mediums, right? When the two mediums boundaries line is crossed, the optical density of the object crossing the boundary is going to change. So much so that you'll see a drastically change. It looks very different underwater than it does above. That is refraction, my friends. That's refraction. What you see there. That's what it is. And if you were to say that, hold a pencil up in the air, now try to apply refraction to it, the same you would with two when it crosses the boundary of those two mediums, you wouldn't get a different optical density. It only happens when refraction occurs in the manner that it does with in line with Snell's law. It's a law. It always happens. Do you guys see the difference? And they try to do the old 23 skidoo when they tell you that, no, you can have different mediums in air. No, you cannot. Air is made up of the same constituent parts, no matter if it's dense or light. Doesn't matter. My dog. Sorry. Do you guys get it? Like about that? That's the most difficult part, I guess I would say.
Do the proportions of the constituent parts of air change in some times? You know.
It just depends on what. Yeah, you could say it this way, Kenny. It depends on what place there are. Like, so you can have a mixture of different gases in the air, and then qualify that to be, two medium, right? So, for example, chemicals that are put. I would say like this, dude. Like, not foreign, but like, a factory producing chemicals over a certain area, and it's like. It's producing this smoke that's not naturally found in Earth's air. So like the air that Earth has, and then around it there's this dense smoke, or it's different than the constituent parts that make up air. Then yeah, that would be a different medium, but that would qualify it as that, right? So there's other factors.
Lead.
Yes, there's other factors that could determine why the air is not the same composition as it was. Let's say over where there doesn't have any other things involved. But when it does have that, then you could qualify that. Other than that, you can't. Like, making an observation, let's say over the ocean, you can't say there's a different type of medium. You know what I mean?
I mean, that depends how you classify a different type of medium. Like,
well, the constituent parts of what make that specific medium. That's how.
Right. So you can have air that has no triethyl lead in it. Right. Would you say that
my dogs are going? Yeah, my dogs are going crazy. I can't answer you.
Okay. Is your dog calm now?
You'll hear him in the background. But yeah, go ahead.
So, if you have air that has triethyl lead in it, for example, and then you have some air that does not have triethyl lead in it, would you classify those two airs as being different?
Yeah, give me a scenario so that we can. Oh, hang on.
The air over a urban sprawling environment that has a lot of motor vehicles from the 60s.
Oh, like smog? You mean like smog? Is that what you're talking about?
No. Specifically from the 60s, because they used triethyl lead in order to get a better and quote unquote cleaner burn with less engine knocking, right? And then you have, for example, the air that is inside of a forested area close to the coastline. That one does not have any triethyl lead in it, mostly because there are no motor vehicles around, right? So those two different kinds of air, you agree, right? They are different kinds of air because one is made up of different parts to the other.
Gee whiz. Yeah.
I think it'd be easier to say, like, what's the difference between a state of matter and a medium of matter, right? Like a state of matter, you could say your solids, liquids, and gases, and so on. And then you could say a medium is just, it could be the same sort of matter, same state of matter, but just a variation in like, for instance, density. Or
no, that doesn't qualify it though, Britt. That doesn't qualify it. Kenny was more along the lines of trying to get it to qualify as a different medium. So, for example, like you have a heavier gas within it, like the gas itself is a different. It's made up of different constituent parts of the gas previously that was around it. So, just for example, right, you can use any other type of gas, right? Propane, sulfur hexafluoride, just anything else, right? that doesn't qualify it to be the same thing as air. Because we're not breathing propane, we're not breathing sulfur hexafluoride, so it's a different gas. No, what I'm saying is, what I'm telling you is the concentration levels of it, and so when something dissipates, right? When something dissipates,
concentration levels.
Yeah, that's gonna matter, right? So if something is more concentrated, you're gonna be able to distinguish it from it.
Right.
What's the word I'm looking for? And I know this is probably a bad word to say, but stratify. It will, and so do you get what I'm saying?
So I think I understand what you're saying. So
Okay.
the air, right, acts differently upon things that pass through it, dependent on the proportions and the densities of different materials within the air.
Yeah, but the composition cannot be the same. If it is, let's just take for example, the composition of the air is the same, only denser, right? That doesn't qualify it. It has to be of a different constituent parts. So if it's, I'll take for example like this. Have you guys ever seen like a forest fire, or like, so when the firefighters are just let me get this out, guys. So it's like a forest fire, or when they're fighting fires, the smoke and the, like the way it's not the same as breathable air. Like you're gonna get something else mixed in there, just high concentrations of other things. Well, if you were to shine a laser through that air, it would bend downward. Did you guys know that? Like this is like something that could be done. It's tested. It's an extreme example, and we're not breathing that, so it's not the same as breathing breathable air. It's like the variance of what the levels of those, because you can have trace amounts, but it's not going to be concentrated to the point where it's actually causing an effect. It doesn't make up. So with gases are a little bit different, right? You can't look at it something static. It's fluid, so it's going to intermix. Am I talking too much? I don't know. You guys are following me? I don't know where you guys are at. Like what's up? Like,
right. So you can have the same effect if you increase the humidity in air. It makes it almost impossible to breathe.
right? Okay, so what differs from that to what I said? What is the difference between those two?
Well, the only difference is you don't need to have a forest fire for it to happen.
No. You're okay. The difference is the levels of the constituent parts. Like you're saying that in the one case I have something that was not in breathable air, and then the other case I don't. Right? One air is harder to breathe because of its density. The other one is harder to breathe because of its constituent parts.
What do you mean? There's more air in it because of density, or more water in it because of density? Is that what you're saying?
No. Like on a hot day, it's hot wind. It's hot air you're breathing. It's not smoky air. It's not smoky air. It's not something. It's not a poisonous gas. It's air.
Does that change the density?
Okay, so the density of the object is not what it's in question right now. What's in question right now is the operation of Snell's law per what it's supposed to be, of what we understand it to be, right? So if you're gonna say that it's a different medium, you have to qualify it to be one. So if you say, for example, in breathable air, there's trace amounts, like not saying this completely, of something else, you would still need to have the density come into factor. Like if you were to say something like because we have different things that happen throughout the air, right? So I can even say that there's other things that are not air in air, right? But when we start to have things like, because air is fluid and so are gases, so we're gonna have to understand they're the same. But what I mean to say is we have a fluctuation. There's not a static way to say, okay, we see a layer cake of this dense chemical mixture, and then we got breathable air over here. You don't see that. Everything's either small trace amounts or it's heavily seen. Like you can actually see the actual air look different. It's because something that's not supposed to be in the air is in it. Like you were saying, whatever chemical compound you were telling me about. So it doesn't matter what it is, so long as it's concentrated, it's going to change the medium. It will be a different medium because it's now something else that's not breathable air. Are you guys following me? Am I losing you? Because I understand what you're saying about density, but that doesn't qualify. It's still one medium. What qualifies it is now you're going to be able to distinguish between that breathable air and not. And then you would say that thing over there has different constituent parts like that are showing itself. It's causing a reaction. Then you can say there's things that affect people because of that gas. It's not breathable air. It's something else. Did I lose you guys? I mean, it's what I'm saying is the mediums, if they're different, yes, you can have refraction. Like I told you, with the smoky air, like these forest fires, when shining a light through them, it bends the light. That's you can see that. It's an extreme example, but we're not breathing that every day. Hello? This thing
I
on?
feel like you didn't understand what I was
I
trying to
did.
get at.
You're trying to qualify density, and it's not the qualifier. It will never be.
Right. It's an extreme situation that you have to induce to have
Yes.
some optical effects, but it still
Yes.
doesn't qualify for refraction.
Exactly. That's
what
it.
qualifies as extreme?
Well, I showed you a forest fire.
So something like abnormal that you wouldn't expect to have in the air.
Yeah, not breathable air. Correct. Not breathable air. Or okay. I mean, we can say things like smog. Like inner city. There's this like thick layer of like I don't know what gases. Or you're dealing with other things, right? You got factories. You got other stuff, and it changes the medium. The medium which once was breathable air is now something else you're breathing, right? And so things look different. The optical density looks different. You can't see farther. Like it obstructs. It does things right in the far distance. Do you guys agree with me or not? Or am I just like? Is anybody here?
I'm with you.
Okay.
What would be the explanation? Okay, just like I don't know if this is going to be.
But I want the Globers to say they understand because otherwise, you guys.
I understand what you're saying. Like
Okay.
like an abnormal event in the air will produce the effect of
Sure.
refraction.
Yeah. Oh, have you seen like even I'll say it this way. The best way to say this is I would say the forest fires from Canada. There's some you can look on weather charts and some of them show like areas more concentrated or whatever. And in the times that you can see it really smoky outside, but it's not smog or fog, or excuse me, it's not fog. It's that forest fire. The smoke from there. So when in America, North America, we would experience days where you could see the sun looking super orange, like orange through that. And they would tell you that if you're outside, breathing this air, it could be hazardous for those people who have conditions, like breathing conditions. So that composition was not breathable air, right? I mean, we're saying that because we're seeing the effects of light through it. The sunlight through it is not the same sunlight we would see on a clear day. The optical density of that light shining, the sun shining through that, changed. Do you guys get it? I feel like maybe you do, but you really want to advocate for the globe so badly that you'll try to find a way around what I'm saying.
I just joined,
So-
but like to me, it just sounds like you're saying like there's different kinds of air, and you sometimes call them different things. I don't disagree with that, but I don't really know what meaningful insight there is there.
You came in probably a little bit late to the game. That's all.
I did, but you're
So-
really asking for confirmation, so that's the best I can give you.
Yeah, based upon what you heard in the last 5 minutes.
Yes.
But yeah, okay.
True.
It's just people are going ahead and labeling something as refraction when it's something else.
It's something else, yeah.
Qualify as refraction. Refraction has its own qualifiers, its own boxes to check to be such a thing. And what you're using as examples and labeling it refraction, it isn't refraction.
It's not.
If it-
Yeah.
Wait, all refraction is just like light bouncing of like other particles. That's
No,
literally
that's incorrect.
refraction.
That's incorrect. That's
At the
incorrect.
very core, that's what it is.
No,
How am I
no, sir.
correct?
No, sir. That's incorrect.
You guys talking
Look-
about the balloons
look-
in the sky?
Hang on, Don. We got like 2 other conversations going on. Let at least one kind of settle. So, Dakabai, can you please look up Snell's law for me, please?
But I'm not
If you
gonna
want
Google
to,
at your
if
behest.
okay,
Just
well
to
you don't.
make your
Then
argument, and I'll make my
then you don't. Then you can remain ignorant on the fact and don't have a contribution to this argument.
Okay. I
It's
will
simple.
look up one thing for you.
All
Snell's
right,
law. Is
Snell's
that what
law.
you said?
Yes, and then read it out if you can. We'll all follow along. Let's say.
Snell's law.
Yeah.
NYC.gov.
I don't
Snell's
know if there's a difference
testimony?
between. Sorry, I don't know.
How
There's
does
here.
the Snell rule?
No, hang on. There's
Is there no Wikipedia article?
no. Hang
Hey,
on a second.
DJ,
You
hit it.
here, physicsclassroom.com. Some just easy to
Okay,
pull up, but
what
here
is physicsclassroom.com?
I'll put the. I don't know if I can put links here. Hang on.
Just like, is there no Wikipedia article of Snell's law?
Just yeah. Can you just click on that? It's the same. It's not gonna change because somebody said
Oh.
Snell's law different. It's the same law. It's a law, bro. It's
Oh,
not gonna
Snell's
change.
law. I thought you said
Yes.
Snow. Okay, Snell's law. Let's see. Snell's law, known as the
Yes.
Snell-Descartes law. Blah blah blah. It's a formula used to describe the relationship between angles of incidence and refraction. When light or other waves pass through a boundary between different isotropic media, such water. Yeah, I'm actually familiar with this concept. I don't know
Okay.
the name, but I'm familiar
Let me
with the
post.
concept.
Let me post
Okay,
it. What it is. I'll post what it is in the text chat and an example of it right below it.
Okay,
Are you gonna answer my question or no?
Yeah, but I am answering your question because. Hang on,
Dokebi,
Kenny.
can
Go
I
ahead.
just
Do you
real
want to say
quick? I
something?
just want to talk to Dokebi real quick. If
What's
you've
up?
never been here before, just be prepared. It's gonna be special. Just
Yeah, I can tell.
be
I mean,
sure that you're
it's a flat
relaxed
earther
because
chat,
these
of
people
course.
are
It's
incredibly fucking retarded, and it's amazing.
sure. Let's go. I'm here for it. I'm playing a
All
video
right.
game in the meantime. My ADHD is under control. We got this.
All right. Can you see the example I put under refraction?
Well, we got this guy going in and out.
You have the glass of water.
Yeah, hang on, Dockaby. I gotta handle something. All right. So
Yeah,
if
but
somebody's coming in and out, you could turn just for the room. You could turn off the sound that it makes when somebody joins and leaves. You could turn that off so you don't hear that. So if somebody's coming in and out, it doesn't bother your ears anymore. You could turn that off in your settings. I would advise anybody that's in here to do that now so that doesn't bother you. You can come in and out and it won't bother you.
Notifications.
Yep. Go to notifications, turn it off. You could turn that sound off. All right. Continue, Dockaby.
Yeah, I was just saying. I see the glass with the pencil in it. Yes, very
Mhm.
cool. I'm aware of that it being a thing. Yes.
How does it? Why does that happen the way it does according to Snell's law?
According to Snell's law, well, I don't know why you specifically quizzing me this. Like, I have how would I say this? Like, I have a non-academic understanding of why this happens. Now, if you ask me how this happens according to Snell's law, it sounds to me like you want a very specific definition of me that I don't think I can give you. So how about you just tell me instead of like playing 10 questions with me?
Well, I only did it. You know what? I was just being nice, Dockaby, because
Sure,
I don't want to. I don't want to speak at you, bro. I don't want to speak at you. I don't want to tell you like you don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
I
I'm
actually.
stupid and dumb.
I
Please
don't
tell
care
me.
about that. What I was doing was I was giving you the opportunity to say what if you know what it is. That's what happens in a conversation. I was being a gentleman about it. But you think
Thank
I'm being
you.
a dick
I
by not
appreciate
telling
it.
you?
No, I
Well, that's what
appreciate
I'm
it a lot.
saying, bro.
Thank you.
Regardless of what Kenny said, and then he made it sound like people are just stupid because they think something. That's a hang on,
I know what
Dockaby.
Kenny said.
I know, but let me just justify something. That's the essence of a bigot. When somebody tells you that people are stupid just based on something that they believe, that's the essence of a bigot. That's what he was showing right there.
True.
For the whole room. So it doesn't bother me, but at the same time, I want to address the conversation on a case by case scenario. I want to make sure that you either get something out of it, and I'm not trying to talk down to you or anything. I want you to at least.
When I do that, and when I have an honest debate, I generally just make my arguments to the best of my ability, and then like have the other
Okay.
person do the same. You know, that's how I do that. But sure, continue.
All right.
So you're gonna explain to me how this works according to Snell's law, I imagine.
Right. And of course, there's a formula that follows it. But if you could see what Snell's law is, when an object traverses the two mediums, right? It's two isotropic mediums, and it also goes into another one. So in the case of this pencil right now, it's actually going through the medium of air into the glass. So you have one portion going into the glass, and then from the glass it goes into the water, right? So from your perspective on the side view, you're seeing the pencil. But when it goes to as the pencil's being lowered, imagine this in your mind's eye, right? The pencil's being lowered into the glass. As soon as it traverses the layer of the glass, it changes the optical density of the object immediately, because it changed it. It changed it because now you're seeing it through glass. That's a different medium.
Well, it doesn't change the object itself, I would say.
No,
It
no,
changes
no,
your
no,
perception
no,
of the
no, no, no,
object.
no. Listen,
Do you think it
listen.
changes the object?
Dakabai. Listen. The
I am.
optical density of the medium changes the perspective of the object. I'll say it again. You want me to?
Well, instead of just repeating the words again,
Did you get
like,
it?
you can just answer.
Did you get it though?
I don't know, because I don't know what you
Okay.
mean by the words that you said. I would
Okay,
I would know more
right.
easily if you just
Well,
answered
for
my
the example, right? It can just show you that when you start lowering the pencil down into the glass,
Okay.
it looks like, okay, let's start from scratch. You hold a pencil in the air and I show you a pencil, right? Only the pencil. That's all I'm showing you. It
Cool.
looks like something, right? That you can identify and you can see it. Once I lower it down into where you could see, if you're looking at the glass sideways, right?
Yes.
Once I pass the glass barrier, like once it goes into the, like before it touches the water, right before it touches the water, you could see it change. Like it looks different because it passed through the glass.
Yes.
Either you could see it looking a little bit more, I don't know, bigger, smaller, whatever. It looks a little bit different when it goes in, when you're seeing it through the glass. Then when I lower it further past the glass into the water, it actually changes even more because water has a different optical density than the air. So as it traverses the boundary of air to water, or excuse me, air to glass to water, it's going to change drastically the optical density of the object. So it looks different. Do you agree?
It looks different in a glass compared to like not in a glass, and in a glass of water compared to an empty glass. Yes, I agree. It looks different.
Yes. Yeah, that's what Snell's law is.
Okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now we've established what Snell's law is.
Yes.
Continue.
Okay, so the application of it it's defined by this specific method of understanding two isotropic medias and the layer between those two, the boundary. Once it's traversed by an object, it changes the optical density of the object, meaning it looks different.
Sure.
Okay, so that's established. But if I was to tell you that in air, that pencil is going to change optical density, would that be true?
Like as compared to what? Change like
as compared to as compared to me putting it into the water and the glass.
Sure, it's different.
No. What I'm saying is, if I don't put it in the glass, if I just hold it up in front of you and say, "This is now going to change right now," it changed optical density. Just by me stating it changed. Would you believe me?
It changed because you said it changed? No, I would not just believe you because you said so.
What would need to happen for the pencil to look different?
What would need to happen for the pencil to look different?
According to Snell's law.
Medium.
Right. That is correct. That is correct. So other than that, we're not saying anything different than that. So Flat Earth is basically behind this law. So yeah, you came a little bit.
What
do you mean?
What
do you mean?
How's Flat Earth behind this law? Like,
what do you mean?
And like this, I don't know what you mean by it being a law. Like all this really describes is that light. So because we were talking about refraction, right? That's when I joined, right?
This is
not even this is a form of refraction. Sure,
it's not a form. It is the refraction. It's a law, bro. It's a law. It means that it doesn't change for you or me or anybody.
Hold on. So like.
Because we say
so. Define some things, right? So now I want to know your definition of some things. When you say it's a law, what do you mean by that?
It always happens.
Is that your definition of a law? It is a thing that always happens?
Yes. Other than that, you can't. You don't know that. You don't know. Okay, so you want to cut me off and just go ahead. You go ahead. Cut me off.
Okay.
Finish.
So, I asked you a yes or no question, right? So like, I would disagree with you that a law is a thing that never changes. I would say that a law is.
That's my point.
Okay. I would. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying I disagree with you. Yes, correct.
Disagree with that?
Yes, because
Okay.
law is a description of our understanding of, like, in this context, like the physical universe, right? Like we observe a thing happening a certain way, so we describe that in like a short form, generally when it's a law, right? And then we call it a law, right? That doesn't mean it never changes, right? Because like sometimes we
Okay.
acknowledge that a description was wrong, so we like make a new law that's more like appropriate, right?
Make a new law. When has Snell's
Yes.
law changed to make a new law?
I'm not saying Snell's law has changed. Like I'm
What
just like
law has
asking your
changed?
definition.
What law has
What
changed
law
for you
has
to?
changed?
Yeah, for you to say that.
Like any Newtonian like physics basically, because
That's
like
not
we
a.
understood what?
That's not a law. That's a theory.
No, they like. Okay, hold on. I will Google something for you.
Do you know? I've been around this a long time. To trust me, there's nothing you're gonna show me now that I haven't seen. But I'm saying,
Well,
when we
no,
speak of
like
laws, we're
yes.
talking about things that do not change. Now, when you
Okay.
say it's going to change later, then where's the evidence for it? Other than
Okay.
that, you're just saying things, Dakabai.
Newton's laws of motion, right? 1. A body remains at rest or in motion at a constant speed in a straight line, unless acted upon by force. 2. When a body is acted on by a net force, the body acceleration is multiplied by mass is equal to the net force. If two bodies exert forces on each other, these forces have the same magnitude but opposite directions, right? You probably agree this is a law, right? You agree with Newtonian physics?
The
Yes, no?
gravitational average, I agree with, but the underlying premise of why you consider it to be Newtonian laws, like you have to outline them by the naturally occurring phenomena that gets negated. So, what naturally occurring phenomena would you say outlines what you just read?
Well, I'm just asking if you agree with Newton's
I
laws of
agree
motion.
with something that is a law pertaining to the natural and physical world. What natural and physical phenomena is agreeing with that statement that you say changes? It has to make.
I don't know what you mean by that.
So it has to make. Okay, so for it to be a law, it's got to be a naturally occurring phenomena that happens in the real world. It's not something men wax philosophical about. It has
No,
to
it
be
is,
something.
as you would say, it is something men wax philosophically bad because
All right.
ultimately, like, it's something good in speech, so necessarily it's something from humans.
So when
right?
you make a statement because you think you know something, right? It doesn't matter what it is, but then that statement needs to be true. If it's not true that is the case, then it's negated by something else, right? Like you said, it could be negated in the future, right? Isn't that what you're saying?
Yeah, like I guess
Okay.
like I'm saying we don't have access to like objective reality, right? So like we can only do our best
Well,
to
we're
like
living in it.
observe.
We're living in it.
Well, we may or may not, but that aside, right?
Ah, well, there's something deeper than it's a fundamental issue in our
Sure.
understanding
Let's
of
just say there's
reality.
an objective. Let's just say there's an objective reality for the purpose of this discussion.
Okay.
Right. So there's an objective reality, right? But like you and I cannot know it, correct?
What do you mean? You and I cannot know
I
it.
cannot know objective reality because I have a sense perception that's flawed, just as you do, I imagine. Correct?
Incorrect. No, incorrect.
You have access to the objective world?
Yes, I do. I'm in it right now.
Hell, how do you do that?
Simple. Are we talking on Discord? Just
Do
answer.
you have access to the
I have
objective
two.
reality of Discord?
I have two questions. Are we talking on Discord? Just answer them honestly.
Well, it depends
It's
on.
pertinent.
So like
it's pertinent to the
Sure,
information we're talking
sure.
about. Okay.
I'm answering. Do you
All
want
right.
my answer?
We're talking on Discord. You agree, right?
Well, I like it depends on your definition of Discord, right?
Well, you went straight into the idea that we're not, or are we? Just from the basis of you saying I logged into
Just trying to
Discord.
answer your question.
I know. I logged into Discord. I'm actually talking right now on the program called Discord. Does that make sense?
Well, that makes sense to me, yeah, but I have my
Okay.
own understanding of Discord, right? I don't know if that's coherent with your understanding of Discord. 'Cause
Yeah,
I don't
we're
have access
both.
to your mind.
Me and you both have to be on the same platform in order for us to be talking on Discord.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're missing the point. I am saying that I don't know what you think Discord is. So when you ask me, well, are you talking
Discord-
about the platform called Discords? Then like
Yeah.
I have to say, well, according to me, that is something I would say, but I don't know if that's coherent to what your mind conceives
All
as,
right.
as Discord.
So let's say for the sake of this argument, we both agree that we're talking on Discord to save us a lot of that hemming and hawing.
I think it's important,
Right?
but sure.
I don't, because the only way that it's just like saying I called you on the telephone. When I call you on the telephone, are we both talking on the telephone?
Yes, that's true, but like the problem here is that like a telephone is an easily understandable thing, right? But at the same time, even with that example, a telephone could be like an old dial-up phone. It could be like a cell phone. You know, it can be a computer sometimes where you call someone on Skype, right? That could also be seen as a telephone in different circumstances.
So any communications device, right? If we say that we're talking over it, even pertinent to this particular topic, we're talking on a device that helps us communicate with each other, and they called it Discord. So I had to log into Discord today. So did you. Once we logged in, we're able to talk on Discord. There, I laid a foundation now, so it's pretty clear.
Cool.
Okay, so we're talking on Discord based on what I just said.
To the best of my understanding, we are.
Okay. Now the second question. This one's a doozy. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord?
No, I am not.
And there you have it. Are you 99.99999% sure you're talking on Discord?
Like I probably somewhere around there. Sure.
Okay. So you are a 99%er, which means everything of your worldview is had you've been compromised. Your worldview is compromised. You don't know what's true anymore. Everything that we are talking about and everything we're saying.
True.
Yes, we
like,
do.
In this
Yes, we do.
absolute sense.
Yes, we do.
Can you tell me how you know that?
Yeah.
That was my original question. You know, that's the tangent you went on. So now I'd like an answer on my question.
Yeah. So our senses, the things that you're saying are not reliable are the reasons why I'm saying it's reliable. Because you've been programmed. You don't know this, right? You really don't. Coming into the argument,
I don't really want to know about myself being programmed anymore. I just want you to prove. I would want you just to prove the reliability of your sense perception. Can you do that?
It's easy. It's easy.
Well, I don't want to know whether it's easy or not. I just want to like have you prove it.
Well, I was going to tell you as you interrupted. You interrupted though when I was going to tell you. It's
I'm sorry.
easy. Yeah, it's easy because whenever you go into the real world, your senses tell you things that help you negotiate this earth in order so that you can stay out of harm's way.
You were going to prove it.
I guess you don't allow me to finish saying. That's okay. you want to formulate your own ending. Yeah, it is.
You're saying it's easy. You're not proving it. There's a difference. So that's why I'm interrupting you.
So when you use your senses and they help you negotiate this earth so that you can understand, let's say, how to build, how to stay away from stay out of harm's way, anything that you need them to be reliable on, they're pretty damn reliable, I would say.
They're not 100% reliable, which is the entire fucking point.
No, the point is that when you need to rely on
when you don't know if it's real or not.
Yeah, but it's a dream that you entered a different state. You can't qualify that as the awake state, which you're in right now.
Sometimes when it's really dark in my room, right where I sit here, sometimes I get this feeling there's like some like entity behind me, and I get like scared and I turn around for a second. And it's like, holy shit, no, there's actually nothing. Why am I being so insanely stupid about that? You know, and then like I just continue on with my life. But that does still happen. That doesn't feel really reliable to me.
But you're having something that interferes. So there's other things that can negate that by having a symptom, right? So when you're saying, let's say when you're feverish or you're taking medication or any other thing that could negate the fact that you could rely, like even when you drink, for goodness sakes, everybody understands when you become enabled to understand that you can't rely on your senses anymore. That's because something is negating that. Something is interfering with your senses. Now, I'm not talking about that because we all understand conditions, states of that people can be in, right? Can we not?
No, like people the example I gave you was in a perfectly healthy mental state.
No, it's not. Dark. Listen, because when you are thinking about things, that's your worldview of someone being healthy should be something where you feel confident. There's a lot of things that reassure you, like the day. And then when you feel like something is amiss, or you could be overthinking something, stress is the reason why. Like there's contributing factors to the reasons why that you're not being in a well state.
But
yes or no?
There's always
yes or no, Dakabai?
Yes, always.
Okay.
There are always external factors.
Right. But when you're in a sober mind, right, and you're getting
No,
into
but
your
that
car.
isn't a sober mind. There's a difference between
What
always
I'm trying to outline is something that you don't want to let me outline, right?
No, you're
You
trying
want
to
to
play
keep
fast and loose with the terms that you're using.
no. So when somebody's traveling somewhere, right? Let's say you're going to the supermarket and you didn't see somebody crossing and you hit the brakes, right? Because you just like woke up out of like this thing you were thinking about. Okay? So something was contributing to something negating those the fact that you can't be aware. So your senses were being dulled by something else, right? So then you like snapped out of it. Oh crap! Like you hit the brakes because you just realized. Other times, because you're so consumed by something else that your senses are so supremely dulled that you can get into an accident, like texting while you're driving, like other things,
I mean,
right?
that's all possible, but that's
Yeah.
like the example I gave you.
So when you are in a sober mind state, you're alert, you're awake. It keeps you pretty damn away from harm's way. Your senses do.
I love how you
And they're
say
reliable.
pretty darn, right? Like, would you say
Yeah.
that every time someone like got killed by like their environment, it's because they were in like adult like state of sense perception?
No, you already know there's other things that they were unaware of, dude. So that doesn't qualify that. But what I'm saying, the thing that we're speaking of is the person themselves being aware of their surroundings, and then they get either too stressed or something's worrying their mind or something. They feel like somebody's touching their shoulder. You know, other things are going to interfere. But what I'm saying is when
But
somebody's
that interference always exists in the world.
so there is factors, right? And then there's a way to get back, center yourself, right? There's a way to center yourself, but then people.
I don't think so.
You don't think
I-
so because you might live in a world of disarray where it's hard to see that could be a possibility, and I can see that
As
in
do
many
you.
many different scenarios for people's lives. They live in a state of disarray, but have they been put into a place where they could center themselves and feel like they can come back to peace in their mind? They could be able
This
to
is not
understand
about
that.
the esoteric concept of peace or whatever.
not.
I'm literally just telling you about like you look at something, right? And like have you never? Okay, let's make it more simple. Have you like never read a book in a sober state of mind and misread a word?
Misread?
Yes, like read a word that isn't actually there, but your mind thought it was there because you have unreliable sense perception.
Well, I wouldn't say it's unreliable because you wouldn't be able to read.
Well, no, I'm asking you if you've ever had that happen to you. Did you ever misread a word in your life in a sober state of mind?
I couldn't give you an example because I don't know what that would look like. As far as like saying a word that wasn't there and then you repeat it back to them like, yeah, I know what I was saying, and then you look again and it's not the word
You
you
don't
were
know what
saying
it
wasn't
means
there.
to misread a word?
Well, I mean, in what context? I mean, you're feeling like you want to go into an
reading a
area.
book.
Yeah.
You don't know that experience of misreading a words? You're like a
Yeah,
perfect
I know
reader?
I know what you're talking about, but I'm saying
Okay.
and how does this relate to what you're saying?
Well, it's just sense perception being unreliable.
It's not that it's not that it's unreliable because it's not unreliable because you would be able to discern the fact that you did misread it. If you didn't know that, then you wouldn't know that you misread it. So your senses were reliable in the final instance because you're like, oh shit, I misread that, or you could have, you know what I mean? Like if you didn't
I know what I
know,
mean. But
yeah.
like now, my next question will be: do you think every word from every book, like the final interpretation that you have made, do you think that was accurate?
What are you saying? Like the person
So I'm
conveying the
basically
message?
asking you: have you ever misread something from a book, right? But you never realized you misread
No,
it.
I think you're
up to
talking
this
about
day?
misinterpret. What you're trying to say is
I'm
misinterpret.
saying misread. Literally a different word than what was there, or a different sentence. Yes, that is what I mean. Or do you think you have like perfect reading of every book you have ever read in your
Here's
life?
what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. So if somebody goes into that framework of saying that, then they could be thinking of, look, what I'm saying too, man, is there's bias towards saying. So like if you read something and you get into the book or whatever and you're passionate about it,
trying to squirm your way out of it.
No, I'm not squirming. I'm giving guys, can you please let me finish having this guy? All right, Doc, if somebody please just let me finish saying this to this guy. It's kind of hard, guys. So when you read something, right, and you're into it for whatever, you read a couple of chapters and you really want the story to go a certain way, your interpretation and misreading something is going to be due to the fact that you want some word or something to change, not be like maybe the antagonist that you were looking at survives or something, and you want the protagonist to do something. And so when you're going through the chapters, you misread it because you're so emotional. Your emotional state takes over, and you don't want it to be a certain way. Something might contribute to that, but it's not due to the fact that you didn't see it. It's the fact that you didn't want to. Your emotional state would dull your senses,
really?
like at that point. Yeah.
You're really saying that it's impossible for you to see something with your eyes and, like, quote unquote, in your mind.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
You did say that it's like not you misread something, but it's like you're in a different emotional state. So you read the right thing, but then your mind reinterprets it as something else. Is what you're saying?
Well,
I
I'm
still
saying
think is unreliable sense perception.
No.
But still, like like
no,
hill
because you're
dying on.
hanging your hat. You're hanging your hat on the fact that
I'm
we
not
can't
hanging
discern.
any hats.
Yeah,
I'm just
because
like-
listen. When I tell you about physical and now we're gonna go into the physical natural world because you start looking at words in the books and that's fine because that's like perception. That's people identifying that certain interpretations can mean something else and they can get emotional about that. That's fine. But what we're talking about specifically is the physical and natural world, the tangible world that you and I exist in. So if somebody was to tell you
I'm just talking
what
about
is
sense
Dakabai, if somebody was to tell you what are you doing right now, and you're like, I think I'm driving a car down the road, and you're like, what do you mean? You can't rely on your senses? You're like, no, I can't rely on my senses. I could be swimming in an ocean. You could be saying things like that, and then everybody's gonna be like, okay, well, Dakabai is the kind of guy that can't rely on his senses, so he could be swimming in an ocean. He could be a potted plant of a petunia sitting on a shelf somewhere. Like you don't know your reality. This is the issue with you because your senses are completely gone by the wayside, and furthermore, people can dictate to you what your senses are telling you. Actually, like I don't see a globe. But they're telling me when they go to space, they see a globe, and then therefore the Earth is a globe. And so your worldview is constructed by those unreliable people that you claim to say are reliable. In this case, you're actually burning down the house. You're saying
making,
nobody's.
like, so many arguments. This is gonna be like.
Well,
hard
it's simple, Dakabai. It's
No,
simple.
it's not simple.
Because you don't.
You're making arguments
Because
that,
you
like,
don't want
the
people.
reality of others,
You
of
don't.
my
You
own
do not want to
sense
rely on
You're
your
talking about,
senses.
like, the scientific consensus.
Yeah,
no, like,
you
I
don't
never
see.
said that.
You don't want to rely on your
You're
senses. You
putting
rather
so
rely
many,
on people.
No, you're putting so many arguments in my math that I did not make. Okay, all I said is that our sense perception is not 100% reliable. I'm not saying.
There you go.
I never said that we cannot and we necessarily have to do that, because to not do that would be like living in a crazy world. We trust our sense perception to a degree. I just think that it's important to keep in
No.
mind that our sense perception is fallible.
So
and
you don't know if you're
sometimes
sitting
it
down.
is important.
So you don't
to
know if you're sitting
double-check
down.
something or have external.
All right. Did you
verification of
double check?
something.
Did you double check that you're sitting down right now, Dakabai? Did you double check that? Well, did you?
I'm just letting you steam on it. For a
Did
second.
you double
Dude,
check that
but-
you're sitting down?
Maybe I don't remember.
You don't remember. Oh, so did you?
Again.
So even
I mean,
you.
I can say yes, I can say no. Well, what's be
Did you
most
double
convenient
check?
for you?
Did you double check? Like you said.
Like,
You
I
said
truly
it.
don't know. Like I'm
You
asking,
actually
what's
don't
most
know.
convenient
Okay.
for you.
You
Like,
don't know.
Do you want me to say
You
yes
don't
or
know.
no?
No, because you don't know.
Either way
Now,
works for me.
now I'm talking to someone who doesn't know anything about reality, telling me what reality is.
Wait,
Well, this is how it works, but I can't rely on that.
Wait, do you have perfect memory of the past?
It doesn't matter. Do you
Yeah,
know
it
what's
does
going
matter.
on? Do you know
Because
what's
you're
going on?
saying-
Do
because
you know
you're
what's going
saying
on in your
because I
worldview?
don't have perfect memory.
I didn't say
of the
perfect.
Past.
Did I say
Well-
perfect? You're putting
well,
words in my
yes,
mouth.
Yes, you did imply it, because like I cannot tell
I
you
didn't say
like,
perfect.
whether or not I double checked whether I sat down or not. So you imply you need a sense of perfection. I need a sense of
I
perfection.
didn't say that.
to
You
see
put words
anything
in my
down the
mouth.
road.
You put
I'm
words
saying
in my mouth.
imply. No, am I not saying imply? Or is
All
your,
right. So did
sense
you double
perception
check? Did you
unreliable?
double check that you're sitting down or not? Did you double check? Like you
Yes,
said, that
I
was your
just did
stand.
right now. How about
Are
that?
you
Yes,
sitting
I did
down?
just right
Are
now.
you sitting down?
To the best of my ability to know. Yes.
Dude, why won't you say 100% knowledge that you know that you're sitting down? What is going to
Because we don't
interfere
have
with that?
100% knowledge of that.
So what could
Like,
you be doing? What could you be doing, Dakabai, other than sitting down? What could you be doing right now?
In a
What could you be doing?
day-to-day, in a day-to-day,
You don't
like,
want to say it.
going
That's fine.
in. Holy shit! Can I make my argument? Because like
Nobody
it
can
actually
trust
doesn't
you
need quiet
anymore.
right now.
Nothing you say is going to be able to be trusted because now you don't even know if you're sitting down.
So, yeah, but you have the same problem, but you're unwilling to recognize that. You have the same problem.
No, I
as
don't.
everybody
I know I'm
else.
sitting down 100%. I'm sitting down
Well,
right now
you
on a
say
chair.
that, but
Yeah.
you're just wrong. Like
How am
that's
I
the
wrong,
problem.
dude?
You're like you
How am I
accuse
wrong?
me. you're accusing me
Yeah.
of being unreliable, but the problem is
You
you're
are.
even more unreliable because
No,
you
I'm
don't
not.
put in the effort to double
Because
check
when I
or like
tell
try and
somebody, I
verify
don't care.
external
Because when I
data
tell somebody,
because you think you have the
Yeah.
or somehow you like objectively 100% factually know that like something is real, but
So
like you have no proof
basically,
for that.
all right,
Because like
Dakabai,
remember earlier, I
all right,
tried
let
to
me ask
like
you a question.
ask you to prove that, right? But you
Let me
never
ask you a
did
question.
up until now.
Dakabai,
Like we're on this weird fucking tangent still.
all right, let me ask you: are you 100% sure that the Earth is a globe?
Am I 100% sure that the Earth is a globe? No.
Yeah. Thank you. That's it. That's all.
Are you 100% sure that the Earth is what do you think it is?
You don't even know the argument.
Well, I don't know. Like you know, you have like
That's fine.
different like interpretation of flat Earth. But yeah, I am not a mind reader, so I am asking you
That's
instead
fine.
of assuming. But like,
Yeah,
I
it's
guess
not-
you're
Can I ask him
champion
a
of that because like you just assume what everyone always thinks because you think you know, but you don't. So
Well, it's just
I'm
clear to me
respecting
that I don't need to reconstruct a reality for you. All I have to do is
I love
all I
how
have
we
to do
asked how
all
I
I have to
asked you that
do
reliability of sense
Dakabai.
perception, and
Hello.
you've gone off this incredible tangent.
Yeah.
Please, you cannot defend it at all, and you know it.
I have to
It's
show
kinda
how you're
fucking cringe.
unreliable. That's the most important part.
No, you don't have to
Yep.
show that
Yes, I
because I
do.
already freely admit that.
That you're unreliable? Okay, dude.
Yeah, just as
All
you
right.
are, just as all of us are.
I'm not. No, you can't project that on anybody
Well,
else but
you were not
yourself.
able to recall what I said
You can't
earlier,
project.
so yeah,
You
you
cannot.
clearly are an
No,
unreliable,
you cannot.
like,
You cannot project.
recorder of history as
Dakabai.
well.
You
I'm not
cannot
projecting
project.
anything. I'm
Yes, you
just like
are.
descriptively recognizing something about reality.
You said that I'm unreliable and so is everybody else. But in truthfulness, you are the only one in this conversation
Okay.
unreliable, except for anybody else who follows you.
Okay,
That's it.
177758987. Can you read that back to me?
Why?
Because I want to make sure that your sense perception and your recording of history is reliable.
So your perception of
So
the
it's not,
physical,
right? Because you
yeah,
cannot read that back to me.
wait. Your physical
Back in
and
sense.
natural world
I mean, that's
interpretations.
kind of all there.
Your
like, it's
physical
right there.
and natural
You know,
world.
You're not even gonna attempt it because you know.
Your physical and natural world interpretations are based on numbers. Is that what you're saying? That you, sir, are saying are first
I
of all
just give you a
unreliable?
random sequence of something, and I'm asking you to
Yeah.
repeat that back to me, so I
Is
know
that
you
physical?
recorded
Can you
that
hand me
reliably.
the? Can you hand me the number 7?
I don't
Can you
think
hand me the number
it
7?
matters. I'm just asking you
Dakabai.
to repeat some words back to me.
Can you
I mean,
hand me
you can say my
math?
name like that, but that doesn't mean that you're.
Can you hand me the number 7? The number 7. Or how about a couple of 3s? Can you hand me a couple of 3s? That's not physical, bro. The conversation is about the physical and the natural world. And you wax yourself philosophical because you want everybody to think like you. Nobody's going to think like you except for the people who want to live in a globe. Because then they will never know that they're sure 100% that the earth is a globe or not.
Okay.
Anyway.
Team
But you're
Doctor?
pretty much done a long time ago. I'm just entertaining it for now. There's nobody else.
Yeah, this is really
talking.
entertaining to me too.
Yeah. All you guys are the same. There's no evidence that the earth is a globe.
Yeah.
That's all you guys got to say.
True. We all
know.
recognize that we have fallible sense
Miki, can I
perception.
ask
We
you a
all
question?
recognize that it's
Go ahead,
important
Sasha.
to get external verification.
The
Holy
new
shit,
guy,
this
what is your
debate.
point about this whole discussion? What is your point that we cannot trust our senses? Is that your point?
No, really. Like this just went off of like a weird tangent about refraction, I guess. And like we then just went into like reliability of sense perception, which is a basic thing that like basically no like psychologist, sociologist, philosopher like disagrees about, but somehow you guys do, which is like really fucking funny. So like if anything, like you disagree with established literature in such a heavy way
Disagree
that like
about what?
you
He never gets
about
to
the
the point,
reliability of
Sasha.
sense perception.
What
He's
I
talking.
what
He's talking
you are
about
saying?
numbers, bro.
Coming
He's
from the champion of not getting to the point, who still hasn't answered my question.
Yeah,
he's
but I
talking
still
to
I'm
Sasha.
listening. I'm listening you and Miggy. I want to really find out what is your point.
He wants to talk about you not being able to remember numbers, but numbers aren't reality. They're not. If you say math is reality, you're far worse than I thought.
Well, I think he wants to hear my point. So
Yeah, but
my point was sure. A point that I made that I think is pretty crucial is that sense perception is not 100% reliable.
okay. How then all this cosmology was made?
How's the cosmology made? Like how does the
Yeah,
universe exist?
you know the people watching through telescope and looking the colors and they're saying, oh, look at there is a gas.
Yeah.
How is that possible?
How is that
But
Yep.
that's
But
like
what
them
about
observing to the
perception?
best of their
What about
ability.
losing perception? What about losing perception watching the stars?
I don't know what you mean by losing perception. Like
You spoke now about words. If you cannot say to repeat the words, what about if you look the stars and you don't know what is the perception of that, but you are telling us stories about that star? How is your perception is working good with the stars and it's not working good in a natural world?
I'm having a hard time understanding what you're trying to say. I will
How
say
people know what stars are doing, how they are made of, and everything, and that is perception, good one, 100%. And how we cannot have the good
it's
one
not
perception on the.
100%.
It's
Like
not 100%.
scientists would not say that like that's 100%.
That's
You
not
know, we
science.
still
That's
don't
one of the
know
first things.
how we still don't know how like for sure how the Earth was created, for example. You know, like or like created is maybe a
Yeah,
bad
I'm
word,
not
but
telling
how
you
it was
how
created.
Earth was created. I'm telling you, for example, what the size of the Venus, how the Venus is made of, how the Mars
Sure,
is
there's a
made of.
margin of error there. We don't know for sure.
No, it's not margin of error. They are saying what is made of. It's not error to say it's made of, I don't know, this gas. It's not
Well, but
error to
like
say it's made from methane. If somebody says it's made from methane, that's not error. That's a fact. Somebody saying it's made from methane. Let's say methane.
well,
If
but
it's
like
not made from methane, then it's made from hydrogen. That's not error. That's big mistake.
but they don't like scientists just don't say that. Like a scientist would publish some research saying that maybe like the
They are not
certainty
saying
of
how is Jupiter made of. Are you telling me that?
if you let me finish. So like they would say something like there's a 95% certainty that Jupiter is made of between 17 to 19% hydrogen gas. And then there's some other makeup too, you know, but let's just focus on the 17 to
And
19%.
which kind of perception is giving that result?
Like it's observational science, you know, like they
Observational
would
science.
look.
And what is observational science on the ground that doesn't exist?
What? Like, but they would just
Like,
use telescopes to look at the
because when
refraction of light,
yeah,
like
refraction. But
the
do
total
you know
weight.
how much it's distance to the star?
Do I know the distance to like the sun?
To Jupiter, let's say, because you wanted to
Do I know
explain
the
Jupiter.
distance? Yeah, but again, like so, like it's in an
It's
orbit, so it
impossible
changes.
because you're invoking refraction in 10 miles that something is happening, but in 10 trillion miles nothing is happening.
What? I don't
You're
know what you mean by that.
explaining refraction, that something is happening, and because of that we cannot perceive good our nature. But we see the stars and we can say the distance of 3 million miles away without any obstruction
Yeah,
between.
sure, so we recognize, right, that our telescopes on Earth are limited in certain spectrums of light, right? Because exactly because of our atmosphere. So like you would call it refraction, right? That is exactly why we have things like the Hubble, the James Webb Space Telescope, right, which are in space, which are not like bound by the atmosphere of the Earth, right? So that is exactly why we do that. So we do recognize that there's a limitation of earthbound like equipment.
So you can't trust the people that are
You want to
using
put
their
it on
observation.
240,000
Well, I
miles,
trust them more than
like a
you,
moon.
you know.
You
Clearly.
trust them more than
You
me?
don't need to
Based
trust
on
me,
what?
man. There is a beach
Based on
and
what?
the water.
Based on me
Huh?
going to school, learning the basics of physics, biology, chemistry, right? Having an understanding about that, right?
Yeah.
Then that being built on like the
What?
totality of science, that all logically to
What
my
part of
ability to understand it, making sense, right? And then here you
Yeah.
are coming in, here's some random shit, being like very
Okay.
unwilling to accept.
I don't need to hear more of your bloviating, but I need you to get to the point. So what part of all of that science that you just mentioned deals with the cosmology aspect? Go ahead.
Physics.
Physics. Physical things.
I guess, and then chemistry
Physics.
too.
Chemistry. You actually touch the tangible things in the heavens. How? Physics.
No,
you know what physics means, right?
Okay, you're just like blabbering now.
I'm
Like,
not. I'm getting to the point that
you
you're
asked
saying
me,
is
but like this like cosmology thing, right? I'm telling you, chemistry and physics deals with that. The understanding of how things move and operate, right, would be under physics. Then like the
Right.
makeup of
Can I ask you
something,
something
how
else? Can I
something
ask my wife?
refracts
Can
to,
I ask
is
my wife
also
who is
like part of
opinion?
like
Can I ask my
chemistry because we have
sorry
to
man?
know and understand how
Sorry
atoms
man.
are.
Go
Sorry
ahead,
man.
Fish.
Can I ask my wife, biochemist, does their what did you say? The chemist doing something with the
physics and chemistry.
Chemistry. Natasha, does physics and chemistry doing something with cosmology?
Well, yeah. So
absolutely fucking no. She said. She said absolutely fucking no. She's biochemist.
Mike, did you say you asked your wife something?
Yeah, you can. She wants to ask something.
Well, I don't like. That's cool that your wife disagrees. I don't know why you super care though, but cool.
You can ask.
What? What's the question?
I don't have a question.
He made
You
a
said
statement.
you want to ask about science.
I did not say that.
Did you say that chemistry and what? Chemistry and physics? Yeah, what?
Chemistry and physics is required for our understanding of like the makeup of Jupiter. Yes.
In Narnia.
She said no comment. She said no comment.
I mean that's cool.
Physics is required to understand
Why are you like deferring to your wife like this? Like it's kind of like weird. I mean I applaud like I mean go ladies I guess, but like I don't really understand why we're talking to your wife about this.
Because first of all, I don't even know why we're continuing with you. You're unreliable. You don't know what you're talking about.
Neither do you.
I do.
Here I'm still
I know the physical
debating you.
I can
I have
identify.
some hope that I can maybe like elucidate like reality a little bit.
You're not gonna get your mind
Dude.
virus on me, dude. You can keep it. You can keep
A
your mind
mind
virus. And
virus?
yeah, it's a
Wow,
virus,
like,
bro. And you're
under
just
what
gonna
science is
perpetuate.
that?
You're gonna perpetuate.
What's
It's
the
an
scientific
illness.
evidence
It's
for
an
the mind
illness, dude.
virus?
And I'm not gonna.
Listen,
You're not gonna
May,
get your illness on me.
What
May,
doctor's gonna tell
everybody
me
calm
that's an
down.
illness?
Everybody calm down one at a time. Calm down.
Sorry, please don't interrupt. But yeah, your mind virus is not gonna be leached onto anybody else. That's all I'm saying. So how you think right now is not going to be projected onto anybody else. You can think the way you do solely based on what you think. Other people do not have. You don't have to say, well, everybody else is like me. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're their own. Some people might think like you.
Circuit jerk here, sure. But like I actually like appeal to like the body of science that's like been established over
I
the last.
know because that's what you do. That's the best you got.
Yes, exactly, and that's like so great. Oh my god, we actually
No, it's
know
not.
some things.
You could
had
know
the
things
scientific
yourself. You could know things
revolution.
yourself.
Yeah, I know plenty of things myself.
No, you don't.
That's, like, very
No, you
cool.
don't. You just said you were unreliable in the earlier discussion. Are you not unreliable?
My
Make
theory
that
of
statement again.
knowledge does not require 100%
Are you
reliability, so
unreliable?
there's no
Answer that
problem
truth
there.
claim. Are you unreliable?
What is your definition of unreliable?
No, don't get weaselly on me now. You said it before. Say it again.
So the
Are you
problem
unreliable?
Here, the problem here is that you're asking.
Don't
like,
weasel. Don't weasel out. Don't weasel out. Just say it like you said it before. That makes a lot of sense.
9%, right? Is that what we said on before? 99.99%. That's
Yeah.
where
So
we're at.
so you're unreliable, right?
Well, 0.01%
Just answer the question.
unreliable.
There you go.
0.01%. Yes.
There you go. All
Just
right.
as you are, because you can even.
I'm
read back
not.
some
No, you're
numbers
not going to
that put
project. You're not
you.
going to project your
Well,
fucking
I mean, you can say that,
mind
but,
virus
like,
on me.
You proved to yourself.
You're not going to
that your mind
project
is
your mind
unreliable.
virus onto me. I'm not going to believe like you, Dakabai. You can take that garbage and teach it to somebody else that will listen to you and
Are you
actually
guys-
think that like you. I'm not me.
Are you guys
I
like
know
middle
that I'm.
schoolers?
I
Don't
know
even
that I'm
do
sitting.
this to me.
I know that I'm sitting down in my chair. I know that I'm sitting down in my chair 100%.
Nice.
I don't need to double check, dude, like you do. And even when you double check to ask you, are you sure you're sitting down? You're like, well, shit, I don't even know. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down right now?
Those numbers,
You
right?
should have
'Cause you
triple
did
checked. No,
remember those.
we're not talking about numbers. Numbers are not reality.
I mean, we were.
Can you hand me the number 3?
Wait,
if it's reality.
I say,
Hand me the number 3.
Something you
Hand
or
me
I
the number
say,
3.
is that not part of reality?
It's math. It's a language, bro.
No, something I say.
It's
is that
a
not part of
language. It's a
reality?
convention that we use to talk to each other.
Can you answer a question, or are you that far gone?
I'm not going to talk about you saying math is reality, bro. It's not.
Something you say, is that part of reality?
It's a spoken word, dude.
Yeah,
but what is it?
More part of reality?
Okay, hand me the word spoken.
Can you answer a question?
Hand me the word spoken. Is it physical?
No.
Okay, then that's the point. It's not physical. No, it's not physical. We're talking about the physical and natural
I didn't give
world.
you an answer. I'm just like telling you that what I'm saying is part of reality, correct? I am uttering words.
It is not physical. That's the premise of this
you
whole
don't think
discussion.
There are sound waves?
Is it something? Is it something you can put in your pocket? Can you put sound waves in your pocket?
Waves?
Yeah. Is it physical?
I can put their energy in my pocket, sure.
Yeah, dude, you're just being a weasel. You're
What
being
do
a
you
weasel.
mean? Like, you don't
How much
think
sound waves? How much sound waves are you carrying right now in your pocket? Give me the volume. Give me the measure of it. How much?
So you
no,
are
give me the measurement. How much sound waves do you have in your pocket right now?
I didn't put any in it, so 0.
Well, put some in there right now. Tell me, and then weigh it out. Tell me how much you got. How much sound waves do you have in your pocket?
I just really want
how
to
much
hear you
sound
say
waves do you have in your pocket?
So funny.
We're gonna listen to you. We're gonna listen to you make an excuse.
Do you see how you're reasoning out of this?
I'm not.
You don't want to
I'm showing how you're
recognize-
disingenuous.
Oh, no, you are weaseling. Okay, if you're not weaseling, okay, then let me know that like you don't think that spoken words are part of reality. You don't think that, right?
That wasn't the point. The point
Well,
was
that's the point
physical
now.
and natural. No, you're changing the example. You're changing the example.
That was the example.
example was the physical and natural world, because when we're examining the physical,
to answer, correct?
when we're dude,
Okay,
are you gonna stop?
To answer? No,
okay,
I'm not gonna
you're
stop.
gonna. Okay, well, yeah, you are. Sorry, but you are. All right, so when you examine the physical and natural world, you need your senses to do so. That's about it. So that's the argument. That's okay. But the premise was the physical and natural world and the interpretation therein. So we're not talking about sound waves, numbers, things that are not physical. We're talking about physical things. And he's attributing physical properties to things that he doesn't know if it's physical or not, which are things in the heavens. You don't know if they're physical or not. So everybody's interpretation could be different. They were in the past and they still are today. It's just the way it is, guys. And of course, he's unreliable, so there's conversations should probably ended a long time ago, to be honest. Shout out to the room. What's up, guys? Sasha, I have no idea where I am. Yeah, because they can't answer the question. So when it comes to the physical and natural world, it seems like they want to go into this idea of talking themselves into thinking that what they're saying is true. But we weren't talking about like numbers or sound waves. We weren't talking about that. We're specifically talking about the tangible things of this earth. And so if you're saying things are real, how do you know that they're real if you can interact with them? Like, and you're saying they're not real. He's basically saying he has to double check that he's sitting down. That's what he said. I have to double check. And I was like, okay, so after you double check, do you know if you're sitting down? No. There you have it. Look, after you double check, you don't even know.
Then you know why these all things is, Miggy? These all things is because later you need to show some kind of you need to show the long distance observation, and then of course you cannot. Everything is happening. You cannot trust that, you know. But you look the stars and measuring everything in the cosmos. It's a 90. Let's start like this. It's a 99% based that the geometrical horizon is not on 1.22 miles and that it's on 10 miles, and it's 99% observed in any occasion that geometrical horizon it's never ever there in 99%, because we don't have that 1% ever.
Well, I wonder how many people are hanging on to that from the globe side. How many would agree with him saying that they only know truth to be 99.99999%, and that one little fraction of a percent you could be wrong and it could be flat? Because yeah, if you're not saying 100%, we automatically by default could be another reason why you could think the Earth is not a globe, because it could be flat.
You know what is cyanide? I don't know and pronounce in English. That poison. Cyanide. I don't know.
Cyanide. Yeah.
Let's put a glass of that in one side and a glass of water, and we'll say where it is. And I will 100% sure that I will not drink that. And he can drink because he is 99, because he can survive. Maybe, he can try. Because, there is 1% of possibility he can survive. Let's try.
Well, the fact of the matter is that it's a blatant disregard for what the truth claims that are being made in this room. So if somebody says they know something to be true, and then you just say, well, we don't really know. We think we know, because that's how science works. We can never be sure. And what does that mean? Undermines your entire whole worldview that you have. There's no way you can know something to be true. Because if 99% is all you got, then that little sliver of percent that you could be wrong, then that's it. That's all we need. Is that small shred of doubt so that you can say that you're not sure. You might as well believe it's flat now. Anyways, we got some people in the room. Band Truth's back in the house. We got Dream in the house. Dustpan.
Yeah, why do you call it a belief?
Batman.
Why is it not verified?
What are you talking about? No, I'm saying from the perspective
is
that
a belief. You have a basis assertion.
From the perspective that you guys are actually working off of, it would be a belief. Because you don't know anything to be true. You haven't verified anything. So from your guys' vantage point, it would be just a belief. Because if you think that the thing that undermines everything that you think or qualify as truth is only known to be 99.999999% true. So it's not a certainty that you can actually bank on. It's something you're saying, I could be wrong on. Either way. So if you said, when you wake up tomorrow, it's not going to happen. But you wake up tomorrow and you say, no, the Earth is flat. You would be on this side, be going like, but we only know at 99.9999% true that the Earth is flat. And you'd be saying everything like we're saying, only 99.999%, sure. I don't think there's a lot of people. Well, there is some, but not everybody on this side is saying that. And so I think that's more of the fact that people are getting away from that mind virus that the other guy was in here saying.
Beliefs don't require evidence, Beliefs are based in faith, which has no logical base. It's just.
Well, the gentleman was outlining that. He said that everybody believes. Not even the people that say they know it to be true. They're also believers. And so, we were prior to your arrival, we were arguing about that, but he seemed to have left. But we did have some people in here. We got Gebby Get and I don't know what your name.
Let me ask you a quick question. What do you think about this? Can I ask you?
Yeah.
On a flat Earth, satellites would have to travel in a circular path, right?
No.
Okay, what directions do satellites travel on a flat Earth?
It depends. Whatever direction they would have on a heading that they take depends how you're tracking them. So you can track satellites. There's apps for that, but whatever heading they have, there's a model that they are attached to, right? Either globe, and when I say this, I say it loosely because it's not a scientific model, but it's the predicted path, I should say, of where it's going to be, like it's going to reach a country or whatever, and it's going to go to this other country. So there's like a predicted understanding of where is it going to be going based on this model. Not saying the model is true, but I'm saying based on the model, they're hitting certain countries at certain time frames, with the tracking. But that's not. Yes, Sasha?
Can he verify that satellite is going around the sphere?
No, but that's what I'm saying though. Like even on flat Earth, the idea that they're going.
Ask me if I could verify, and you said I can't.
Wait. No, I'm talking to him about like the idea that, okay, let's put all the cards on the table when it comes to this, right? Is there a flat Earth map to say that we're going to use for the sun's path or satellite's path or whatever? Is there one?
There really isn't one that works. No.
Well, I'm asking the flat earthers that. I want to know if there's one that they're purporting to be the one.
Anyone with deductive reasoning knows that there isn't a map that works.
Well, I just nobody else is chiming in. But the reason I'm bringing it up is because there's a false dichotomy that gets brought up into this argument all the time about maps, right? So it's almost like in 2017 when there was a big kerfuffle about like what map is the right one, and we had AE against Globe, the Mercator, more precise. It was Mercator against AE, and there was big debates about it. And I've seen them. I think I was almost partial to one of them, but because of my I was lack of knowledge and just knew, but it was still being had of how flights don't work, and versus the Globe where you have the Great Circle course and just different things that were being proposed here, right? But from my vantage, does anybody remember that?
No, yeah. I'd like to interject. Yeah, flight routes for planes would have to be curved on a flat map when they actually fly straight the entire path for the shortest route.
Yeah, but that's yeah, I know what you're saying, but that's still a misunderstanding on the Globe's okay, that's why there was a debate, because Globe Earth thought the Flat Earth was saying something, Flat Earth thought the Globe Earth was saying something. In reality, they were saying the same fucking thing. It wasn't anything. It was just the optics. So when they had to deal with the overall worldview map, then it was a debate, because it was like, nah, no fucking way, that's not going to happen that way. So, and then the other side was like a clash of ideas, hypotheticals, if you will. So it was not something we were grounding ourselves on by talking to. Well, I take back, because you got Wolfie and all them, on the Globe side, but then you had people on the Flat Earth side talking about flying over the Earth. But each one was saying basically the same thing. Basically, when you talk to them, what's up, Gabby?
Yeah, I just woke up. I heard you.
Good morning, man. Did I wake you up?
No, it's night, but it's okay. Thank you. So, I heard the question of this young man. How will satellite work?
Well, I don't think that was
not how they would work. What direction?
Yeah, that wasn't the question. But I was just I was just outlining the fact that when we had this discussion back in 2017, 2018, there was a heated discussion about it, but people were talking past each other. So there was a lot of reification. There was a reification fallacies being made by both, because there's things there are anomalies, I should say, that are I'm going to just be straight with you guys. If you believe the maps are true, whether globe or flat, there's reification fallacies happening because people think that the thing about the map is true. They forget that the anomalies that occur with cartography exist. So they weren't factoring these into the argument when they were just using them straight like depictions of the Earth. They're not that. You can't do that. Like in any Mercator or the AE or Gleason's, whatever map you want, 1942 aerial map. Like there's still a little bit of anomalies happening with the coastline and other things, right? So my thing was the argument veered off into like, well, optically, from the worldview perspective, it looks like things don't work for the globe. And optically, from the globe's perspective, it doesn't work for flat, because they're looking at it from the overall worldview perspective. That's where everybody went wrong. Because when you ask a pilot, they don't talk like that. They don't pull out a fucking world map. Although there's things that show where they go from point of origin to their destination on a world map, but they're not using that for navigation. They got charts, they got local maps, they got different ways that they can talk to the tower they're heading. There's other things that they use, right? That's void of using like they don't pull up an like if you think in your mind, oh, they got the whole world map in the cockpit and the pilot's going, okay, we started here, we're going over there. No. They're not doing that. Any pilot would know that. If they're being honest, if they're worth their salt, they're going to just tell you they do a job. They just go from airport to airport. There's no banking left for flat Earth, or you know what I'm saying? Like all of that there's hypotheticals that are mixed in here. That when we talk to a pilot, like, dude, you got to say you're banking left, bro. Otherwise, you're going to make us look bad. Like you guys get what I'm saying? Like fuck, dude, there's a lot of shit that was in the argument that doesn't need to be there. I don't know. Am I not talking?
The idea is the plane would have to turn mid-air to do the same flight route.
Well, yeah. Have you heard of the?
Planes fly straight. You know, they want the shortest path from A to B.
Exactly. Well, I mean,
So let me show you this picture. I just posted it. That's what That's what
no, you
flight routes.
did.
Would
You
look like
you didn't post. You
on
didn't post
a
it.
flat map.
You didn't post it, Ben. You got the wrong chat.
Oh, sorry. It still says sending. No, it's just is sending.
All right. Yeah, that's akin to the 1942.
Big old curved. Big old curved flight
which
paths.
one's this one? Mono
Planes fly
factories
straight,
and
man.
what's the projection here? What are you using? This looks similar to one of the maps I've seen before. Does it say at the top? No. Anyway, I mean, I get the idea. All right, looks like we got some people in here. Jess, Path of Light, are you there?
I am. How are you doing, Mickey?
Oh man, what's up, dude?
Oh, not too much. Just filmed the eclipse.
Filmed it? Yeah, that's good.
I did a
Where
time
lapse. Where were we at?
Sequim, Washington, outside of.
Oh, you got the full eclipse.
No, but it was
90%.
Yeah, I think so.
It passed over Washington. I know that, but not. I don't know. Certain parts, you probably 90% is still good.
I'm all the way north. I'm up against the Canadian border, so I didn't get the best seat, but it wasn't bad.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. For those of you guys who've seen it, it's always spectacular to see that. If you get to see it,
there was some sunspots showing up too.
Some people said that. Yeah, some people did say that. Well, that's the people in Texas actually talking about it. If you had 90%, if you were looking at if you had any trees in your yard, looking at the ground, you could see silhouettes of crescent, like the crescent light that was coming from the eclipse.
Yeah.
It's pretty radical, man, because you don't expect, the way, and seeing light the way it operates like that just freaks you out. Like, how long did it last, Jesse?
Wow. Quite a while, actually.
More than 30 minutes?
Let me check the timestamps here. I started about halfway in, a little earlier than halfway in, and then I filmed it to the end. So it was about, it looks like I started at 9:30 the time lapse, and that was like halfway into it. And it ended at 10:30. So it looks like it probably took about 2 hours to go from start to finish.
Do you have, you're still probably processing the video, huh? I was gonna say you should put that video.
They're on my YouTube.
Oh, okay.
I'll DM them to you since I don't have text.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Thank you. All right, cool. If anybody has any evidence for the geometry of the Earth, go ahead and post it in the text chat, or at least talk about it. And we have some people in here that, like Jesse Gordon, Band Truth, they're on the side of the Earth being a globe. So if you guys want to talk to them, you can do so. Other than that, I don't think there's anybody else in here, but you can turn up a conversation or two, I guess.
Scientific evidence for the globe. Nobody?
Well, I did something interesting a while ago. I measured the angle with a theodolite to the top of a mountain that was 75 miles away, and the missing height equated to the missing angular height equated to 3,200 feet.
How many miles away? Sorry.
75 miles.
So you were observing a mountain 75 miles far away?
Yes, sir. It's a beautiful
That's
2 miles.
That is above 100 kilometers.
I'll convert it for you.
It's about the same.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, left lane.
How you doing, Jesse?
120.7 kilometers.
130 kilometers, yeah.
No, 120.7, so 121.
Yeah, 27, 3 kilometers plus minus, yeah, round it up, 130. If you can see 127 kilometers far away, then it means you can see also 130 kilometers far away. So that's pretty far.
Yeah, but the mountain is 3,288 meters high.
38.
No, 32, about 3,300. I'll just round it to 3,300. How's that?
Oh, 3,200.
And 87.
That's
Yeah.
3.2 kilometers high.
Yes, almost 3.3 kilometers.
Yeah. It's a big mountain.
So what was your elevation, Jesse?
181 feet above mean sea level.
And in that observation, did you have to look down to see the top of the mountain?
No, not that one. But it was about a half a degree lower than it should have been.
Yeah, refraction would explain that.
Do tell.
It's not an issue. I mean, the refraction index of the air would make it appear a little bit lower than it really is. But I'm guessing you only seen like the shape of it. You haven't seen details like forest, snow, stuff like this
Oh,
on it.
it's covered with snow. It's lovely. I'll get you a video.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to see the video, but you shouldn't bother sending because my phone screen is broken and I can't see.
Oh, who would like to see the video? And you can describe how lovely the mountain is to him.
But don't worry, I believe you on your. It's not a problem.
Well, anyway, yeah, you can see the top of the mountain. You can see the crags and the some slopes, and some points, and some shadows, and some crevices, kind of, and it's a beautiful because it's all white because it's snowy.
Yeah. Well, it must have been a very good visibility, weather conditions.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
But still, when we make observations that far away, the refraction index of the air, which is 1.0036, if I'm not mistaken, or it's only like 3,800 above 1. It would explain how that mountain will appear like lower than it really is.
But how so? Is the refraction changing the path of the light, or does the path of the light take a straight shot from the top of the mountain to the telescope?
Yes.
It is changing the path of the light. Is it curving the light?
Yes. Light propagating through the air tends to bend upwards when it's a high refractive index. And when it's lower, sorry?
Oh, I was asking, why is that?
It has to do with molecules and propagation of photons.
Does the light curve towards the more dense region or the less dense region in the atmosphere?
In liquids, yeah, it looks like it tends to curve towards the more dense medium, so it's curving down.
Okay, but what about in gases? Would it curve towards the more dense or the less dense?
But we you don't have that much of a gradient. I mean, the top of the mountain is at a altitude from sea level of 3.2 kilometers. Yeah, and the place where you were standing was like 190 meters, or how high were you above sea level?
No, I was 181 feet.
Ah,
55 meters, observer height.
yeah, 50 meters. So at that altitude, you are closer to sea level, so the air pressure is not very much of a difference. There is difference in air pressure comparing these two altitudes, but it's not enormous difference. And yeah, you have to take into account also on the mountain you definitely have forests, so it's a much better air quality, which facilitates light propagation. But over such long there will definitely be a not curve, but at some points there will be a change in the angle of propagation of light.
Hello, everybody. It's very quiet in here.
Hello.
There's not a lot of evidence in the chat right now going on about proof of Earth curvature, and I want to see some.
I haven't got my wings yet.
Jesse was presenting it, but Get was taking over 5 minutes to say a sentence.
If this guy has proof of curvature, I'd love to see it, buddy.
Because of gravity.
What does that have to do with a physical observation?
Because it makes the Earth into a sphere.
So because there's a force that you can't prove exists and is real, that makes the Earth a ball?
No, but there is proof because there's magnetic fields on Earth.
You said gravity, not magnetic fields.
I know, but the proof of gravity is the magnetic field, and because something like if you threw
I'd love
something,
to
it would
see. I've
fall
never heard of
down.
that proof before.
Oh, the ballers are gonna stop you there, Miranda.
Okay,
I wouldn't keep going down that road.
Yo, did you hear this guy?
Yeah.
Did you hear this? Did you hear this guy, bro?
No, Miranda. She's
What?
yeah. Don't If you keep saying that magnetism is the same as
Run
gravity,
away
it's
from
not
what
the same.
Jesse Gordon presents.
Okay, what if you throw
Definitely run from
something,
what
it
Jesse
goes
Gordon
down? So
It means I observe it goes down. It doesn't mean that mass attracts mass.
no, if gravity didn't exist, then it would just go to space, right?
Okay. Let's get something straight. Do you believe that gravity is mass attracting mass, or do you believe gravity is the bending and warping of a space-time fabric?
I don't think it's either. It's a force. No.
And what do you think this force is?
it like pulls things down
Yeah, why?
because it's the reason the planets are in the space.
You're not explaining anything, bud.
Is she using
Look, they
a
think you're
bow?
vulnerable because you tried to correlate the magnetic field to the gravitational field.
No,
In
the proof of
reality,
gravity
there is such
is
thing as gravity. It's because of Earth's center of mass.
what?
Yeah, but it doesn't have to do with magnetism, Bantruth. She's saying that it does.
This girl didn't even say what she thinks gravity is. She
No,
said
it's
she
a
doesn't.
force
You want to
that
focus
pulls
on
down.
mid-speak instead of
How?
It's a force that
How
pulls
is it a
down.
force? How does it work?
literally diverted.
It brings things
Why are you
down.
diverting from what Jesse Gordon? Now you want to address
And
it
if you're
mid-speak?
saying gravity doesn't exist, you're saying physics doesn't exist. Like what?
He left anyways, Ban, so he's not even here anymore.
Well,
Gravity is a force.
can you? There's no proof of it.
Okay, that means
No, it's
physics
not,
is
of
wrong.
course.
You're saying
You are in
physics is wrong.
contradiction.
No,
You
Our
are
quote
in.
modern style of
Earth's
physics
center
is
of
wrong.
mass is the cause
But
for the
even
effect. Earth's
but
center of
Newton
mass is the
said
cause
gravity is
for
a
the attracting
force.
force.
Hold on, Ben Truth's trying to say something. Wait, go ahead, Ben.
Fucking God. Earth's center
Newton
of mass
said
is the
gravity is a
cause for the
force.
Hold on,
attracting
Miranda.
force.
1 second. He's hold on.
Okay.
Go, Ben.
Yeah, you guys know the globe, what the globe says. I don't know why you're trying to yank teeth out of this person.
Yeah, but everybody can speak, dude. Like, I mean, she obviously has not been partial to this conversation, Ben.
She's
You
new.
can't just
What do you mean?
you can't just assume that she already knows what everybody's saying, bro. We have to have the conversation like it's a brand new conversation every time somebody new comes in.
I want to
Right?
know what this person believes their reality is. Is there something wrong with me asking?
Yeah, Ben, is there?
No, you're just
Okay.
you're just pulling a tactic because you think they're vulnerable.
Bro, it's not a tactic, bro. It's just like he's seriously having a convo with her. And you're upset about it. Like, why? I don't know.
White Knight in the chat.
Because Jesse Gordon was presenting evidence, and then someone came in and oh, where's the evidence? Jesse Gordon was in the
That was
middle of
me.
explaining.
Yeah, it was him. But
Where's
like,
the
he,
evidence?
was just taking way too long to address it.
Dude, settle down.
Let's relax, brothers. Jeez.
Ben Truth, what about you? Do you have any proof of gravity?
Not. I mean, we could just talk to the we could talk to the young lady for now. I mean, you were on a good road here, Wagner. Go ahead, man. But go, Miranda. I think. Sorry, you with gravity, you think things are getting pulled to the center of the Earth? Is that correct?
No, I think it's a force that brings things down.
Is that what you've learned, like so far? Or, like, maybe
Yeah.
you could you change your mind about it, perhaps?
No.
Okay, can you just
I
pause
mean,
for
I
a second?
can, maybe.
Okay, right. So, if you can, that means that do you know what this current scientific explanation is? Is it what you just
What?
stated, or as far as gravity goes?
Yeah, I mean, according to physics, yeah.
What if I was to tell you you're wrong then?
If you were telling me what?
That you were wrong. Your explanation is wrong.
That
According
means
to the
physics is wrong?
no, the explanation you gave about mass attracting mass and stuff going to the center is
I
wrong.
didn't say mass attracting mass.
So you don't believe in mass attracting mass?
I don't know what that means.
Gravity is a
Okay,
force.
what is your gravity? I know, but what is gravity doing right now in respect to the
It pulls
cosmic
things
scale?
down and it makes Earth a sphere.
Pulls, oh, it pulls things down. That what you just said is not true.
It is true because it pulls down on us as well.
No, Miranda, that's what they told you, but that's not the current rhetoric. They're not saying that right now. Only you
Then
are.
what are they saying?
That it's pushing you down.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
No, pulling and pushing are two different things, Miranda.
I meant pushing.
No, you didn't. You didn't mean pushing. You pulling and pushing mean two
I don't get
very
the
different
difference.
things. Do you know that pulling and pushing mean two very different things, Miranda?
Okay, I meant like it's pushing down on you.
No,
Not
now you
pulling.
do. But what if I told
Wait,
you that pushing is? What if I just said
worded it
pushing?
wrong.
What if I just told you pushing right now to confuse you, and it's actually pulling?
Well, I'm thinking about pulling.
Yeah.
And
So is it
doesn't sound
pulling then?
right. No, it's pushing down.
What if I just
Pushing
gave you the
downward.
old? What if I just gave you the old bait and switch just to confuse you? And now, because you didn't know your paradigm, I'm using the word pushing.
No, I just used the wrong word. I meant
So
push.
okay, so how are you going to verify that it is pushing and not pulling?
I mean, that's what I've been taught in physics. So
I know, but physics is dealing with the physical and natural world. How in physics are you determining that you're being pushed down to the ground?
I don't know what that means.
How can you
And
physically?
also,
How can
wait,
you physically
how am I a
interact?
troll?
No, don't listen. Just focus, okay? How can you
Okay.
physically interact with this world to understand that truth? What can you do to demonstrate that?
Because you could throw something and it comes back down.
I know, but that's just showing an effect. But you're saying that gravity, as you changed,
That's proof.
no, it's not. It's an effect. If I
The
tell you
effect
that,
is the proof.
no, it's not. It's the cause is the proof. If you explain to me, if you drop something in the air, right, and I tell you, well, magical unicorns are pulling it down, and you say no, gravity's pushing it down. then we have two very different ideas as the causation for the pen to fall. We see the effect, but the cause of why it falls is not given yet until you propose the theory, right? So you're starting to say something like, you know, current rhetoric, that the gravity's pushing you down, or the gravity's pushing the pen down to the ground. And I would say magical unicorns are pulling it down to the middle of the earth. So who's correct in this instance? How can we test to see if what you're saying is true or what I'm saying is true? What test can we do?
If I'm wrong, that means how are they calculating everything for like spaceships and stuff?
Okay,
'Cause they
so
have to use gravity in the formula.
So what you're understanding is little g, right? It's the average rate of fall. Now, little g
Yeah.
is something useful in applications, and everybody understands that. It's a law, right? It's just because you're talking about the medium of air and how things fall through it. So when you're talking about that, that's little g. Nobody disputes that.
Little g is gravity.
I know that, but it's not the theory. The theory is the proposed cause of the effect. The effect is things falling through the medium of air, and the calculation or the math that goes behind the formula of the rate of fall, right? That's little g, the rate of fall. When you see something fall through the air, you say, I see an effect happening, right? That's what we're saying. Little g is gravity, but it's also
Gravity's
only
a law, a
I know
scientific
that.
law.
I know that. So what I'm telling you is that it's applicable when you use it for different things, right? So that's fine. We're not disputing that. The thing that's in dispute currently is the theory, the cause of the effect, not the effect. We're not disagreeing on the effect, okay? We
So
know
the
that
cause of
exists.
gravity?
Yes, there you
So
go.
you
The
know
cause.
gravity exists.
The effect exists. It's obvious. We can see the effect. When you drop a pen in the medium of air, we know what vector it's going to take. Down, right?
Down. And
We
when
see
you
that.
drop a
Right?
helium balloon,
Miranda, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, we can see that. That's natural, right? We can see stuff like that happening. Stuff falls to the medium of air. You can pretty much get an average on the rate of fall of things, right? That's something useful. It's got a formula. It's applicable to different things you use. Now, that's one thing. Now we're talking about big G, the gravitational theory of the cause of an effect. So the pen dropping is the effect. The theory is the causation of it. We're going to try to understand what is causing the pen to take the vector of down, right?
Yeah.
Do you get it now? Like the difference. We're not disputing when we say gravity, the way you're thinking about it, it's useful. It's the average rate of fall. That's fine. There's nobody disputing that. The disputing part of it comes when we're talking about the theory. What's making the pen take the direction that it
What
does?
dictates the average rate of fall if it's not the amount of mass?
Well, I'm asking the young lady right now. So, do you understand the difference before we get into?
Yeah, but if
anything
there
else?
was a flat Earth, then where's the ends?
Miranda, but do you understand the difference of what I'm saying here? Not.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So
Holy
we're
shit,
disputing
that place-
we're disputing the theory, not the average rate of
You
fall.
don't want to address someone that actually understands the topic.
Band, relax, bro.
stop
Like,
interjecting,
why
guys.
you gotta be like that, dude? Just chill, dude. We're gonna have our conversation too. Like everybody's gonna have a conversation with you, but we're trying to talk to Miranda because
Okay, you could talk to him. I'm just
no,
gonna
Miranda. See, no, I'm just saying the confusion happens in this argument when people are saying the word gravity and flat earthers are saying no, that's fake, and the globe is saying no, it's real. But you're talking about the theory, and so are we. But we're passing each other in the conversation because you're not parsing it out as big G and little g. Little g is the effect, big G is the cause. We're talking about the cause. That's fake. Because nobody can provide evidence for that. There's no evidence for that.
Okay.
However, the effect, which you're talking about, everybody agrees with.
Okay.
So, yeah, but you did have some questions, would you say? Where's the edge and what else?
Yeah, where's the edge? If it's flat.
Yeah, we're not. This a part of the conversation that we don't speak of is because there's no way to verify or test that information to be true. So if there
What
was,
about
if there,
NASA? Like, there's pictures of Earth being a sphere.
right, and if it was a sphere, like they're saying, right, with these pictures, then we would be able to measure the surface of the Earth to be curving. It would be testable, right? Because they're showing us pictures of round water, like curvature water. So that curvature you see in the pictures, would translate to the floor that we're standing on, Miranda. We would be able to measure the floor. If they're showing us pictures of it being a globe, right? That makes sense. We're standing on the geometric shape. We should be able to measure at least a portion of it, right?
Then what about the seasons and stuff? How
The season, yeah, the seasons. It's like, so okay, reality, the way it operates, it still works the same for us on whatever idea you think you live on, because it's still doing what it does. So just talking about the earth being flat doesn't change physics. Things operate the same way they do if you think that you live on a globe. Physics don't. The interactions. Yes, Miranda. So
Because if it was
everything.
flat, then there's going to be small sections that have a certain, like, never mind.
What? Small sections of what?
You're using aspects of the globe model to explain flat Earth. Good job.
No, I'm just trying to get what she's saying. Like, what do you mean small aspects?
Like, if it was flat, you know, the sides of that flat area, it's like a small area. Like,
The
I don't know how to
sides
explain
or the
it.
surface?
The sides, that means there's only going to be a little countries or whatever that experience a certain season. I don't know how to
No.
explain
Do you,
it.
okay, so let me ask you a question. When I say flat Earth, what do you picture in your mind? Describe your picture.
Like a circle, a flat circle.
No, that's incorrect.
Then what is it?
That's incorrect. So the
flat
map.
board?
Well, check it out. The map that you're given to think about, that AE map, that's not the true version of what Earth is. Earth is just what it is when you go outside your door and you see the world around you. That's Earth. Now, the depiction of what it looks like from a top-down view or from a far-away view, nobody's ever had that overall worldview. There's claims. There's claims that people have been to the moon and stuff, right? But we're talking about right now is to verify the entire world in that way. Nobody's ever done that. There's claims that people have.
Then what about the other planets? Are they spheres?
Right. So I'll give you the cosmology.
How did you
I'll give you
verify that
Ben.
they faked it?
We'll talk about it. Just
Fine,
keep
dude,
those as
like really don't like hearing
keep
my
those
voice
as key points, bro. Well, I'm actually talking to someone else and not you, Ben. You're not the main attraction every day, bro. You need to just chill, bro.
It's like 20 people in here.
And
So what?
You can't divert the topic to another one, and she's asking some questions. She wants to feel like that's fine. I'll answer them.
Yeah.
So basically, the cosmology aspect of it, like what is the Earth then? Like if it's not what you're thinking in your mind, basically that's the way we attribute things. It's the floor of the universe. Everything, all that there is, you're standing on it right now. So the flat plane of existence, you're on it currently, right now.
And there's no planets or anything else?
Yeah. So when you start to think of cosmology, that whole story that you've been told as like what planets are and all that, they're not verified by the people that tell you. Those guys who are scientific communicators will tell you this is our best guess of what we think those things are based on some information that we've collected. So based on some information, they'll say this is our best guess what that thing is. They're not telling you it is what I'm saying it is. They don't operate in that way, Miranda. As in like you're 100% sure that's what they're saying. That's not what in that paradigm, they'll always tell you that science doesn't operate in 100% truths. They don't do that.
But so then if you're looking at telescope though, yeah, what this guy just said, you see the planets as a sphere.
Yeah.
And there's asteroids and stuff.
Yeah,
like,
what it looks
Earth's
like.
the only space. Then what are asteroids?
Miranda, what it looks like and what it actually is are two very different things, because upon further investigation, let's say you actually go there and you find out the thing that you're talking about is not even physical, it's metaphysical, it's an image or something. Nobody really knows. They have that. Yeah. So what I'm saying is nobody knows. They're giving their educated guess what they think it could be. And it very well might be that thing, but they will never know what it is. They have just guesses at what it could be.
Then what about black holes and
all
stuff?
of that, yeah, all of that stuff is just no. It's not. Listen, everything that somebody tells you, basically think of it like a story. And in order for you to find out if the story is true, you have to verify that story to be true, right? I could tell you that I caught a fish that was as big as a car, but until you see the evidence and you research and understand that I did actually catch a fish like that, then you will never know. It'll just be a fish story that I told you about. So
then
you
what
need
about,
to.
the sun? Is that flat as well?
Well, as far as we can tell, it looks like a circle
is
in the
there no
sky.
sun?
No, Miranda. Why would you say something like that?
Because you said the Earth's the only space and there's nothing else in it.
No. I didn't say that. I said the Earth is like the floor of the universe, and everything that's above us, like all the lights that you see in the sky, that's all that we know to be in our universe, like in our world. So there's nothing
there
else
other
other than
worlds?
that. No,
So
there's
there's
no
no
other
world,
worlds.
huh?
Because the people can tell you stories about things, but until you can verify that information, you can't ever know. You get it? So it's like a story about anything. It doesn't matter what it is. So he could tell you a story about Narnia, Middle Earth, Star Trek, all these wonderful stories that you read about, that you see in movies. But how do you know that's not real? You can't ever go to those places. These are just things they tell you. So don't mock this. Don't mock this like it's some sort of absurd idea. What we're saying is use your critical thinking skills. When somebody tells you something, how do you know the thing they told you is real or a story? You won't never know until you can actually investigate and verify it, right? Or falsify it.
So you're
That's
saying
all we're
all the
saying.
astronauts are lying?
Well,
What if when they go to space?
right, but so here's what's happening, right? A good story needs a storyteller. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so if somebody was to tell you a good story, how do you know that story is true or not, Miranda? How would you know?
Because they send pictures back and there's like a bunch of people working. If they were lying, some of those people would obviously tell the truth.
So basically the movie industry is telling the truth about their
No,
stories that
not
they portray
movie.
to you.
I meant like the astronauts.
How do you know? But how do you know they're not it's not just a big production?
Because there's many space stations in like different countries.
Yeah, that's another story.
So they're all working together and lying?
It's just Miranda, it's a story. How do you verify a story? I'm asking you, use your thinking right now. How can you verify a story like that?
You need to go into space.
Well, how else would you verify that that's true other than just belief? Because you have right now just a belief in what they're telling you. That's it. Just all I'm asking you, look, I'm not telling you, I'm not trying to convert you or convince you. If you think for yourself, right, critically, then if somebody tells you, it doesn't matter what story it is, flat earth, or they could tell you that this restaurant has rats in it or whatever it is, how would you know if you never investigate on it? You're just going to believe them. This is
No,
all I'm telling you at this.
You can investigate that though.
I know, but
You
what
can
I
verify it.
that's fine. But what I'm telling you is that the point about where the story becomes only a belief and where it becomes something that you know, it differentiates from like how you think about it. If you say, okay, I'll trust you that your story about something is true, just on the basis that you say you've been to whatever location. But until I know that it does exist, how can I ever say that it does? Like I'm just gonna believe you on credit. Like there's places that you there's places that you can go to, right? Like if I say I visited a store in Wyoming, and you're like, how do I know that store doesn't exist? I've never been there, but it's logistically possible, right? The other places that they tell you, it would take like enormous amounts of logistics in order for you to get there, and so it's kind of like it's so unfathomably unrealistic that for you to actually be somebody who actually does that is the it's like winning the lottery. It's the chances of something like that, and then for you to say that you could verify it and then have everybody else believe that it's so unrealistic. There's no possibility that you can actually say that it's going to happen in your
So
lifetime.
the Earth doesn't rotate. It's just a floor of space.
It's yeah. So basically, what we're
Doesn't
saying is
rotate or orbit.
it's the floor of the cosmology. Everything else that we see above us is moving.
And how
So
does seasons work if Earth
seasons,
doesn't move?
right? So when you are making up now, say this statement is true or not, right? When you go outside in your eastern sky, you see the sun moving across the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree? Okay, so the sun moves across the sky, and during do you live in the north or the south? Like, do you live in like in North, let's say like North America or, you know,
North America.
Europe? Okay, so North America, and then like in the South right now, Australia, they're about to have their summertime. It's about to be springtime for those guys because the sun's moving from the equinox onto the south. So now it's going to be going to that side where they're getting all the sun. You know, the sun's closer to them in their proximity of their location versus us in the north. I live in the north as well, in the States. So we're experiencing right now. We're getting into fall, going into winter, but they're experiencing their spring, going into summer. So what's happening is the sun's proximity, as far as like it getting closer to them, it's going to be warming them, and it's going to be getting colder for us. but seasons are working because as it moves farther away from the north, the sun, it's moving, right? As it moves away from our location, it's becoming colder, like winter. And the seasons happen because that's how the transition happens. The sun's proximity to your location on Earth. And as it moves outward, and then it's going to get to them, I would say outward because it just, I feel like you could relate to that in your mind. But it's just going away from the north and going towards the south. And so that's seasons are pretty basic, and it's you just need the sun to be moving around. You don't need to be moving around as like the Earth. The sun's the one moving.
So Earth doesn't have a core or anything?
No, there's no evidence for that. It's another story, like space, the
No, there
vacuum of
is
space.
evidence because of seismic waves.
Seismic waves, but has anybody
Yeah.
verified that seismic waves are actually penetrating a globe Earth?
I'm not sure.
Okay, that's your answer. This isn't something that a lot of people come in and they just want to feel like they're poke fun or it's a meme or they're mocking. But in reality, what we're doing is just showing you guys that there isn't any evidence that they left behind so that we can investigate these things. We are left with nothing but belief. And when we start to look into them, what we find out is the opposite. It doesn't check out to be a globe. It doesn't measure globe for sure. Do you get it now?
Yeah,
like
but you
this,
won't let
this
anybody.
is
You won't let anybody
Kind
provide
of.
the globe argument.
Okay.
You're just making it very biased.
Yeah. Well, she has to at least hear. She's had many years to actually be exposed to the globe. Don't you think we can at least get 10 minutes of airtime? Ban Truth? Thank you.
Hey, you're just
So,
taking advantage of someone's ignorance. That's all.
dude, you just called her ignorant. You're fucking pompous, dude. Sit down, or you're going to be sat down. How about that? You can let other people think for themselves.
Uh-oh, spaz alert.
Yeah, I'm triggered because you shouldn't be saying that people are ignorant, bro.
Just
How
mute
rude.
him, Miggy. Mute
Nah,
him.
he's muted. I muted him. There's no way.
Thank you.
No, it just sucks, man, because, like, honestly, Miranda, the thing is, it doesn't, I'm not trying to convince you. I just want you to think, right? Honestly, you can believe the Earth is a globe all you want, as long as you want. It's not going to change the fact that at least you could challenge the information. That's which is all I want you to do. Just challenge it. I don't want somebody saying that you're too ignorant to know something because you're not. You're asking questions, so obviously you are intelligent. And whether, like I said, you think the Earth is a globe or not, that's up to you. At the end of the day, you are the one that's going to be thinking about this information, not this guy or anybody else. Anyway, it got weird really fast, so I apologize that I only got upset because, like, I think everybody at least has the ability. Even Ban Truth, I know he's upset right now, but he himself can think critically too. It's because of a bias it's a bias that you grew up with. You grew up with this understanding of the globe.
No, Ben Truth is actually an anti-flat earther. He's not a defender of the globe.
Hey, you just got unmuted right now, but check it out. Like, you need to be more respectful, dude. Like, it's not cool that you're calling somebody ignorant
I
in
could
here
use
when
a
they're
different word. I could use oblivious or naivety.
No,
It's not an
dude. You see,
insult.
and
There are
whoever
things I'm not aware
unmuted
of as
him,
well.
thank you. Whoever unmuted him, thank you. He's just gonna continue the same thing.
Relax.
That's not, man. That's messed up, I guess. But whatever, dude. You
you're
then
white
tell
knighting
people.
it.
Then I guess you're invited to say whatever you want to other people. Then I guess it's okay. Yeah, go ahead and tell people how ignorant they are and oblivious. That's okay.
You're
Go
taking
ahead.
advantage
Go
of
ahead, dude.
their.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going
You got
to
it.
go
You
ahead.
got the floor, man.
You're taking advantage of things that they're not fully aware of yet, and you're not willing to entertain how the globe explains these phenomena. That's what I'm saying. You're taking advantage of their naivety of the subject. That's not an insult to the person. There's plenty of things I'm naive to in this world because I don't have experience in certain fields. If somebody tells me I don't know anything about spectroscopy, I'm going to accept that because I don't work in that field. I don't take it as an insult. Stop white knighting.
You guys don't remember Ban Truth? He pretended to be a flat earther, then Witsit kicked him back to the globe through public embarrassment. It was ugly.
Witsit embarrassed himself wearing a lab coat trying to profess about flat earth in public, and everybody booed him and laughed as he got arrested.
Yeah, but this guy wants to say whatever he wants to other people and just make him feel like trash, and then
No.
he thinks that he has a platform here. And then he gets, I don't know, man. I just disagree with this unmute though. He didn't have to be muted right now. He could have stayed
Honestly,
muted.
he's one of the more terrible people now, so I wouldn't.
Just
He's
saying.
a fucking obese guy with no income.
You see? You guys unmute him. Look, he's just running wild. I guess, I don't know. Whatever, dude. I guess.
You guys have like...
He's one of those black swan people who used to believe that the earth is flat and no longer does.
I was gonna say, we have cool people like Matthew Learns we can talk to and have civil discussions with, so to each his own. Left Lane's pretty cool.
Well, we were talking with Miranda, but Bantruth wants to say that she's ignorant and whatnot, and that was, I guess, okay. But so whatever.
Yeah, because it was my choice of words, but I meant it.
You're a fucking bully,
He doesn't
dude.
understand the subject.
You're a fucking bully, and you just want to, and people actually advocate for you. I don't know why. It's fucked up, but you're a bully, dude. You don't allow some people just to at least. She's been exposed to the globe for as many years as she has. She could at least get 10 minutes to at least think about flat Earth.
It's spazzing out, dude.
It's whatever, dude.
Yeah, Shane, you got a job yet? Or are you still begging people for PayPals?
Fuck off.
Jeez.
Fuck.
It's the dumbest thing to say. Get a job.
He's so angry.
Tell your mom I said hello.
Is that Battle Mod? But he's done terrible.
Sounded like AI.
No, it is Battle Mod. What's up, dude?
Yeah.
Internal mic.
Yeah, right, buddy.
Dude, come on, you got to use one of your like 7
That
microphones,
shitty
dude. Just plug it in. Nobody wants to talk to you like this.
Yeah, Mike, you're coming in really bad, bro.
I don't have the headset hooked up.
I could hear the freaking motorcycle better than I can hear you.
Hey, do you know how, Pete, do you know when you go up in a plane and you fly anywhere, basically you reach a certain height and then it just stays level, doesn't it? The plane stays level. And it stays level because you kind of never feel anything changing. It just stays static. The hostess, they come out giving you the drinks and the food, whatever. It just stays level and plain like that. They call it a plane. And, I just flew on holiday and I came here and it just struck me that the plane didn't change altitude at any point until it came to descend. And yet, if we were on a globe, then it would have had to be changing altitude constantly in order to track the curvature of the Earth, right? Am I right?
I'm glad to hear you are aware of it now. It is a great experience to know.
No, I was aware before. It was just such an obvious proof to me, being on a plane.
Yeah, flying in a straight line on a flat plane over a flat plane, in a planar.
But I'd like a globe Earth proponent to explain to me why the plane wouldn't need to be changing altitude constantly. That would be an interesting. I'd be interested in that explanation.
I've heard it. You probably don't want to hear it.
Oh, go
I've
on.
heard it. You don't want to hear it, man. Like I've heard the
Fair
explanation.
play.
It's so not what's happening right now. They really just say it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You don't need to adjust because you have an altimeter that tells them how the altitude they are above the ground. So as it's curving, the altimeter keeps them. I remember the guy saying it was like bungee cord to the center of the Earth with gravity. It's imagine an invisible bungee cord like stuck to the bottom of the plane, like attached to the center of the Earth, going when the Earth like going around. It's keeping the. It's stupid. Seriously.
Right. That's crazy.
Penis on a pole.
Yeah. So that's what they say. And I just spared you like listening to like an hour of it because somebody's gonna come in and tell you that.
Yeah. That's plainly ridiculous. I mean, you'd have to go through so many hoops to try and make that work, even mentally. When just simply to be on a plane, to know that it doesn't fluctuate, is a direct flat Earth proof. It's just so simple.
Yeah. You think, but their mental gymnastics, they always go resort to using it in a way that it's not like reality. Because, and we've talked about this before. I've announced it to the room. Like, I don't think saying that you're flying over the Earth or you're navigating on the seas is going to get like. Well, navigating on the seas has operating with the celestial navigation. That is a good evidence. Using celestial navigation has a lot more properties to work with because you're on the Earth, as if you were over the Earth. Over the Earth, there's a lot of wiggle room for them to say, like what I just said about them being tethered to the Earth with gravity. And an altimeter, all you need is the altitude above the Earth's surface. That would keep a steady level flight due to gravitational forces, keeping you locked into the surface. So you wouldn't have a tangent line going off into space. You would go around the curve with the gravitational forces, keeping the plane at a locked distance away from with the altimeter, like knowing. It's ridiculous, dude. Is what I'm saying. In the plane.
Like a tractor beam.
Yeah, you could think of it like that. Yeah, watch out, man. You don't give them any more ideas. Like the bungee cord was hard enough to kind of listen through.
It's ridiculous.
You guys really don't understand anything we tell you, do you? It's amazing.
I didn't hear anything. What did the guy say?
So you guys really don't understand anything we tell you.
Well, that's
why you here,
Who's the guy? That's Scott Mackey.
Who we, Scott? What we said.
Tell us, who's we?
Weird.
That's what they told me, Scott. Like, what do you want me to do with that? They said it's just like if we're bungee cord stuck to the plane, bottom of the plane, connected to the center of the Earth. As a plane flies around the globe, it doesn't go up in like a tangent because gravity keeps it level flight, like as it were. If the guy's using the only thing he's using is an altimeter to know the altitude from the surface. So, and for him to know that gravity's keeping the plane like bungee corded to the fucking Earth, dude. Like that's how he explained it to me. Like I didn't say that, he did. But the explanation as to why it doesn't fly off into space, or you're heading on a tangent line straight and you're not going around the Earth as a curve.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they said. Like, what do you want to do with that? Like,
so what's the best explanation that you've heard that we've given for why the plane doesn't fly off into space? Steelman us.
Well, as far as the way he was explaining it, I thought that was the way. There was a guy before, and I'm putting context to it, Mike, that some guy said, not Scott, there was somebody else. Whenever we were having this discussion, I was telling Shane about it, or I think Shane asked the question, or somebody else, maybe it was NL. What could be the best argument for them saying that, flights are flying straight and level, steady level flight? And I was like, well, I heard the argument from their side saying that it was like gravity was keeping it connected to the Earth. So as it was negotiating around the curvature, around the ball, they didn't have to do that. They weren't needing to point the nose down to follow the curve. The Earth was actually doing the work to keep it in line with going around, kind of like the hands of a clock, right? The edge of the hand of the clock is like where the plane is flying. The middle is the center of the Earth, and that line from the center to the plane is gravity, kind of keeping it in place, basically. Does that make sense? It's the way he told me, so that's best you're gonna do.
Not an explanation I would give, but if that's what someone told you, I don't know.
Well, that's what he said. It's like gravity's keeping it like it's not gonna fly off into space because gravity's not gonna. It won't allow for that. Like it's. But anyway, if you guys have a better one than that, fuck?
Go for it.
Say
I'm interested to hear Kay's explanation for this. Go for it.
Airplanes are
He's
constantly
incoherent.
airplanes are constantly adjusting their position. That's what airplanes do. And no airplane in the world is going
That's
to
not
fly at
true.
and no airplane in the world is going to fly at exactly down to the micrometer altitude for the course of its flight. It will go up and down by feet, and it will tilt by feet or by several at least degrees during the course of its flight, and they're constantly adjusting. That's the nature of flight. And so if the level underneath them is altering as they go across the curve, that plane will constantly be adjusting its position in relation to the current position on Earth. It's really not that hard.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Is he roboting for everybody? Or
Mike, you're not coming in. It's really bad, bro.
Well, it will deflect
You can feel when it adjusts.
by the
You can
order of
feel an
feet
altitude change.
when there are air turbulences. But you can also have a smooth flight, and um, the airplane will not be deflecting up, down, or sideways.
The plane is always
Any
deflecting.
order. Yeah. No, it's not always.
It's pushing itself through air. It has to be deflecting as
Yeah.
it hits new air.
No,
And
and
it has to
when
adjust to
those
that new air
engines
every time.
go, when the airplane is flying through a clear day, the flight is very, very smooth.
It is never that clear. There is always crosswinds. There is always updrafts and downdrafts. There is
Yes,
always drafts all over the place. And the airplane is always
military,
navigating, and the airplane is always
military,
navigating through that medium.
military fighter pilots, yeah, the Russian pilots, yeah,
Oh my
they
God,
can
here we go,
fly
another
a
story.
Sukhoi airplane, yeah, like 1 meter above the ground.
Good
And they
for them.
fly, listen, they fly with supersonic speeds.
1 meter above the ground. Yeah,
Yeah,
like we'd love to see that one day.
yeah, they do that.
And then seconds later, see this big
Yeah, and
fireball.
then listen, they fly 2 airplanes in the air. Yeah,
Have you not seen Top Gun, dude?
they are coming close, like wing to wing. There is less than 1 foot between the wings distance. Yeah, and then the other plane takes a upside down turn above the other plane and
Yes,
lands
we've all
on the
seen air
other side
shows.
of that plane. Yeah.
We've all seen air shows, yes.
Yeah, so those are very
But here's
precise
the thing,
maneuvers,
they're in the same
and
air.
they are not deflecting
They are in the
by
same
orders
air.
of feet when they are flying. They are flying in a very straight line, very smooth.
Yes, both those jets are in the same air.
Yeah.
They will be affected by that same air equally.
Oh,
If one of
well,
them
if
deflects up
both
slightly, the other will deflect
airplanes
up
are
slightly. That's the way
deflecting
air
when they are
works.
flying, how can they maneuver so precisely?
Yeah, it's too complicated for you,
Yeah,
apparently.
on a windy day,
I know
they
it's
don't fly
complicated.
tight formation like that. On a
Yeah,
windy
I'm
day,
sure.
they don't fly those maneuvers.
Yes, true. They don't do that on bad weather conditions. That's true. Because it's impossible.
Yeah, I've always said that airplane is not a good argument because they would do the same thing in both models. You just get it trimmed out at altitude and the power set and trimmed out. It'll just stay at that altitude as long as it.
That's what I said.
As long as it
That's
goes.
been my saying for quite a few years now. But it just seems like it always devolves into like people using this as a means to, yeah. So it is what it is, I guess. It comes with the territory. You have to.
It's
sometimes.
funny, Miguel. What that guy was saying with the bungee cord, it's like gravity was acting as a centripetal force,
Yeah, so that he was actually using that word. So basically, and not even disagreeing with Scott Mackey, but that's what he was saying.
Yeah.
Because it does with the bungee cord idea, it does have like a undulation. It would be going up and down, like adjusting for. Yeah, but it's basically what. To be truthful, that's just what he said. The winds would be a bigger factor. Just, I don't know. It's not really an argument. People want to have it though, so it's like whatever. I don't. To be truthful, it's more of a debate. I think it's just
But
it's a debate. It's not like a true
Miggy,
thing that you.
Miggy,
Yeah, what's up?
Miggy, you know what's funny? Back in the days, we had Concorde, yeah, supersonic passenger airplanes. So those airplanes were flying much, much faster than these nowadays commercial airplanes. When they were invoking this cord, yeah, bungee cord, holding airplanes at a certain altitude, well, then in this frame of an airplane can only reach a higher altitude only if it changes velocity, if it accelerates faster. That's the only way you can get to a higher altitude. And so airplanes flying with a higher velocity will be actually flying at a much higher altitude.
So what about the supersonic Russian
Because
fighters that were flying a meter above the ground?
well, supersonic airplanes were also
Hey,
flying
it's your own
in
story.
the commercial airspace.
You seem to be
Yeah.
saying that the speed determines your altitude, but just about 5 minutes ago, you're talking about supersonic fighters flying a meter above the ground. Which one is it?
Yeah. Well, how can you have then jet fighters flying like 1 meter above the ground when your gravity actually autocorrects your airplane, the position of your airplane? Yeah, because that's what you said.
Every flight you've ever been on flew at 1 meter above the ground twice. Once when he took off, and once when he landed.
At least for an instant, right? As it was
Momentarily.
passing through it, yeah. But they had their wheels down.
We should
At least I hope they did. Exactly.
There's the curvature of the Earth. One's got it.
Didn't mean to break the conversation. Sorry.
I had a great time watching the solar eclipse today. Saw about 70% of the sun covered up.
Oh, wow.
How long ago was that?
3 hours ago.
Yeah, 1 a.m. for me. Okay, no chance.
4 hours.
Yeah, you know, if something didn't make sense while I was watching it from where I live in Southern California.
That's right.
And then I saw the feed in San Diego, and then I saw the feed in New Mexico. It was really weird that they had the same San Diego and New Mexico. They had the same exact, traverse, if you will, to where the moon came from the top of it and then kind of went down the center and then made that ring in New Mexico. But in San Diego, it showed it coming down as well, the same kind of way. So like I was checking San Diego's like the way they saw it and then the way I saw it. And mine was more like it was coming from the left side and then even like what was going downward.
Dude, you're roboting hard.
Oh, you can't hear me, sorry.
No.
Can you hear me?
Well, we can hear bits of what you're saying. But yeah, so in San Diego, you wouldn't have seen the Ring of Fire. It's because it was just a partial eclipse. Even in
No,
New Mexico, it was partial, but the moon went through the center of the sun, and places in New Mexico like Albuquerque did see the Ring of Fire.
no. So what I'm saying is that the way it went through the sun from the top to the bottom, as opposed to where I saw it, it looked like it went from just more along the left side of it. At first, it went from the top, and then it started going more like it was just staying to the left side of it, to where the crescent was like from the top, and then going along the right side of it. And it was all dark on the left side of it. But in San Diego, theirs came from the top and it went down the center. So I'm like, how the hell?
But
Why would that be different?
you know that just depends on how the camera's oriented, right?
How the camera? We're just looking up at it. I don't know what you mean by how the camera's oriented. If we're just looking up at that, I don't know how that makes sense. Make it make sense.
So from Southern California, I watched it in Southern California too. We saw the shadow start at the top, maybe a little bit to the left, like at 11 o'clock on the clock face, and then the shadow went down
Right.
to the bottom left, not through the center, but to the left a little bit.
Exactly.
And that's what we saw here.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So like that's the way I'm in Los Angeles area, right? So that's the
Yeah,
way
me
we
too.
saw it from here. But in San Diego, which is just south of us, if you watch their live stream, theirs it went straight down the middle. And I was trying to think like, why are we seeing it to the left? And we should then see it the way they see it because we're in line, right? We're I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know. It was really weird though because it wasn't what I would have predicted it to be. So that's what was kind of weird. I'm
So are
just
you
trying to
saying
wrap my
the
head.
feed from San Diego, it went right through the middle and had the Ring of Fire?
It was going straight down the middle. I didn't watch. They cut it off before it showed the ring because then they switched over to New Mexico, and then New Mexico had the Ring of Fire, the Albuquerque. I think that's why they switched. That was more the highlight of the show to see the ring.
Right.
But it's weird though because they were going from like Tennessee to Texas to New Mexico to San Diego, and they kind of just kept bouncing around those. And then I was like noticing like, why is San Diego not looking like a West Coast view? It should have been left side, but it wasn't. It was straight down the middle. And I was like, that's kind of weird. That doesn't make sense right
Yeah,
now. I don't know.
that is weird. You'd have to ask them like why they, what angle they were pointing it at or whatever. So, I mean,
It's really weird.
if you were standing on the ground in San Diego, I suspect it'd look pretty much the same as what we saw in LA.
That's what I thought, but that's not. I'll post a picture of what I captured earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, it was like this.
So
To the left side.
how wide are these shadows on eclipses? I don't think I can actually even know.
I'm sorry, what was that?
How wide are the shadows on eclipses?
Well, apparently they
Because
say it's only 57 miles, right? Over something that's supposed to be 2,000 miles, right? That's kind of all funny. We've talked about
That's a
that
total
before, but
eclipse. This was because this
on
wasn't a
this one.
total
Oh,
eclipse.
yeah,
There was no
Shadow?
shadow. There's no umbra. It was all penumbra.
Yeah, it's interesting. Here's the latest one. It's interesting because this also kind of made me think, and maybe you Globers are the perfect guys to ask because you guys know everything. So if there's an object in the sky, right? We don't see total black, black darkness of it because the light still will shine bright enough to where it will light up the underside of it or the side away from the sun. And also they say that the light also bounces off the ground and then bounces back up into the sky. So which it will light up like the bottom of an airplane. Would you agree?
Yeah.
So then why does the moon become this weird black ink spot to where it is just completely. You can't even zoom in on the telescope and see the moon while it's passing in front of the sun, which made me think, what the hell are we looking at then? Because it should technically, the light should be bouncing even off of the Earth in your paradigm and back up to the moon to at least give it a
It is.
See,
No, so it is.
you say
but
no, but please show
Let's go with
proof and
Matthew. He
evidence.
probably knows more.
Please show evidence though. Don't just say no and then it does or it. Please show evidence of us seeing the moon while it's doing this celestial event, this phenomenon, this optical or this whatever celestial phenomenon that happens. Because all I ever see is a completely blackened, like void of nothing, like a black dot. Right? That's all you ever see. I was looking through the lens. That's all we ever see. But I'm saying, why can't we get a telescope and zoom in and see the moon? And not only do you not see it coming in, but you also don't see it leaving. It just is just completely not even in the sky. Because you can
so
look
you're asking good questions. Oh, sorry. Finish
go
asking your
ahead.
question.
I was just gonna say, during the day, you can zoom in and see the moon in the sky during the day, and you can see it. When you look through a telescope, you see it. As a matter of fact, you can even see it with your own eyes. So for it to be in the sky at the same time as the sun, and there's no no shine off the Earth going back to the moon, to even light up very faintly, nothing. It becomes a complete black nothingness.
You're cheating yourself.
Anyways, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So the answer is that you are right, and you're asking good questions. That dark part of the moon is in fact lit up by the shine of the Earth, and it is shining somewhat. The problem is that the only time we'd be able to see that is if it shines bright enough to shine through the atmosphere, which it doesn't when it's in front of the moon, especially when it's in front of the sun, especially when it's a partial solar eclipse. The sun just way outshines it. Same thing if there's a quarter moon, you see a half moon, you see half of the moon really clearly, but no matter how powerful of telescope you get, you zoom in on the other half of the moon and all you see is blue sky just because the sky outshines it. Now there are two times where you can see the moon in the dark. One is during a total solar eclipse. Then you can see if you set the aperture and settings right in your camera, you can see the features of the moon when it's right directly in front of the sun and blocking up the entire sun. And the other one is during a total lunar eclipse when there's no sunlight landing on the moon. But because that's at nighttime, that's way easier to see because there's no blue atmosphere, there's no sun blocking anything, so you look and see, and the moon in fact looks a little bit reddish because it's being lit up by kind of the red, all the sunrises and sunsets on the Earth. So that's why it's the red moon. So you're asking the right questions, and I think those are reasonable answers.
I want to ask reasonable question. All this stuff, what is happening with the moon, how will influence the surface of the Earth?
That doesn't have that much influence.
Oh, that means that we can speak about bakery also, like how yeast it's doing stuff to growing the dough, because the same thing will not influence the surface of the Earth. Or we can speak about traffic in London. It also will not affect the surface of the Earth, but we can speak about that.
Right. These are all sort of things that we're speculating about what's happening in the sky and which model has a better story for
I think the best model has when you confirm the surface, then you have a model confirmation. For example, if surface is curving, then you have all that stuff covered, and it's covered in the that rate what is given that it's perfectly will work, even if it's not
so
happening
it sounds
in
like
the
you're
sky.
wanting to change the subject from the solar eclipse and talk about curvature. Is that what you're saying?
Matthew.
No, let's speak about gas on Jupiter.
Oh, sorry, not curvature, gas on Jupiter. Which rabbit trail do you want to go down?
Yeah, because that will again be story what will not influence the surface. Is that true?
Right.
Let's speak then about Mars.
Oh, so I'm confused. We were talking about the solar eclipse, and then you said you want to
I
talk
know.
about curvature, but then Mars,
I
but
know.
then
And
Jupiter,
if I
and
realize
then
now that it's up, down, left, or right shadow, how that will influence the surface of the Earth?
it doesn't. We're talking about how the
Oh, that means that
different story.
that means that this whole story has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Matthew, you said that telescopes on the Earth, no matter how powerful they are, they cannot perceive that light reflecting from the Earth to the Moon and back.
Right.
So
Unless
we
it's dark
cannot
enough.
see them through the air. Yeah, I understand this. It makes sense. Yeah, to me. But the problem is, you see, this event, yeah, the solar eclipse, has been observed by vast majority of people in USA. Yeah? They were all watching the TV and they were watching also the sky outside. Pretty much all of this time, these 2 hours. And even if people they were at work, they actually took a little break and went outside and to watch the event. Am I right?
Probably not this eclipse. No. In August of 2017, it was such a big deal, and because it was going to be a total eclipse for a big part of the country, or well, small part of the country, that got a lot more press coverage, and so that was probably true in
Yeah, okay,
2017, but not today.
in San Diego, yeah, it was this eclipse was visible. Yeah.
A partial eclipse was visible in San Diego. Yes, I was in LA,
Yeah,
Los Angeles.
okay. So you think people didn't took like 5 minutes break to go outside and look at it?
Unfortunately, not that many people did. No, it was kind of early on a Saturday, so it was 9:20 a.m. on a Saturday morning. So there were plenty of people who probably didn't notice it.
Oh, so people at that time they sit indoors, drinking coffee, eating a cupcake. Yeah.
I'll tell you a story. I was walking on campus. We were setting up the telescopes, and I walked around campus with my eclipse sunglasses and walked up to people and said, "Hey, did you notice the sun doesn't feel very warm right now?" And they're like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "Look at the shadows; they're weird." And they're like, "Huh?" I said, "Do you know why?" And they're like, "No." And I said, "Put these on and stare at the sun." And then they looked at the sun and they said, "Oh no way! It's a solar." So even people walking around outside, if you weren't aware,
Yeah.
then you wouldn't know that an eclipse was happening unless you looked at it.
Yeah. So now this event, okay, I'm glad we established people had no shit clue that this event was taking place above their heads. But is it the same for NASA?
Generally, people who work for NASA are more aware of astronomical events, so I would suspect that almost everybody who works for NASA knew
Yeah,
about
so
today's
they
eclipse.
knew, yeah.
Right, that's my guess.
And also the people in the mainstream media.
Oh, I don't know. Mainstream media people
Well,
are.
they were broadcasting this news, yeah.
Yeah. So some people were
So they
broadcasting.
knew, yeah. Now, astronomers, these guys working at telescopes, they also knew, yeah, because they had to know to point their telescopes at the time of day and hour, yeah. So NASA knew, and with so many satellites out there in space and telescopes and whatnot, yeah, no image, nothing. I mean, whenever it's taking place, a solar or lunar eclipse in the world, all the pictures or videos we get are from people from the surface of the world. We don't even have like solar eclipses being video recorded from airplanes, not to mention satellites. Nothing. Zero. Nada.
Yeah, we do. I just posted one 7 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, so they took a picture of this solar eclipse from a satellite.
They did.
Are you sure it's not a CGI?
It looks real to me.
Okay, let me check.
Yeah, it's the twitter.com address.
Oh, Twitter. I don't see where you posted. The link. Twitter. Oh,
It's a blue marble, get beget. It's a
yeah.
blue marble. Okay? And something flying in clouds.
Twitter
Crazy.
is the American agency that
It's too early for this level of indoctrination, such as Matthew has.
Oh, I don't have any indoctrination. I'm just showing pictures.
No, you have, Matthew. It's an only new place, and you're changing places. You know, it's enough. You don't need to change places. You're recorded, man, with all your arguments and everything. People can watch you and decide it for themselves. You don't need to speak anymore with the same thing. You know, you are recorded. It's all right. You know.
Yeah.
And for example, the best example of you is you are now saying something, but I still want to know: did you learn what is difference between calculation and measurements?
Yeah, I've always known the difference. Measurements is when you
Oh,
take.
but I remember the time that you said I don't know the difference between measurements and calculation. Is that true?
I don't remember that.
Oh, but I remember, Matthew.
You think that I don't know the difference between calculation and measurement?
You said that, Matthew.
I thought we were talking about pictures of the eclipse from a satellite.
No,
Yeah.
that became too uncomfortable, so he changed the subject because it's like very direct evidence.
In a skirt.
Which satellite?
What color skirt?
What color is shirt?
What color is what?
I don't know. I didn't ask that. Yeah, I know it's funny.
That skirt. His mama's in the skirt.
You have bad mind.
Mic check.
Yep.
Oh, I guess we have a moment of silence.
Is that Jesse?
It is. Hey, Shane, how's it going?
Holy crap, man. Why have you turned down and you speaking like in a whisper?
What's that?
I do have you turned down. Why would I have you turned down?
I don't know. I never yell. Do I?
No, there you are.
Maybe I have two personalities and the other one doesn't tell me what it does.
So all the Globers ended up here, huh? What's up with that?
I don't know.
We're interested in you all.
It does have that appearance, huh?
Yeah, for sure. I ain't gonna lie.
Because I mean, like this place was starting to be cool, but then all the Clovers showed up again, and now it's just normal. Not
I
that we
figure
don't, not that we don't like you guys.
exactly. I mean, don't you want someone to challenge you every now and then?
The point of this place, though, was that it was Glovers who wasn't you guys, to be honest. Right? It
The,
was,
the fresh meat.
it was all like new people. Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, you
and
wanted
then,
fresh meat.
and then
Yeah,
you all
good
came here
job.
and ruined
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
I know.
So, just being honest.
We're such buzzkills. I know.
Hey, scapegoat, what did you send me? I'm trying to figure out. I don't know if you could talk or not. Hmm.
So, Matthew, are you still here?
I'm still here.
Yeah, so that satellite that took image of this solar eclipse, was it able to see the dark side of the moon in the moment of the eclipse?
No.
No. Why?
It
Because you
was
said,
aimed at the
well,
Earth.
we can't see it because the air, yeah, in the
Right.
world,
So
so
right
the
now,
light
Venus
doesn't
isn't. So,
penetrate
for
them.
example, Venus is
But
in
the
the sky. It's this.
satellites, listen, the satellites are out there in the vacuum of space, and they should be able to see that
Yeah, they
light.
do. They
Yeah.
should be able to. This one was aimed at the Earth, so it wasn't aimed at the moon. So we see the shadow
Sorry.
of the moon. We're looking at
What
the
did you
shadow
say?
of the moon.
Sorry, repeat that. I didn't get.
The satellite image video that I posted from Twitter is a satellite video of the shadow of the moon going across the face of the Earth. And so it's not showing the moon, it's showing the shadow of the moon.
Yeah, well, we're not interested in the shadow. We are interested, like, observing the phenomena. Yeah.
Okay, so
Moon
for example,
coming in
Venus is
front
up
of
right
the
now.
sun.
Venus is up right now. You can see it in the mornings before the sun rises.
Yeah. So is like all they have is one satellite, yeah,
No,
which
there are hundreds.
takes an image, and they use it to video record the shadow moving on the surface of the Earth. Yeah. So no satellite was actually video recording the celestial event, the solar eclipse, right?
There are no. I mean, typically we don't have
Yeah.
satellites that
It's not
that
important. It's not
we don't.
important for people to see.
No, I think it's very important. You can look. You can look at lots of people saw
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, but they decided it's not important.
Who decided what's not important? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
These people who are at the controls of satellites.
So the moon, the solar eclipse was not visible from the GEOS 16 weather satellite. It didn't eclipse that satellite. It only eclipsed part of the Earth.
Oh, so yeah, we need to actually access weather satellites instead of NASA satellites.
This is an NOAA satellite, so not a NASA one, but
Oh,
different
NOAA. Yeah, but you said it was a weather satellite
yeah, it's
that
typically used for looking at the weather
provided
pattern.
this shadow. Yeah.
It's typically used for looking at weather patterns. Today, it happened to
Yeah.
capture a video of the shadow of the moon going across the Earth.
So a weather satellite is normal to be pointed to the Earth, yeah, to the surface of
Right.
the Earth. but a celestial body or space exploration satellite, yeah, those are completely blind. Yeah, we can't get any image from any of them.
No. So astronomical telescopes like the James Webb are
No,
pointed at stars. What?
yeah, so um, he wasn't able to record this eclipse. Yeah,
The eclipse didn't happen where the James Webb telescope is.
yeah. So which satellites were in the place where the eclipse happened? Actually, we had no telescope there.
There were plenty of low Earth satellite or low Earth orbit satellites
Yeah,
that were probably in the path of the satellite of the eclipse.
yeah.
Like I think some of the GPS satellites were probably there. Probably a bunch of the SpaceX. I mean, what do they call that? Yeah, the SpaceX and
Spyling.
Elon Musk.
I've never seen any
Starlink.
satellites when I looked in the sky.
What? You never have?
Yeah, me neither. I see tiny dots of light moving across the sky, and then they disappear, strangely disappear. But I cannot tell what those things are. It's a very tiny light. That's all I can say. So, do you have an image of a solar eclipse when the moon is in front of the sun, a satellite between the earth and the moon, taking a picture of the solar eclipse, yeah, and to actually see the surface of the moon?
No, but
Because
there are images of people
listen,
doing that from Earth.
the satellite will be in the shadow of the moon, yeah. So there's nothing affecting it, yeah. So being in the dark, it should be able to see any light that is reflecting from the earth to the surface of the moon and back. It should be able to pick that when it's in the shadow of the moon. Yeah, because
Right, and
it's
you can
in
see that from the ground even.
darkness.
You can see it from the ground.
Sorry?
You can see the surface of the moon from the ground during a total eclipse if you have the right camera equipment.
Mm.
You can verify what?
During 2017, look at 21 past the hour. This is a compilation of images showing showing the total eclipse, and one of the images they took shows the moon, and you can see the surface of the moon.
Yeah, but not from satellite, like super high definition. This is manufactured.
Yeah, this looks like CGI. I don't know what this is.
CGI, yeah.
No,
It's
this
not
is stacked
real.
images from.
Yeah, it is, Matthew. It's CGI.
CGI is computer generated. This isn't computer generated. This is using
Yeah.
Photoshop.
Oh shit!
I only heard one word and it was a bad word.
So this was a picture taken, or like how was this picture taken?
This is a series of images taken at different different apertures to show the different things. You can see the corona.
This is one picture taken, or no?
This is the corona on the outside stacked together with the if you set the settings right, you can see the close side of the moon during a solar eclipse, a total eclipse.
Yeah, but the image of the full moon was inserted into that picture of a eclipse.
This is a new moon, not a full moon.
What?
This is the dark side of the moon.
You're funny, Matthew.
Well, the thing is, you can track the moon for 28 days, and the moon is exactly where it should be if you tracked it.
Also, the globe model has predictions about when eclipses happen and what kind of eclipses they'll be.
No, it doesn't.
They're not dependent on the globe. Sorry.
The timing is not dependent on the globe, but the determination of whether it's an annular eclipse or a total eclipse depends on the moon's orbit. If it's an elliptical orbit, so sometimes it appears smaller or larger, and only the globe model successfully accounts for whether it was going to be an annular eclipse today or a total eclipse today. The Saros cycles does not know.
That's because it's based on a celestial sphere, Matthew. Yeah, what the sky is and what the earth is are two very different things. You can operate on the fact that you're looking through a celestial sphere and not say that the earth is curving. So you have to separate the two. The globe doesn't predict it, the celestial sphere does. Endpoint.
The only successful predictions about whether the eclipse that happened today was going to be an annular eclipse or a total eclipse are based on the assumption that the moon is orbiting in an ellipse and orbiting a spherical Earth.
It's all based on the celestial sphere. It has nothing to do with the shape of
this
the
has to do with the ellipse of the orbit, not the
Yeah,
celestial.
but it's once again, you're observing the celestial bodies, you're not observing the earth. It's nothing to do with the rotundity of the earth. It has nothing to do with geometry of earth. It has everything to do with how optics work and how you're visually representing the sky. And that could be optically as a celestial sphere. You don't have to make the earth turn into one in your observation. So basically like a dome that you're seeing in your vision. Not saying it is a dome, I'm saying in your vision it would be represented as that. Hence giving to the understanding of celestial sphere. Because from a point of observation, that's the way it seems. But you're not curving the earth. It's the sky that appears that way.
Yeah, so even if everything you said were true, then I'm talking about the relative sizes of the sun and the moon, and the fact that the moon was smaller angular size than the sun today is predicted by an elliptical orbit of the moon, and that's why there was a prediction of a annular eclipse instead of a total eclipse today, and that's what happened.
Yeah, predicting the globe. Predicting the celestial bodies being in the proportion to one another have nothing to do with the shape of the earth, has everything to do with the celestial sphere. These things can be also observed. They're postdictions, they're not predictions. Sorry, but they're postdictions. They're cyclical. They happen, they're repeated cycles that happen over and over again based on the celestial sphere. I'm saying over and over, has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. Nothing. Zero.
And I'm saying, okay, so yeah, and I'm saying the celestial sphere, you could translate everything and put it in the celestial sphere. That would merely tell you about the location of these celestial objects. The interesting thing today was the size, not just the location, but the relative size of the sun and the moon.
Yeah, but what does that tell you about the Earth's size? Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah,
it's about the stories we tell ourselves about whether about the size of the sun and the size of the moon.
Well, that's not even farther different than what I'm saying. But based on the movements of the bodies in the heavens, we can only say that because of what we understand as post-dicted, because they're cyclical in nature, they're going to happen again. There's no advanced learning from the globe's perspective. It's a cyclical nature that the celestial sphere has already given us throughout time, void of the Earth's geometry. That's all I'm telling you. It says it has everything to do with people seeing and observing things happen already and them happening again, and the documentation of that. Because of such understanding, right? We're using the celestial sphere in this example to give us the postdiction of the prediction of where they're going to be because we already know where they were, and it happens over and over again. But it's not going to tell us the rotundity or the geometry of Earth. It's not going to do that.
Right. So in this specific thing, you're right. The cycles and the celestial sphere can tell us where the sun is and where the moon is, and exactly the locations and everything. If you want to translate it to a celestial sphere, okay. My point is that now that we know the location of the sun and the moon, the question is, how do we know the relative sizes of the sun and the moon? Which is going to be bigger, the sun or the moon? Which is going to appear larger? Not its location, but its size. And that's something that
Oh, you're talking about something different. I thought you were talking. Okay, so if you're saying that, then I think that would be left up to your imagination in that case, because I don't know. I don't think honestly that you're gonna come up with a definitive, but a guesstimation. I don't know. Whatever you guys, because then it comes up to like flat Earth and globe Earth. With triangulation, people are gonna think, well, we can know that the sun's 4,000 miles. You're gonna get into a whole other thing. It's not even, and then 93 million miles away or 4,000. And I've heard this argument before. It kind of divulges into that, and it's a false dichotomy, and it doesn't even get us nowhere.
Here's the thing. It
From
did
where
get
you're
us
going,
somewhere
from where you're
today.
going. That's all I'm saying.
So today, the globe model said the relative size of the moon to the sun is going to be about 94%, and therefore, because of the location of the moon in its orbit, today's eclipse would be an annular eclipse, not a total eclipse. That was the prediction, not about the location or the cycles or anything, about the sizes of the sun and the moon. And guess what? They were right. It did turn out to be an annular eclipse, not a total eclipse. If the moon were larger, then today's eclipse would have ended up being a total eclipse. It's because the moon was smaller in the sky than it sometimes is, and that's due to the eccentricity of its orbit around the Earth.
Or would that be ellipticity?
I think ellipses have an eccentricity to them. I think that's a mathematical term for how squashed they are. Oh, you're making a joke. Ellipticity.
all a joke. It's all a joke. Once upon a time, it was 3 million miles away. Now it's 93. It's just whatever they say, whatever they believe. It is what it is. They can't prove it, and they're not going to. They can say they can, but they can't. Two different things. Men claiming to be smart deem themselves fools.
Hey, Apocryphon, it's good to see you.
Hey, what's going on, Jesse?
Not too much.
Just listening to Globers get smacked day in and day out over here.
Does it bring you much happiness?
Yes, I love hearing the truth spread. It brings joy to my heart.
To mine as well.
All right. Hey, speaking of which, how's the string going? The test. You almost there? You almost ready?
Today?
I've almost got the string tensioner completed. So it's moving forward. It's a big project though.
Yeah, cool. Can't wait to see the results. Did you look at your at the eclipse from where you were at?
I filmed it. It's on my YouTube already. You want a link?
Sure, send it.
What
Does Flat
what
Earth
city
have
were
a
you
map
near? What
of
state?
the eclipse
Jesse?
path?
I'm in Squim, Washington.
Oh, so it got to what, like 30%, 40%? What was the max?
Hold on, let me get you the time lapse.
Mine was nearly 100% in Texas.
Oh, nice.
But
Are you near
I'm
San
curious,
Antonio?
No. I'm curious, does, Flat Earths have a map for the eclipse path?
A map for the path.
For example, leading up to the
Well,
eclipse, and even again in April, there's
gonna go around.
timestamps and maps dictating where this eclipse is going to path. Well, it's a straight line on a globe, but
Well-
on a whatever the map projection is called, it's curved. And I'm curious, do flat Earths have a timestamp and a map predicting the eclipse path, and what does that jibe with reality?
Well, if you can grasp that the map is just representative over a plane, and the curve that you're talking about is the circuit of which the celestial objects are on. So they are going around, which do create a curve in your sky. Like when you look up, it's going along a path, but it is a arced path, if you will. So when you're saying, well, how does it work on a flat model compared to a globe model? I would believe that, being that the globe model is a hijacking of reality, that it would have taken the same path over the same, parts of the countries and across the continents, as they always do, as well as the oceans. It just goes over, amazingly, it goes over the same exact places where the globe is saying it's supposed to be over, which makes sense. It's a hijacked model, if you will, of reality, but they've changed the model into being a ball. There's a reason why they did that, but
So if
who
I
else would know
understood, when I stare up at I don't stare up at the sun, but if I stared up at the sun, the path it would take across the sky, is kind of wonky, so to speak, because if you just look at my frame of reference, it's not necessarily going, like we'd all agree, it doesn't necessarily go directly, what is it, magnetic north or magnetic east to west, but
Right.
nonetheless,
It's a curve, yeah.
what you're describing, it's earlier you mentioned that it's the projected map, and it's a hijack of reality. It's going to follow the same path, but from our frame of reference, from a flat earth, it makes no sense that there would be wonkiness in the path of our celestial bodies in the sky. When I go stare at the sun, it goes, generally speaking, from east to west. When I look at the path of the solar eclipse, or sorry, the eclipse in general, it's a straight line across the globe. But if we have a flat earth, it's wonky. It's not just a straight path. It's up,
Yeah.
down, left, right. You know, it's
Right.
wonky.
Right. It's up, down, left, right are all lateral, vertical, horizontal movements, which makes sense.
Let me jump in here real quick. It's
Go ahead.
it's following the path of the celestial sphere. I said this before, I'm going to say it again. It makes sense because you're superimposing it over a globe. So you're looking at the cosmos, right? Like you're looking at everything in the heavens in a perspective that looks like to the person looking upon the heavens as the celestial sphere. So from your frame of reference, it looks like the sun takes an arc path over your head. It doesn't matter what season it's in. The sun will rise from the east and set in the west, right? But from your perspective, you will see it do an arc over your head. So to you, you're superimposing the way the sun's traversing the sky or any celestial body in superimposing that path that is taken in your horizon from horizon to horizon as is interpretation as a sphere, as is traveling over a sphere. And it's not traveling over a sphere. It in and of itself is taking an arc path, but it doesn't necessitate the ground to be a spheroid. The only thing that you're saying it makes sense is because you're turning the ground into a spheroid and then superimposing the celestial sphere over that and saying it works. That's why you have the mindset that it works on a sphere, because we're operating on the celestial sphere and the path of the way that things look from our horizon to horizon, and then superimposing that over a globe, then making sense to why it would look like it works on a globe. But the land itself is not the sky. So you have to differentiate what you're looking at versus what you're standing on. See what
So
I'm getting?
to be fair though, he
I
was
get where you're
talking
coming
about
from.
something different. He was talking about the map on the ground, not looking at the sky, but the map of where the eclipse will be visible on the ground. The
Yeah,
path of
but
that.
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that as well. Because if you're looking at a globe and saying, well, it works on the globe, well, it doesn't work on the globe because the path that it takes is irrespective of what the ground is. It doesn't matter the ground. It only matters the path, right? So the path for, let's say, you have in both examples from the AE's perspective and from the Mercator projection, the globe, you have something in your head of how it's traversing the earth, right? So in your mind, you're saying, okay, I see it going from that country to this country, and I know it's taking this certain path on there, and that can only work on the globe. But you're basing that off of the celestial sphere. So what I'm saying is that either side, there's a false dichotomy. First of all, let me just say that the AE map and the Mercator projection, they're both they're reification fallacies. Nobody knows what the whole world looks like overall. And so both sides are fighting for it works on this one, but not this one. Here's the thing, nobody knows what the entire Earth looks like. We can only detail what we're seeing from horizon to horizon. And from our vantage point, it looks like it's doing an arc path over our heads. Therefore, the celestial sphere, as we're talking about, can only be represented only as far as the sky goes. When we're talking about the Earth, it's separate. We can't say that it went from Washington all the way across to Texas in a specific path over the ground. The ground is not what its path is. Its a path is in the sky. So when we speak of a path, we have to talk about the ground. Excuse me, the sky specifically. Not the ground doesn't have anything to do with it. The ground, verifying the ground or what path it's going to take from the ground's perspective has to be verified first and foremost. And then we can say it's taken an arc path over the ground. It can only work on a globe. So you got to verify the globe in the first instance. And then at which time, if you're seeing the celestial sphere the way that you do, that's traveling over the globe, that makes more sense. But if you have not verified the ground to be a sphere, there's no basis for you to say that it is one, that's the path that it's taking. So
Okay,
just to
so
clarify, I don't know if you
yeah,
guys know that there's a false dichotomy at hand right now.
right. So I understand what you're saying about the things in the celestial sphere up in the sky. If we're talking about a path on the ground, so ignore the sky for a minute and look at just the points on the ground where the eclipse was visible, or where
Right.
it was like a total eclipse. And if you plot out those on the ground, then those make a straight line on the globe. It makes a simpler path, a more understandable path than on any other map.
Line on a globe.
Yeah,
What are
just
you,
straight line.
Matthew? What are you comparing it to? That's my question. What are you comparing it to? Because it sounds like you're comparing it to the AE map.
compared
Right?
to any other map.
I know that, but what I'm trying to tell you though, even timeanddate.com would have it even more simple, right? Because that's you go by where it's going to show you certain pathways. It doesn't matter what you're trying to make the ground look like. Once again, you can't base it on that. You have to only base it on the celestial sphere's perspective, and on that we can actually find out from place to place how it's going to look for that vantage point for each person. That's the only thing we can say. But when it concerns the ground, we're going to have to figure out if the ground is arcing, like you guys say that it does, because you're only saying that it makes sense on a globe, but you're mapping the sky and superimposing it on the ground and saying if it was a globe, it would take a straight path this way. But that doesn't matter. Like whether or not it takes a straight path or it doesn't arc or whatever it's doing, you have to figure out, did we establish that the ground is a sphere? And then it would make sense. Like I would say, like, yeah, for sure. If you measure the ground and we found out the oblate spheroid has been measured and we know that it's going over that, then the celestial sphere would be attached to the ground. But it's not. There's no correlation to it because it's not been discovered that it is one. So we're just saying things, and then you're comparing it to probably, like I said again, a false dichotomy, an AE map or a Gleason's, and then saying that it doesn't work. But that's you can't do that. You have, because you don't know. First of all, nobody in this chat room or anyone else who's ever talked about this topic knows what the whole entire Earth looks like. To solidify the point, yeah, it's traveling this way on a flat Earth.
Well,
You can
we can match the path that it actually takes. We can all observe this. We can confirm it. The path it takes across the ground. Now you plot
no,
that path out on a model, and you see which one works best. And
no,
the
no,
one
no,
that
no. Ground,
works might give you
yeah,
an indication that you're onto something.
listen,
Yeah.
whatever path it takes, it's happening in the sky. You're not
No,
like
no, it's
right.
on the ground. We're talking about the path on the ground.
All
Yeah,
right, so you
because
see
an
the
eclipse
right,
might be happening in Brazil, but it doesn't necessarily mean it happens in Tennessee. So
right,
what matters is where the eclipse is taking place from
right,
the
right, right.
vantage
You guys are,
view
you
of the
think you're
ground.
making a point, but I don't think you're missing it though. What I'm saying is, how can you discover the geometry of the Earth by looking at this? What are the dimensions of Earth by looking at this?
I'm not trying to determine the
That's
dimensions of Earth by
right.
looking
So
at this.
if it's not noticed that the Earth can be determined whether it's a globe or flat, then it's not gonna you're not gonna know if you're traveling over a flat or globe. That's my point. So it has nothing to do. It could travel the way that it does. Listen, whatever the eclipse does and however it travels, it's fine. But you haven't established whether or not you're already decided for sure if the Earth is a globe or not. So saying that it just works on a globe doesn't make it hella beans if you haven't verified it to be working on a globe. Like it has to be. We have to have the lockdown proof that we've tested and verified the measurements. We understand that it's predictive value where geometry should be, where obstruction should be, happening with geometry. And if we discovered that, then we got to win. We already have that, but we don't have that.
The
We're
proof
just
is in the
assuming.
pudding.
We're just
I
assuming.
started this by asking, does a flat Earth have a prediction model for where I can view the eclipse, and does it show like, for example, when you go look up the eclipse path today, a
Yeah,
million results off Google get hit, and you see exactly where you need to stand
bro,
to get a full versus 90. Let me
bro.
finish.
Yeah,
Now I'm
time and date.
asking. I started this not trying to determine the circumference or
You
the
already your premise
sphericalness.
is faulty.
Can I finish?
Your
I
premise is
started
faulty. You're
this
gonna
not
go into
trying
a
to
dialogue.
determine
Your premise is
the
faulty, bro.
circumference of the Earth. Oh my God, I
Bro,
can't get
your
a word in.
premise is faulty. You can't start off with a
What's my
faulty premise.
premise? What's my
You
premise?
want to say that it can't work on a flat map, but I'm trying to tell you that timeanddate.com already have that for you.
Maybe you should listen.
Are you going to tell us
started
that it
this
doesn't
by
work on a flat
asking,
map?
does flat Earth have a map
You
that I
see?
can reference?
I knew that's what you were saying. Does it work on a flat Earth? No, I'm already telling you, timeanddate.com.
I didn't ask that.
Dude, you're asking if it works on flat Earth. Where's the
I'm
flat?
asking if you guys have a map.
Yeah, you keep saying it 5,000 times, dude. I'm already telling you that timeanddate.com has it. Fuck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Timeanddate.com has a map of the flat Earth.
No, dude. My God, you're obtuse, bro. They're not doing it over a globe. When you go to timeanddate.com, it's a flat entire world. Okay? They're doing
Is
it
that a
that way so you can
projection?
see.
A distortion?
Oh my God,
I
dude.
think
You
they
know what?
would say
You
that
don't
it is.
understand. That's fine. You take it however you want it. You don't understand. It's clear to see. But they don't. They're not
You're
representing
the
it
one
on
that
the
said
globe,
yourself
bro.
the AE map or the Mercator projection. You recognize that this is an existence of how we view the world today on typical maps. Now you're making me reference timeanddate.com to look at their map. Well, guess what? It's a projection. It
Yeah,
is the
no
Mercator
shit,
projection.
Sherlock. No shit, dude. Everybody understands that, but that's not the point. The point is, does that tell us anything about the Earth itself? Is the lunar
it tells me
eclipse?
where I need to
the solar
stand to see the eclipse.
I know that, dude, but that's not. Who cares? Like that doesn't matter.
I care.
Okay, then.
So
Good
did
for
a
you.
million other people today.
You care, and that's good for you. But what difference is that going to give us in regards to geometry of the Earth you're standing on, my friend? It's not going to tell us anything about that, is
I
it? Now,
didn't ask about the geometry.
well, then that's
I
the
just
whole
asked
point.
if you guys. Okay, let me just make my point very succinctly. When I go to reference a map, an eclipse map, they are working under the understanding that this is a spherical Earth. We can predict where, when, and when to look up to get hit by the solar eclipse. This has already been fleshed out. The proof is in the pudding. This is what we all use, and it happens to be right. I'm asking you, is there a map of the flat Earth that will predict where I need to stand to get hit by the solar eclipse? And
Okay, for the last fucking iteration, you're going to say this. Go to timeanddate.com, for God's sakes. For
Okay, I'm
God's
there.
sake, sir.
I'm there.
Go to
I'm there.
timeanddate.com and
Where do I
tell
need
me.
to go?
Stop talking. And then once you get there, go and tell me that they're doing that over a globe or a flat map, sir. Because it's a flat map.
It's
My
a
God.
projection. It's the Mercator projection.
It
Do you
doesn't matter. It's
recognize
a
that the
flat
Mercator
map, bro.
projection?
Is it a
I'm
globe?
sorry, say it
Is
again.
it a globe? Is it a globe?
Is the Mercator
Is it? No,
projection?
no. The map they're using on timeanddate.com, is it a globe?
I'm looking in 2D right now.
Is it a globe?
I'm looking at my screen. My computer screen is in 2D. Of course,
I
it is flat.
don't care, dude. Is it a globe? That's my question
This
to you.
Mercator projection is a representation of what the Earth looks like over the globe.
It's not a fucking globe, dude. It's a flat map of the whole entire world.
Incorrect. My screen
All
is
right.
flat.
Thank you. No, not your screen is flat. It's the projection that you're seeing of the world map is a flat map. It's not a
It's a
world
flat
that looks like a.
projection.
Does it either look like a spheroid on your screen or not?
If I draw you a 3D
Or
square
not, sir.
on 2D paper,
You're being disingenuous. That's fine. Be disingenuous. Have a
I think
conversation
you're the
with
one.
yourself.
You're projecting.
Everybody can go to timeanddate.com and see what I'm talking about and see how you're not proving your point. That's all.
I don't think you have an argument. Can you help me understand a little bit more about what the AE map is and what Mercator projections are? Maybe that's the disconnect.
Did you see the video I posted at 25 past the hour? Maybe I'll post it again.
Drinking the water. Okay, maybe since this guy's totally given up, kind of changing my thought process here. When I go and look up at the sun, we'd agree that it's circular at the very least, right? In the sky. Same with the moon. Same with if I go look through a telescope and look at Mars, Jupiter, etc., etc. We'd agree that they're at
No,
least
I don't agree with any
circular
of
in the
that.
sky, or am I being distorted by something there?
You're on your own there.
What do you mean I'm on my own?
Looks like a circle to me.
All that stuff you said just dribbled off. No.
It looks like a circle to me. I agree. I was thinking about the eclipse, and if you're in like a 90%
agree.
area, you
Didn't
can
say that.
see on the ground the shadows where there's a light circle, and then
This is why I didn't want to talk to you,
that
because you're
that
disingenuous.
10% of a moon shape. It's kind of interesting.
Yep. Still doesn't make the Earth round.
I'm just curious if when I go look up at the moon or the sun and I see a circle, at the very least, a 2D circle in the sky, do we agree that in effect, the moon is circular at the very least? Not necessarily spherical, but at least circular?
I mean, that would be a fact if you ask me.
Okay. So we're on the same page that at least, the moon is circular, the sun's circular, Mars, Jupiter, these are all circular objects in the sky. They're not squares, they're not octagons.
I can't say Mars and Jupiter because there's videos of people zooming in on it, and it's kind of like making all different kind of shapes. So, but the moon and the sun, I can definitely see.
Okay. We're at least on the same page there. Like, I agree, my eyes can deceive me in a lot of different ways, but I didn't know if we're at least on the same page with that.
What if your eyes are deceiving you right now? What if you're seeing everything and that's not a sphere and they're triangles? What if your eyes are deceiving you there?
That's the thing. For
Well,
example, if there's one person in
what if your
society
eyes?
that
I'm asking a
looks up at
question.
the sky and sees the sky as green, that
I'm
that
asking a
man
question.
might see the sky as green, but that
What if your
doesn't
eyes?
change the fact, the objective truth,
What?
that the sky is actually blue.
Yeah, so it's objectively true, but what you're saying, our eyes are not reliable, correct?
I think senses are not, 100% reliable. Yeah, sure.
Okay, there you go. That's my answer. Thank you.
I think that in effect, while eyes can be faulty, taste can be different, you know, my hearing might be fallible and I might mishear something. That doesn't change the fact that when I get up in the morning, I still roll, I don't question or second guess the effect when I take off my belt and drop my pants that it's going to hit the floor and not suddenly rack my nutsack and hurt. I operate on the modus operandi that, my eyes are reliable. When I walk across the street and I see the walk sign and no cars are coming, I'm working under the assumption that my eyes are reliable, and that has gotten me to where I've gotten today. And so I'm going to continue to operate that way. And in, like a reality check, that's the way everybody else operates too.
No, it's not. They operate with your first premise that they think their eyes are unreliable, and hence they build up a worldview where you can't know if the Earth is a globe or not. You can't know if the Earth is moving or not. And furthermore, you have to listen to people tell you. You have to listen to people tell you what your worldview is overall because you can't know, and so you can't trust your eyes. Is what everybody's been told. So, in the one hand, with one breath, you're saying one thing, and then you completely change that completely around with this next breath, and the next other side of your mouth, you're saying, yeah, you can trust your senses, but
Right.
you can't
On
trust your
one
senses.
hand, if somebody looks at the sky and sees that it's green, we know they're objectively wrong, even despite the fact that they see green. We can have nuance. Let me finish. We can have nuance on one hand, but we can have objective truths on the other. If I say something like 2 plus 2 equals 4, or square circles cannot exist, those are objective truths, despite the
You're
fact that
building
our
up a
senses
world.
are
You're
sometimes
building up
faulty.
a world, dude. You're building up a world where you're confused. All right, you're confused about reality, so you don't know. You can't make up your mind if you actually have
It's
objective
not an
reality
argument. You're
or you
just
don't.
saying stuff.
So, are your eyes reliable? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so then we can trust our eyes.
I trust my eyes.
Okay, so therefore, when we make our observations, we don't have to say that something is or is not something because based on our faulty senses, we could get it wrong.
I reserve the fact that I could get it wrong.
So they're not reliable, like you said.
Not 100% reliable.
Okay,
but my eyes are certainly
that's
reliable.
the point. They're not reliable now, so they could be.
100%?
Yeah, 100%.
Thought I made this clear.
Well, if you're looking at the sun and you say it
We
looks
can
like a
have
circle,
nuance on one
if you're
hand
looking at the
and
sun and
objective truths on the
if
other.
you're looking at the sun and you say it looks like a circle, like you just claimed before, and now you're saying I could be wrong. Could you be wrong about the sun being a circle?
Oh, absolutely, because it's not.
All right, then. That's the point I was making. You can't say then what the sun looks like to anyone because you could be wrong. When other people could say, dude, objectively, the sun looks like a circle to me. objectively. It doesn't look like any other shape. But to you, it could be, yeah, I know, but I could be wrong of it looking. It might be
When someone says the sky is blue or that square
yeah,
circles
but
cannot
you're not
exist,
using my
they're
example.
not relying off of one
You're
sense
not using
perception.
my example, sir.
Why is it so
You're
hard for you
not
to let me
using
get a
my
sentence out?
example. My example was the sun. You changed my example to fit yours. I'm talking about the sun being a circle, like you mentioned. You said we can't rely on us. For you now, you don't know if the sun's a circle. You just said that. You don't know. 100%.
Okay,
You
when I look up at the sun or the moon in the sky, I wanted to get on the same page, and we asserted that it looks circular. At the
yeah,
very
does
least,
it?
2D
Or,
circular.
yeah, doesn't it
Okay.
look circular?
Okay. Yes, and I
Okay.
totally agree. And it
All
can
right.
look that way but when I say objectively speaking, the sun is spherical or the moon is spherical, I'm not just asserting what I see through my own eyeballs looking down from Chicago. I'm asserting more than just my sense perception of sight. I'm asserting the laws of non-contradiction. I'm asserting
All right.
testable, repeatable hypotheses.
Laws of non-contradiction would mean that if you say it looks like a circle because your observation says so, it can't be not a circle because your senses say so, right? That's the law of non-contradiction. You can't say two things at once. It's got to be either one or the other, right? All right. So based on
Just
that,
because it might look a certain way doesn't mean that it is a certain way.
No, you can't do weasels out of this one.
Yes.
You either
This is
saying
the
it looks like
truth.
a circle
In the same
when
sense that the sky appears blue,
oh, we're
and
not
it
talking
does,
about
it
the
is
sky.
blue.
Go back to the
It
sun
doesn't
because
necessarily mean
we're both making an
All right, I
observation
can't
from
talk.
the sun's perspective. We're seeing the sun look like a circle, and you're saying I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I say it looks like a circle, but I could be wrong. And then here comes the other side of your mouth. But I'm objectively true when it's something outside of me saying that it's true. It's a circle.
Nope, not what I'm saying.
All right. So is the sun look like the circle? Can that be objectively true?
Yep.
Okay. So at what point are your eyes going to deceive you then when you've already established an objective truth?
Well, the objective truth is that the sun looks like a circle.
Okay.
That is not contradicting the fact that the sun is not indeed a circle. When, just because it looks a certain way, by definition, if I say the sun looks circular, that is an objective truth. That doesn't change the fact, that doesn't null my previous statement when I say the sun is indeed spherical.
That's not it. No, I'm saying, could it be any other shape? Like a triangle, like a square?
No.
What if your eyes were deceiving you?
If you looked up at the moon tomorrow and I said, and you
I'm
told me
throwing
that the moon is triangle shaped,
I'm throwing the
we
wrench
would say that you're objectively wrong.
because you want to hold to the premise that you can only be certain to a certain extent, right? 99.9% sure. What if you're completely wrong and it's actually a triangle? How would you know?
You're just posing a what if? What?
No, I'm posing because you said that your eyes are not trustworthy. You can't trust your senses. So in what way can we not trust our senses when you and I both agree we've just established currently at this point in time that you can trust your senses? At what point can you not trust your senses? If you've established, you've already said, I look at the sun, looks like a circle. I trust my vision. I know what I'm looking at as a circle. It's objectively true that it's a circle. When is it not going to be that? At what point is that not going to be true?
When he sees
Let
the
me point you back to
horizon,
the previous statement. It looks circular, and that is objectively true
But,
because by terminology of looks, we're asking what the sun looks like, and that's a an individualist perceptive, and that will always remain true that the sun is circular.
Because everybody can concur with the sun looking circular, whether or not it's a sphere and a three-dimensional object in space it's a whole other thing because we're not identifying every single side of it. We're only seeing what it looks like from our vantage
Yeah, but
point.
that's a fallacy if you're just going to
No,
say
it's not.
everybody else.
No, it's not.
It looks like a circle.
No, it's not a
That's
fallacy.
an appeal. That's a bandwagon fallacy. It's appeal to common belief.
No, dude, you're viewing something. What it looks like, okay? No, you're not telling me what it actually is. If you said it was a flying dragon with horns or whatever, that's what you think it is, but I don't see it like that. I see it as a circle. And
If we define circular as like no sides, no angles,
That's
or,
a
or
that's a
only
reduction.
one
That's a
constant
reduction to
angle of
absurdity.
3.14.
You're doing a
That's what a
reduction to
circle is defined as.
no, no,
So
no,
we
no, no,
can say things like
no,
square circles
no,
don't
no,
exist
no.
because they're
Sorry.
contradictory.
No, no, that's a
When you look at
reduction to absurdity. You can't do that because it's already well established what a circle is, and we both are coming into an agreement. When we look at the sun and say that it's a circle, we already know circle has been
it
established
looks
as
like a
a shape.
circle. Yeah, it
No,
does.
so we don't need to go into the root word and etymology of it because you and me both understand what circle
It's
means.
just definitionally speaking, a circle.
All right. So in that sense of understanding what shapes are and all that, we come to the conclusion when we look at the
That it
sun.
cannot be a triangle or a square.
Well,
right?
we look, yeah, based on our observation.
Okay,
So
so we're on the
that is
same
not a
page. It's
bandwagon.
objectively looks like a circle.
That's not a bandwagon fallacy, however, like you described it.
No,
It's not.
when you say that it's only determined to be a circle because everyone agrees that it's a circle, that is a bandwagon fallacy.
So how is it going to change for anyone to actually say that it looks like a triangle, a square, or any other shape?
It would change if we changed the definition of what a triangle is. To
Yeah, but we're
include,
not doing that. And so you
Okay,
can't
correct. So it's
use a
objectively a circle.
Yeah, there you go. Back to objectively. So it's not a bandwagon fallacy, bro. Stop using. You're misappropriating fallacies in this case because you don't. It sounds like you don't know what fallacies are in the first place. But you're misappropriating that to mean something that it doesn't here in this case because
Okay, make the
everybody's
case.
making an observation.
Where am I misappropriating?
You're saying that it's a bandwagon fallacy for everybody to agree that says that when you look at the sun, it looks like a circle.
No, correct. It's a
Yeah.
bandwagon fallacy when you appeal to common belief to adjudicate
It's not a
whether
belief,
it's
it's an observation.
whether it's circular or not.
It's not a belief. It's not. I'm sorry. It's not a belief. A belief is not what we're doing here. We're making an observation. And when I tell you make
we
an observation,
believe that our eyes
Dude.
are not fallible, or
yeah,
our eyes are
wait
dependable,
a
I
minute.
should say.
Now our eyes are fallible once again, so it's not objectively true. Back to that again, dude. Back to that again. You see how you can't make up your mind? You're confused, brother. Very confused. You can't hold a
You've confused
position.
yourself.
No, you're actually confused by whoever taught you this nonsense, and you're trying to project this out onto reality as if it's true to think this way, and it's a logical way to think. And
You
honestly,
keep referring it to this and it.
Yeah.
Can you be more articulate as to where I'm going wrong in my own arguments using my own words instead of
because you-
postulating on how I'm getting it wrong?
you were talking to, first of all, you were talking about the law of non-contradiction, right? You were specifically saying that it doesn't violate that. Yet on the other hand, you're saying our senses, that's what the whole discussion is about, being able to perceive things in reality and then be able to say, I look at the sun, it is a circle. It looks like that way to me. How about you, John? John looks at the sun. Yep, it's a circle to me. Joe, what do you think? Joe
When
says,
I look at the sun 93 million miles away
now,
and
according
say that it's a circle, that doesn't contradict the fact that it's indeed spherical.
according to you, we just all committed a bandwagon fallacy. What you just said. Because of that. And on top of that, we
Because of that,
established.
can you be specific? Where did I just draw upon this bandwagon fallacy?
Because you said everybody agrees that the sun looks like a
Nope,
circle.
I didn't say that.
What?
I never said that.
You said that's
in
the
your own
reason
head.
the bandwagon fallacy is because everybody agrees when you look at the sun, it looks like a circle.
Okay, but you just said that I did the bandwagon fallacy and that
No.
I said that everyone agrees.
It was a bandwagon
and that's
fallacy.
not true. I never said that.
You said it was a bandwagon fallacy. I didn't say that you're charging me by saying that if I say that other people can see the sun looking like a circle, then that's a bandwagon fallacy. Right?
You're saying that everybody believes it, so it must be true. And I'm saying that's a bandwagon
not a
fallacy.
belief.
And then
It's
you
not
just said that I committed the bandwagon fallacy and then totally put a quote in my mouth that I didn't say.
It's not
That's
predicated.
where we're having an issue right now.
No, your issue is you're predicating this on a belief system. It's not a belief when you make an observation. If you say that the sun, like I said, was a dragon with horns, then it's a belief. But what we all can observe, making our observations, that the sun looks like a circle, is not predicated on a belief, sir. You keep going back to that. When you go outside and see the sun and see it as a circle, is that a belief?
If somebody looked at the
Is
sun
that a
and said
belief?
it's a dragon,
Yes
we
or no?
wouldn't respect that opinion.
Is that a belief, sir? When you say you go outside and see the sun as a circle, is that a belief? Is it?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
So back to that. You want to believe that what you're seeing in the sky is based on a belief system, and we don't. We're just making an observation and say, hey, the sun looks like a circle. It does definitely look like a circle to me. And so everybody
I
else
have no idea where you just went. So you're drawing an issue with the fact that I say, when I look up at the sun from, my hometown, it looks like a circle. By
You
saying
believe it.
that, I'm asserting a belief. And
Yeah.
by asserting a belief, that means I'm wrong?
How is it objectively true? You can't draw objectivity from that. You can't. It's not objectively true then if it's a belief that the sun is a circle. How are you going to draw objective truth from that? Go ahead
Okay.
and try it. Try it. Try to.
The way we draw objective truths, like for example, rape is always bad. Because
But
if there were a society where rape is just or okay, it is no longer called rape. It is called BDSM or something
This is
else.
called
We
shifting.
can say
Stick to the analogy,
I
bro.
can't.
Stick to what we're using. Stick to what we're using. Don't go off into the weeds. This is not what we're saying.
Okay, so if you were listening to what I was saying, it lies in the definition of the word itself. So when I go look up at the sky and I say that the sun looks circular, well, you might be able to measure. Hey, what's the circumference? Oh, actually, it's more oblong in shape. It's more oval in shape. And actually, I'm wrong, and I'm objectively wrong. It's more. I don't know if this is true or not, but it's more oval in shape when we actually measure it. Yada yada yada. So when I state the belief that the sun looks circular, I'm off, but I'm only off by a margin of 0.003% or whatever it is. So still, I'm wrong, but it's still, when I assert the belief that it's circular, let's say that indeed we measure it, it has, 3.14, follows that, the pi equation, yada, 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 then it is objectively true that it is circular. I'm not relying off of, oh, hey, everyone in America agrees, this is what a definition of a circle is. Therefore, the sun is a circle because we measured it. I'm stating that this is a measurable, repeatable experiment that we can run using the scientific method. We don't have to rely off of mass consensus.
Can't use a scientific method in this example, but beyond that,
Yeah, you can. You can measure the sun from your own spot in Chicago.
It's not. You can't use a scientific. First of all, I don't want to get into that. That's a whole other.
You can measure it. You can measure the sun.
Measurement is not, dude. A measurement. I'm telling you right now, this is not a place for you to go. Don't go there because it's not the.
How do we determine if it's an oval or a circle? We use measurements,
My God,
right?
you
In the
cannot
same sense, we do that with the sun.
bro, for geometry, you can't use it. It's not usable there. You're misappropriating scientific method now. My God. Okay,
you're
so
just asserting I'm misusing it, but you're not making an
You
argument.
are, bro.
You need to listen to yourself.
You got to be kidding me. Where did you? Do you hold a degree? Because I'm just wondering. I don't. I'm just Joe Schmo on the street, but I'm listening to you, and it sounds like pretty much. Are you speaking from at least being somebody who's learned? I don't know. Because if you are, I would just tell you what you're saying right now doesn't follow. You can look these things up. Okay.
Again, you're just stating something. You're not making
The
an
scientific
argument.
method that you're misappropriating in this cause you're trying to find the cause of an effect of a shape. What the fuck? What has anybody's ever done?
When I hold two shapes up to you, one's an oval, one's a circle.
All right, man.
And I ask you, how do we determine the difference? How do we determine whether one's an oval and one's a circle?
First of all,
we can walk through the definition of a circle.
How can you go into nature? What's the naturally occurring phenomena of a fucking shape, bro, in nature? What's the naturally occurring phenomena that you witness that you want to manipulate the independent variable to check to see if the dependent variable stays the same or not? What independent variable are you going to manipulate so you can check out a fucking shape in nature, bro?
Can I explain it? Can I explain it to
do we see?
Help him, please.
Let me try to explain this to Tic Tacs. You've inadvertently stepped into a separate topic of like how we define science, and I don't know if you want to go there for this, but just to let you know, in this server, generally the idea is that science is only experimental science. And in order to do science, you have to have an independent variable and an experiment. So if you're just observing things and not doing an experiment and directly controlling some dependent variable, then you're not doing science. So astronomy wouldn't
Can you
count
walk
as
me
science.
through that on like 2 + 2 = 4? Like what would the independent
Wait,
variable be? The
stop.
2 at the beginning?
Let's see. So that's a separate topic. I would say maybe just avoid the whole topic.
Well, walk me
what is
through
the
it. Help
definition of
help me
science.
make the rubber hit the road. Can you apply what you just said? Where hey guys, we're trying to really apply the scientific method here using independent variables and accounting for the control at the on the dependent variable. Walk me through this on a real example here, so I can apply this in our conversation. 2 + 2 = 4. Where's the independent variable? How do we test and measure the truth statement
Math,
that is 2 + 2 = 4?
Math is not science, though. What you're talking
Oh
about an
my
equation,
God.
formulas.
I'm talking about objective truths here.
I know that,
Quit
sir.
moving the
But what you're saying
goalposts
about 2 +
with
2 = 4,
science and
dude. Are you serious right now? I'm trying to tell you something, dude. It's like math. What you're saying, 2 + 2 = 4. You're saying, tell me in reality. When we're talking about the physical and natural world and doing experiments with things that are tangible, how the fuck are you gonna give me a number 2 to do something with, or hand me a number 4? It's not physical, bro. These are mathematical construct. Math is a language. It's useful, right? Not saying that it's not. But in this case, what we're talking about is tangible reality where you want to find out what the cause is of an effect. You're going to make your naturally observed phenomena. So you're going to see what's out in nature. What's nature doing? I see it doing something. I want to find out why nature's doing that one thing. Let's try to figure out what's causing that, right? So the researcher is going to be involved in this case. And you're going to be doing tangible things with the physical and natural world. You're not just going to be grabbing number 2, turning around the
I'll
street.
drop it.
Yeah, but
I'll drop
that
it if you
math.
can provide me just 2 seconds.
All right,
If
math.
you can, I
Let
have
me
one
just
off the
say.
top of my head, but if you can
All right.
provide me something that I can do in my philosophical backyard, like not literal backyard, but like
I know
my
what
town or my local lake, is there something that I can go do in my philosophical backyard that I can go run this testable, repeatable experiment that really fleshes out that the Earth is flat and not spherical?
You can't. This science is.
Okay, this is where you lose me.
Yeah.
If
No.
you're gonna immediately jump to you can't, when I can name 3 off the top of my head,
Because you're
you've lost me.
misappropriating what science is and giving it a label and then saying, yeah, I could do this thing. It's science. No, it's not, bro. What you're doing is using. Because I'm trying to tell you right now, scientific method, you can't run the earth through it because you're trying to find out what is the earth. And a what is question is formulated in a way that you want to find out how big something is. What is it? Like, what is it? The geometry? Like, what?
So
You're not trying to
it's
find
an unanswerable
this.
question whether the Earth is
No,
flat or round.
it's a category error. What you're doing, you're putting it in the wrong category. You're putting something that don't belong in the category where it needs to be. So the category where you need to be talking about is measurement, shapes, and all that, not involved with the scientific method. It has nothing to do with it. It's separate from it. You can actually do science without having to be involved with math. I'm not saying you can't use math within there, but you don't need it.
You're just throwing word salad at me at this point.
This ain't word.
It's
Oh,
obvious
you just
and
don't
clear that you're
understand.
not following the conversation.
I
I
am.
need you to be very. I
You're
need
a
you to
troll,
listen.
man.
I need you to listen.
Tic
You
Tacs.
just went
Let me
on. You
explain.
just went on to me about how the scientific method works and how we run experiments. And in the real world, you were having issues with me using the weird ideas
You're
of
having
2 +
trouble
2
with the
=
real
4,
world.
and you were trying to apply this to the natural world. And I go, great. Can you flesh out an experiment that I can go run in my philosophical backyard to go flesh out whether the Earth is flat or round? Because I can name 3 experiments that you can run to go do the
Yeah, shut
same.
up for a
Okay, I'm
minute.
done talking
Yeah,
now.
blah
You
blah blah
can
blah
go.
blah.
Bro, you
Yeah, we
can't
get
even
it.
listen
We
to
get it.
people.
Shut the fuck up for a minute. Right, the shape of the Earth, the issue of it, the question of it, is not a thing, is not an issue which is solved using the scientific method. That's what he's been trying to tell you.
How do we solve it? How do we answer it? Because this is the
It's a
flat Earth
problem for
server.
geometry
So I'm curious
and
how we
measurement.
came to the conclusion that it's flat, but we cannot know if it is round.
It is round. Yeah.
Somebody help me here. If you're going to state that we can't know, we can't use the scientific method to determine if the Earth is round, are we in a flat Earth server? How the
It's a
fuck did we figure
category
out that it was
error,
flat?
bro. It's a category error. You're misappropriating the term scientific method and then
You keep repeating it. I get it. It's a category error. Where's the category and where's the error?
You're trying. The man just told you. My God, are you listening? It's a question for geometry, not science. Geometry, not science. Geometry,
So the category
not
is
science.
geometry and not science.
Fuck.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, so for example, you can use a scientific method to find out if heat boils water, for example, right? But you can't use a scientific method to measure the Earth or answer a geometrical question about the Earth. I don't know if
Okay,
this makes
time
sense.
out, time out. But if I understood you right, we can use the scientific. You might have to repeat yourself. We can use the scientific method to determine what's the boiling point of water, but we can't use the scientific method to determine if the Earth is round. Did I understand that right?
Yes, because it's a geometrical question.
Geometry is an empirical science by definition.
Yep.
And so is the boiling point of water in a vacuum, right? That's an empirical measurement, right?
So how would you science the Earth?
Okay, don't move past this point. We're trying to draw a distinction between the two, but I see none.
Well, science is you ask a question about a behavior of a natural thing, like you said many times, right? So, for example, if you talk about gravity, you see something falling. So that's the hypothesis. And then you move on from there, right? Step 1, step 2, step 3. Scientific
Sure,
method.
yeah,
If
flesh
you
it
look it
out,
up,
and then you might have a null hypothesis that might prove it wrong. I'm following.
but when it comes to is Earth the globe, is it flat, you can't use this method. It just doesn't work. How would you use it?
Oh, I don't think I agree. Like I'm trying to think of like an example of like everyday life. Like everything that I might be wrong, but everything that we do in our lives can have an hypothesis and a null hypothesis. For example, if I wake up in the morning, my alarm's going off, I have the hypothesis that if I slam my snooze alarm, it's going to wake me up in 10 minutes. And I can flesh this out using the scientific method. Okay, I'm going to change one variable. I don't slam the snooze alarm, or I slam it twice. We can change variables at play here. And, if we flesh this out enough, it's either the hypothesis is true or that my null hypothesis is proven, that it proves this
It deals with
theory
the
wrong.
physical and
This
natural world.
applies everywhere, right?
You're
Even with
observing
2 + 2 = 4.
dude, you're observing the world as what it is in nature. So you're gonna see a naturally occurring phenomenon. Not that a naturally occurring phenomenon doesn't have it's nothing to do with man-made things like an alarm clock. It has everything to do with you're seeing something in nature.
Okay.
Want to find out the cause of that effect. You're gonna try to do a hypothesis test on something that is happening and recreate something in a more controlled environment, right?
Yeah.
Like
So if like the natural half-life of ammonia is 30 minutes in pure oxygen, I can test this this is a natural occurring substance. I'm not the only science I'm really applying here is my gas compressor and my vials that stuff is in. Otherwise, this is all natural Earth materials. But I can have a hypothesis saying that half-life of
no, but it's
whatever
not
it is
something
30 minutes.
you can't say
Test it
that
out.
your alarm clock is run through the scientific method. That's you're doing it incorrectly again, once again, because you it's man-made. Do you know something that's synthetic is not natural?
I think that's silly. Everybody,
It's
I
not
mean, we
silly.
all had a
This is
science
the way
fair, and we had
we're
to
gonna be able to
we had
test.
to do those poster boards, and I know that there was no distinction whether you're dealing with natural sciences or whether you're dealing with a Rube's Goldberg machine. It didn't matter if it was man-made or not or natural. The scientific method could still apply. You could still have an
You're
hypothesis, a null
like
hypothesis, and work through the problem.
yeah, you're gonna continue to say that, but it still doesn't change the fact that it's not a naturally occurring phenomena, bro. Like you have to observe nature. That's the only thing I can tell you. If you want to make it sound to be like my car tires are doing something because I did something, that's not. You're not observing a
Okay, but the
naturally.
half-life of ammonia is still a naturally occurring thing that we can apply the scientific method to.
The definition of science has the word natural in it, in the Oxford definition. So
Yeah, like is math science?
no,
It
math
is. It is a
math is
science in the broad
I'll
sense of
tell
the
you,
term.
math is an abstraction. You said 2 + 2 = 4. Yeah, that's an abstraction. That's not a fact. There's no such thing as 2 + 2 in nature, right? It's a language created by
But we
humans.
can still say it's objectively true that 2
No,
+ 2 = 4,
No,
or that
it's not
square
objective.
circles cannot exist.
2 + 2 could be 5 if you made
Yep.
it like that.
Yep. You
The
can do.
definition of the
In other
word
words,
changes.
basically, with math, you can make a mathematical construct that doesn't exist in reality, right? You can do that. Do you understand? You can do that.
I understand that we have different words for the word
Can
four.
you
It might be
can you
quattro
can
or
you answer
something
this?
else.
If you're truthful about it, can you answer this question? Can you make a mathematical construct that does not exist in reality?
I'm not sure.
The answer is yes. You could do something in math that
Like, for example, I could write down on a piece of paper 2 + 3 = 7, and that exists in reality, but it doesn't make it true. Like, my equation
no,
is fleshed out. I created a math equation that doesn't exist in reality, but that doesn't make it true.
what I'm saying is it's not reality. It's a convention that people use to describe and be able to maintain certain variables that they want to talk. It's like a language, basically. Math is a language. So if you're going to convey some information to someone else and you want to tell them how to do something, right? Let's say you would speak in the language of math, and the math could describe it to them, and they would be able to either understand, or you have to teach them how to do math. People just
But
don't
math is a
wake up
universal language, right? You know, it
No.
doesn't matter if it's quattro plus quattro equals
No, no,
ocho,
no, it's not that. It's you're
or
using
4 +
different.
4 = 8.
No, 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 no,
It's
no, no,
still
no, 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 no. Not just that you're not using a different language, like a, whatever language you speak, but it's a language in and of itself. So it's separate from people speaking the language. It's another. It's like you have to learn it. So, but listen, the point is that we're trying to get to at the moment is understanding that it is not science. It is not science. So if you're saying yes, math is science, and you're going to show that even in math you can make these models, right, these constructs that do not exist anywhere in reality, but that's fine because it's math, right? So that doesn't mean that that mathematical construct is incorrect. The math could be solid, but it doesn't exist in reality. You can't go out and find what you put on paper. Do you know what I'm saying now? That's exactly what
yeah,
we're
like theoretical physics. Like, we can't really test this stuff,
or,
but we have
yeah, for
hypotheses on
example,
this is what the equation would look like. But these can be fleshed out and proven wrong. Otherwise, the math has no utility in the real world. And if the math has no utility, there's no point to it. There's no way to prove it wrong.
well, we're
Right?
kind of getting there. We're a bit we're moving there. Yeah, you're getting it. Yes, that's what we're saying. So, but in this arena, it gets used a lot in the way that it is reality, and we're trying to point to the people that come in here that it's not reality in the way that they're thinking. 2 + 2 = 4, because in the mathematical form, it would mean that, but like you could say things that doesn't exist in reality, like you had 3 apples and I take away 10. How many apples would you have? Like that's kind of like something that you can't do that. Like
All
that
right.
only exists in math.
So if I postulated the idea of a horse with a unicorn on its head, we could all agree that this could exist. This is something that I could entertain. But if I postulated the idea of a unicorn that floats off of pixie juice and has rainbows, that's something that can spawn rainbows from its butthole. That's something that we don't entertain as what could exist because
Well,
reasons.
yeah, you're going to be able to say that I can act, and the best way this is expressed is in video games. Video games is the perfect way that math exists in our known reality, where people are actually putting those thoughts into like programs, where physics and
Sure.
things work opposite to what we understand them to be in reality. Levitation, and just other things, right? So, and you can do that all with math and the coding that you put into the game, and then you see things happening in the game that cannot happen in reality. There's no way, right? So, yeah, that's kind of what we're saying.
Using the word exist kind of lightly here, I agree that the unicorn could exist in the Starfield video game, but I don't agree that a unicorn could ever exist in reality. And that's that distinction that really matters here, where I can entertain the idea of a unicorn or a horse with a horn on its head, but it is implausible, or you know, it is it is objectively impossible, or I don't know, maybe that's not the right way to phrase it, but yeah, do you see the distinction between the two examples of a horse with a horn and a unicorn? Why one I can entertain and one I cannot?
Yeah, I get it. I get it. But what I'm saying though, um, because we have this other construct, then it almost seems like what your thoughts are manifest in math, but people's thoughts are manifest in math. People take that as like solid truths, objective truths. And then that's where the position that we're at right now is that because that has happened already, now we have a mathematical construct that right at this current time is not able to be falsified in people's minds because they don't see how, for the case of the globe, how the math doesn't is not objectively true to fit reality until people test it. Then you start to realize, okay, the geometry is not right, something's off. Why are we getting different predictive values of where the horizon should be on a globe with the size they say it is? So the math doesn't follow our field tests to check to see if geometry is there. That's the issue we're having. It isn't just like people on the internet going, dude, the earth is flat, you know? And the other guy's like, yeah, man, earth's flat. It's not that. We've tested that the geometry of the set size of the earth, the metrics they give us, don't line up with reality. It's like somebody handing you blueprints to a building and they say, check it out. There's the all the schematics. All you got to do is follow this blueprint. You go to the site and you see like a little miniature toy building. You're like, what is this? This isn't the building. And so it doesn't line up is what we're saying. And when that happens, then we start telling people, dude, something's wrong. Like, go check it out. You know, so that's what we're doing.
Where is that? Point that out, because that's, I think, the compelling piece to me. Which,
right.
Kind of earlier I alluded to experiments I could run in my philosophical backyard. But where is the equation that if I only applied this equation, then I could map my GPS, my sailing route, and my spaceships to go straight up in the sky instead of curving around the Earth and doing all this funky stuff.
You have to. I'm actually putting away my dishes. I was just washing them, but somebody can put in the information for. I don't think have you seen the size of the Earth, how big it is, the dimension it and everything. And if you haven't, I would start asking the questions about the geometry because we got to start
But
somewhere.
do I believe Google when I
You
Google
can.
search?
I don't care. You can do that. You can get the metrics from there. Radius, diameter, circumference. It's public knowledge. Everybody can search it up. But I would advise you that if you're going to do it within the conversation or whatever, people can put stuff in the text chat. I would say please look at the
So
text
now
chat.
that I've looked up these numbers, I'm going to go run Aristophanes' experiment. I have a buddy in St. Louis and I have a buddy in New York City. We're going to have each other on the phone at the same exact time. We're going to measure a like-sized object and the shadow it casts.
Bro, wait.
Like, okay, well, time out. Just hear me out. So now that I've ran this experiment after Googling, the size, circumference, diameter of the Earth, I can test this and I can measure it if it's reality or not, or close to reality or not. Is there something that I could run that's the
cart is
inverse of this?
before the horse right now. The cart is before the horse, basically. You already put the cart in front of the horse. Like you can't do that, bro. What you're trying to test right now is from a point of observation to a target distance, a drop over said distance. You want to find the curvature, right? The arc that would take from a small sample.
I just want to know what angle the sun is casting.
No. We're not gonna find geometry looking up at the sky, sir. We need to look
at the ground. We're looking at the shadow that's cast.
No. That's not gonna tell us anything. We're already coming into this thing. Dude, no, because you're already your mind is already filled with that the Earth is already objectively a globe. We're just
before the horse. So what can I do?
I'm trying to tell you, but you keep saying no, Eratosthenes, just relax, bro. So basically what I'm telling you, when you're running a line of sight test, you want to see the drop over the distance. For point of observation to a target distance, like the horizon, because that's what the Earth curve is. It's the horizon, right? Right where the ships disappear and all that. So you got to get a point of observation, preferably over water. You don't want to have land topography kind of messing with your data, right? So over water would probably be the best way. Point of observation to a target distance, you want to have something in between your target distance, so to demarcate the distance. So I would say either something in the water, like a peninsula, or something along a beach line or something where you can have something at a good set distance away from you, anywhere from 10 to like 20 miles away. I would say would be a safe way, and then see beyond that. Hopefully, you can see the horizon, because the horizon needs to be in view when you're making your observation, because that's the curvature of the Earth, right? So once you do that, you're going to go ahead and check the value of, like, of course, look up the number, how big the Earth is, right? Radius, diameter, circumference. There's such a thing called an Earth curve calculator. You can look this up either by Walter Bislin or what's this other guy's name? McWest. McWest has one. There's other Earth curve calculators you can look up online.
Yeah. MIT has one, and I've seen an Earth curve calculator in this chat.
Fine.
That's fine. And MIT's gives you a different answer that actually jives with reality. And the one that you guys, I don't know why you're cherry picking two different Earth calculators that I could use when they're wrong.
Okay, so they got wrong information. So what is the size
Or at
of
least
the Earth?
the one I saw was wrong. Sorry.
Well, what's this? How do you know it's wrong? What are you comparing it to?
Well, my point is that I'm
comparing
totally
it to?
following you with this experiment.
No, I know,
these are
but what do you?
objective measurements. We can scope this out. But
I
the
get
fact is
information,
that the
but
Earth curve calculator that you guys always use in the example of the oil platforms floating, that Earth curve calculator is wrong.
Okay, what is your basis for telling me it's wrong?
My basis is a YouTube video I watched where he took this Earth curve calculator, did the math himself, and then showed the equation that the Earth curve calculator is using, and then pulled up MIT's, showed how the equation's different, and talked about the different variables, why it's different, what this is actually accounting for, yada yada yada, and then did the same calculation, and it gave you the answer that jived with reality.
Okay, so what is the drop over the distance supposed to be then on this new
You
calculation?
want me to find you this YouTube video?
Well, I want you to tell me
Did
if
you
you said
watch
it's
it?
wrong. If you're saying it's wrong based on what information are you basing it on? Because it sounds like somebody that disagreed with that information, because you want the Earth to be a globe so badly that you disagreed with it and just right away said, "Oh, that's wrong. That's wrong. I gotta find
when be
disprove that."
specific.
Just saying. If you have some information on the basis of why it's wrong, or you just have
Don't move past this point. When did I just totally interrupt you? Say no. I want the Earth to be round. You're wrong. You're wrong. Tell me when.
You're looking for an excuse when you're looking for that the information of the oil platforms, the one that you were describing, is incorrect. Oh, that's incorrect. Based on what? Based on what?
Okay, the basis.
Yeah, based on what? Answer the question.
Curve calculator that you guys want me to use is using faulty equations.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know?
And I find it ironic that you're asking me to rely off of math to prove that the Earth is not.
Answer the question. How do you know?
Sorry. How do you know what?
How do you know it's wrong?
This very smart YouTuber convinced me.
Oh, very smart YouTuber. That means your feelings, huh? The very smart YouTuber said so.
Let me guess. It was Professor Dave. Let me just guess.
The very smart YouTube said so.
Oh God, is it? Hold on, I'll find it.
I bet you it is.
I bet you it was Professor Dave.
The very smart YouTuber. The very smart
Dave
YouTuber said it was wrong.
Is that Professor Dave?
No, Dave McKeegan is a new guy. He's a new guy on the block and doesn't know anything. He's new to the argument.
Oh, jeez. Come on, guys.
So
hear me out. Hear me out. I asked you for an experiment that I could run in my philosophical backyard. I think what you gave me was really perfect, and I want to go do this myself. Like, for example, I've heard about like the laser experiment. That seems a little bit, easier to run myself. But nonetheless, I could, in theory, do what you just asked me to do. But I find it ironic that you're relying off of math again, which is the same thing you criticized me for.
You just said it was wrong based on a very smart YouTuber.
Also, when I tell you that your math calculator is wrong, when you're asking me to
based on a very smart YouTuber, that's what you're basing it on. A very smart YouTuber. That's what you said.
So,
hey, Dave
McKeegan. At 32 past the hour in the chat, right? There's been 4 equations for distance to the horizon posted from from different sources.
To be fair, I googled
choose any one of them. Choose any one of them.
Right. You're still not gonna make it make sense in our reality. By the way, Dave McKeegan is like he's like Professor Dave 2.0 because Professor Dave, he got shut out to be a complete asshole and a lot of people lost respect for him. So they had to come out with a nuke booty to come out and try to soften it up for the Globers because Professor Dave proved himself to be an idiot. We'll see how this new Dave does.
I'm totally new on this subject, and I'm all ears if you guys want to convince me.
Dude, you
like,
just
seriously don't throw me under the mud for referencing somebody who literally just created a whole video just trying to debunk the calculator that you were just trying to cherry pick for me.
Wait.
That's the only reason why I gave.
Hold on. Let's stay right there. You just said based on that that he's trying to debunk, which was my first statement to you, saying that you're just looking for an excuse to stay to the globe, which you said a very smart YouTuber said so, and he's trying to debunk. Two things. Very smart YouTuber trying to debunk. That's what you're looking for.
So when CoffeeZilla tries to debunk things like that retard's crypto scam, because he's trying to debunk it, that shows that he's biased against it.
Yeah.
Therefore, we should discredit everything that CoffeeZilla has to say.
You're really unbiased by saying retard. I get you. Yeah, you're unbiased. You're really trying to look for a way. No, you're not.
Okay,
You just want to confirm. You want to confirm your bias, and you like all the pats on the back, and everybody telling you, "No, don't worry, it's a globe."
You're not making an argument. You're just filling the air with your
Yeah,
own voice.
because
Stop.
you think that you're unbiased, bro. You're not. You just want something to slam dunk flat Earth, and you're looking for. Well, you just said
No. Certainly, I am biased. I think that the Earth is spherical and not flat. And I want to convince some of you that it is indeed spherical. What you're proposing.
Next.
There you go. Thank you.
And I'm all ears if you guys want to convince me in the inverse. And that's exactly why I harped on this point.
No, sorry, we're not in the convincing. We're not in the convincing business.
The experiment that I can run involves math, which you said
we're
is
not in the convincing business. We don't care.
Here.
We don't care if you're convinced or not.
Let me finish.
We're not convinced that we don't care if you're convinced or not. It doesn't matter. You can continue to believe the Earth is a globe. We're not doing this to convince you or anybody else. We're exposing the fact that the Earth is not measured to be a globe. Whether you believe it or not, that's up to you.
In order to expose it, you must make arguments.
Okay, dude. It's not like we were not doing that, but since you, in your own head, you want to talk like the anti-flat Earth people, that's fine, because we have been doing that. Yet we've laid a foundation for you to examine for yourself with a line of sight test.
The foundation relies off of a calculator. Now that we're an hour into this, I finally get something I can run in my philosophical backyard. And you give me a calculator that's shit. So don't act like you've laid this foundation.
Based on what? Based on what? You said it's
Watch the video.
Dude, based on a YouTuber and your bias towards the globe. That's all. Based on that. That's how it's shit. Because you're shitting on it because you want to have a bias towards the globe, and you said a very smart YouTuber said so. That's real strong evidence.
And I provided a source.
Get to it,
More than
so when you do this test,
no scientific method is telling us that the calculator formula is wrong. That's very funny.
It's unprovable that you're wrong.
So when you do this philosophical test in your backyard, right? Or you test in your philosophical backyard, and you don't get the results that you're expecting, what are you going to do?
That's great. I would repeat the experiment, and if I'm consistently getting, or within the realm of reason, consistently getting results that don't jive with my reality, I change what I believe.
Bullshit. So you switch from a blind belief to another?
If 2 + 2 suddenly starts equaling 5,
Yeah,
and
are
I
you
run it and run it and run it over
religions?
again, and it
Are you a
consistently
person
equals
that
5,
shifts
well, guess what? 2
from
+
a
2 will now
religion to
equal 5.
another?
I can't hear you when you're over talking.
Yeah, we're not talking about algebra. We are talking about geometry. The shape of the Earth is a matter of geometry, not algebra.
Okay.
And you are trying to come here and tell us that a calculator is wrong.
Yep.
Yeah. So smart of you that you can't distinguish between algebra and geometry. And even conflating the scientific method.
What's funny is his basis on why it's wrong, get is on the very smart YouTuber. His words.
Yeah.
Very smart YouTuber, and because he says we're incorrect because the very smart YouTuber said so.
Well,
he said
let's just for a second here entertain the idea that one of your variables in your equation is wrong. Wouldn't that lead you to get results that don't jive with reality? And wouldn't you want your results to jibe with reality? Because
On the
I
base
certainly
part,
want my mathematical equation to jibe with reality.
yeah,
And
but
when I
based on the
point
base
out,
part,
when
right?
I recognize that when you tell me, hey, just go do this experiment in your philosophical backyard, but use these two calculators that I've cherry picked for you, that
Dude,
immediately raised the hair on the back
I
of my
don't
neck. And I
believe
remember
that
watching this
you
video
have your
on that
own
very calculator.
mathematical equations. I don't believe you.
Stop over talking me, dude.
Yeah, show me the mathematical equations that you yourself invented,
Oh, what?
discovered.
Stop.
What
You're not helping.
mathematical equations have you discovered and nobody else in this world knows about?
I feel like you think you're making a really strong point, but you're
Tell
just
me
gibbering on.
what's your own mathematical equation?
When did I assert
Tell
that I
us.
have my own mathematical
I
equation?
mean, are you that secretive? My
one thing
mathematical equations. This guy invented mathematics.
that video shows is how they fill the gaps. Do you understand what I mean by that, Tic Tac?
When you say fill the gaps, what do you mean?
Did you, when you watched it, did you see when he explained how he just raises the refraction index when there's something at a distance that we shouldn't be seeing, and then in that little program that he's using, when you raise the refraction index, it then allows it to be seen. So in other
What
words,
changes the refraction index naturally?
well, I'm sorry, what was that?
It's temperature. Temperature raises and lowers the refraction index
Wait,
naturally.
I'm
If
sorry.
he's accounting for temperature when he changes the
Okay.
refraction index.
Okay, hold on. When the temperature changes, the refraction index changes to a certain percentage, right? Right?
I'm sure. I don't know what it
Okay,
is, but yeah, I'm
that's what
sure.
you're saying,
It's
right?
temperature. Yeah.
Okay, but that's not, he's not changing the temperature in that slide. There's a button on there, a slide on there, that it's just refractive index. It's not even tantamount to the temperature at that point. It's just a sliding tool that is calculated to when you slide it over to the left or right, when you're playing with it,
I'm following. I'm following.
it either increases how far you can see over distance, or it will decrease it. So what I'm trying to point out is that when you put in the numbers, like for instance, I'm 1 foot above sea level and I could see 10 miles out. All he has to do is go on his little set diagram and increase that slider of refractive index, and then all of a sudden they go, oh yeah, see, it checks out. At 1 foot, you can see 10 miles out because the refractive index was so strong that day that it allowed you to see over the curve of the ball, that would, over the obstruction of, that the object would be behind the water. So all I'm saying is that, do you see that in that video he pointed out how globers, or people that believe it's a globe, how they just use a calculated measured tool, not even a physical thing. It's just like an algorithm, and then it matches up with reality, and then they call that the reality. Oh yeah, we can see over the curve because this sliding, and that's what I mean by they fill in the gaps. So when they can
Just
see
2
something
points
that's
here.
too far away, all they have to do is adjust an imaginary thing, and then mathematically it tells them, oh, I can see it. So then they look up and say, oh yeah, I could see it because my computer model tells me. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I think that would be disingenuous, especially if he wasn't using an index. But by virtue of using an index, we're not, when we change that variable on that slide, it's within the realm of reason, and he's not going to the extremes.
No,
So go, watch that video again. Using an
no, you
index
don't
means that
even
it jibes
you
with
don't even know
this is
what that
extremely low and
slide
this is extremely high.
represents.
but he stayed. He didn't change that variable dramatically.
You
And you
cannot
got to understand that
simulate.
you're right. You're
You
right that the
cannot
refraction index
virtually
matters.
simulate in a
Okay, I
computer
can't even get a word out.
program
Did you want to say something?
refraction index.
Can you start over again? Because I
Yeah.
couldn't hear you because I was in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah, you cannot simulate in a computer program the refraction index of the air.
Oh dear God.
Yeah.
I'm just pointing out, Tic Tac, that this argument that is somehow solved, right? Imagine that we see something that you should not see, okay? But then the powers that be, they come out with, oh no, yeah, we can see it. It's called refractive index, and as
No,
long as
you
it's a
see,
certain level.
in that
Okay.
program is using.
Oh, we're talking me now. No worries. Go ahead.
He
I'm just gonna go
coded.
ahead.
Listen,
You handle it.
listen.
I'm not.
Yeah, I'll be short. In that program, he coded that a higher refraction index actually curves light with certain degrees, yeah, and this allows you to see further over curved surfaces when these curved lines will match, yeah. So it's a virtual simulation that has nothing to do with reality. Refraction index of the air is a measure of the transparency of the air. And a lower refraction index, close to 1, the closer you are to 1, means a more transparent medium. A refraction index of 1 means a perfect transparent medium. Now, a higher refraction means reduction in visibility to how far you can see. So when there is fog, mist, that is a very high refraction index in the air, of the air. And it reduces visibility to only a couple of meters away. Now, in that software, these people who coded that program, they are so illiterate in physics that they made that slide and they don't even know what refraction index of 1 means. To
Oh,
reduce,
I guess
when
my issue
when you
is like
want
if
to
the math was
increase
really wrong, we could go out in
visibility,
our backyard and
you have
test it.
to pull that slider towards the 1 value and not to higher value, moron.
Okay, so tell me where he's using this index inappropriately, because I totally agree with you. If like he's changing the variable that jumps
Yeah, that's
outside
just
the reasonability of like the universe, like we never see a refractive index of a
I
million,
told
but yet
you
he has
that's a
to
virtual
change that
simulation.
variable to hit it. I'm all ears,
That's a
but that's not been the case.
listen. That's a virtual simulation of
No. Okay, you keep repeating it's a virtual
erroneous
simulation. You can't
mind.
computer simulate it.
Yeah,
But earlier, my issue
listen,
was
that
that I
coder.
wanted an experiment. Hey, you overtalked me. I'm gonna cut you ahead because you talk in slow motion. You can go run this experiment in your backyard. Astronomers use the refraction index every night. Sailors use this. You can go use the refractive index and measure the curvature of the Earth. Go put these two plots of reference out beyond the sea, and you can
Yeah.
measure the distance and account for
Where do
refractive
astronomers
index.
get their refraction index?
You can Google what's the refractive index for today in Tampa,
Okay, yeah,
Florida.
you can Google. So they don't have the device to measure it, right?
Okay, do I need to Amazon a fucking refractive index meter?
Oh
I'm gonna
yeah,
go
you
see if
think
they exist.
You think is that how you get me one? Show me where I can
Yeah,
get one.
I'm not sure how it's measured, but I'm sure that
Yeah, I want to
this is
buy
all
one
within the.
too. I'm very interested to buy one of those instruments.
Here you go. Found
So,
All you
one.
gotta do is trust a very
$18.
smart guy on YouTube.
$18. I told you.
yeah.
Tic Tac, just trust a very smart guy
No,
on
no,
YouTube.
no.
That's your best bet.
Wait, Miggy, he found actually
I
a
think this is for the refractive index
refractometer,
of like
you know,
diamonds or something.
which actually measures the refraction index of liquid. And he thinks that device actually can measure the refractive index of the air.
Yeah,
This is
this is the same guy.
hilarious.
This is the same guy that believes a very smart guy on YouTube.
Yeah.
That's his basis. That's the basis from him knowing that Earth curve calculator is wrong because a very
Oh,
smart
found
guy
one,
on YouTube
boys.
Yeah,
said,
Here's the one that
yeah.
does air. It's a little bit more expensive, but can you
Oh, a little bit
concede?
more expensive.
Can you concede?
How much more?
He's not very open-minded, bro.
$20?
How about this? 3 different ways you can do this in your garage. You guys struggle to give me an experiment I can run in my philosophical backyard
not an
to prove
experiment.
that the Earth is flat.
Not an experiment.
But refractive index, this is all fake
It's
news.
not an
Give
experiment.
me a break. We can't get religions to agree with each other. What makes you think that we can get the global
We don't need to
cabal
hear your
to
color
agree on a
commentary, dude.
conspiracy theory?
We don't need to hear it. Your fucking comment. We don't need to hear it. Just get to the point of the argument. If not, don't say anything. You don't have to fucking
I
tell us.
did. Here's how you measure the refractive index. 3 different ways in your garage. Oh, and here's the device you can buy off Amazon to do it too. Do you
Yeah,
concede
how
your
much
point?
does it cost?
$1,000. Do you concede your point?
People don't
The
like to
YouTube
change
video
their
does it for
beliefs.
cheaper. Do you concede? I didn't think so.
No.
This is how you know you're
No.
arguing with idiots.
Well,
you guys continuously
listen.
rake me over the coals.
I don't know what device you found with $1,000, but it's questionable. But obviously, at the beginning of this discussion, you had no shit clue what a refractometer is. Yeah. You didn't know that refractometers are used to measure refractive index of liquids and not air. Yeah. Because these instruments are completely different. And the way they function, the principles.
Okay.
And on top of
When I
this,
measure the refraction index
on
of a
top of
liquid,
this,
or if I measure the refraction
you
index
are
of the
using,
sky
you
in
are
Tampa,
you
Florida,
are
it
coming
doesn't
here.
change the fact that we're still.
Listen. I can make a game where you can bang your own whole whatever, Yeah. That doesn't mean it's reality. I can code any shit on a computer. That doesn't mean it has anything to do with reality. And this is exactly what this program is with your refractive index slider. Yeah. That's a retard coder. Yeah. Who thought he heard about air refraction index and I can make a slider and you give a high value and that means you have a higher visibility when in fact it's the exact opposite. And when you pull the slider to a value closer to 1 or 0, it has different meanings in physics. And he had no shit clue about this. But yeah, the guy is so smart, a smart YouTuber. He made this software, yeah, for us and is helping us to understand this fucking virtual world, yeah, of unicorns farting rainbows. So you don't care to know anything about flat you shouldn't be allowed to be here any longer.
Okay, I'll take
Yeah.
the door and leave then.
Yeah, take the door. Thank you. We don't care arguing with anti-flat earthers. Yeah.
What's an
Like,
anti-flat earther?
He's the first Dave McKeegan person that I've encountered so far. Dave McKeegan's making his rounds. It sounds like.
He said, "What's an anti-flat earther?" It's not obvious. Anti doesn't give an obvious description for you. You fucking
No, not
moron.
really.
That's because you're a dumbass.
Can't be
Could you
having
define what an
anti-flat
anti-flat earther
earthers
is?
around here.
The very smart
You,
guy at YouTube said so.
hey, it's you, dumbass. Go look in the mirror. There's your definition.
Oh, oh yeah, you're that charlatan guy from last night. Can we meet him?
So let me ask you
Are you
this.
snorting Ritalin again, kid?
Are you
God damn it! You're gonna have to share that shit, or we're never gonna be on your level.
I'm not going to talk to people who make a mockery of the Christian faith. You can mute yourself, please.
Oh yeah, how about you mute me? Mockery of the Christian faith. I never said I'm a Christian. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Jesus believes the
So,
earth
like,
is
what's an
flat.
anti-flat earther?
Opposite of flat earth, and not just a normie, not just some person that believes what they're saying, but a person who absolutely does it just because they hate the people involved.
You think people hate you guys?
That's right.
So what do you, like think of the word like
Listen, dude, you
anti-government.
just called me a mockery. Why don't you call me a heretic? What is it? Is it the Trinity or the fact that
No, I
Jesus
was
isn't
talking to
God?
you
Which
specifically as an
one? Which
individual when I
one?
did that.
Which one?
You
Is
need to
it
stop
because
harping on it now.
Stop LARPing?
Well, that too.
What's Christianity got to do with anything is the point.
Nothing. You're still harping on it.
Harping or LARPing? Which one, son?
Jesus made a flat earth.
Hey, Don.
Hey.
Well, that's a debate I don't want to touch, but hey, you know.
Yeah, Christian guy. How you gonna how is
So,
the
like,
whole
what do the
going
people
to
that hate
see
you guys do?
your
Like,
savior when he's
what are
coming
the
from
anti-flat
heaven?
earthers?
Yeah, when they are on the opposite
They
side
interrupt
of the
people while
ball.
they're talking, just like you're doing.
Who's talking?
Well, you started right in the middle of his sentence. You didn't hear him?
No, I didn't hear him. That's why I asked who it was.
Oh, do you got
And
Get
be
Getting muted? Hold on, Didn't you mute him last night? Yeah, you got him
Yeah, I
muted. We're gonna have
did.
to mute.
I
Mute
have him
this
on like
guy.
5.
He's got the
If he
mods
talks
muted.
one Russian.
Yeah, you can't be moderated if you're muting the mods. So if you mute the mods, we're just gonna ban you for that. You know what I'm
That
saying?
guy's a mod?
Well, I mean, do I got to write it in pink crayon on a white piece of paper for you, or?
Yeah, but either way, if he's not a mod, you can be muting people because nobody. You're going to be over talk. We're doing it because if you have somebody muted, a whole bunch of people muted that you don't like to talk to, then when someone's speaking, you're going to overtalk them and you're just going to cause chaos. So don't do it.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
we're just
If
trying
you
to
don't
keep
want to
it
have the
fair.
conversation, if you don't want to have it, then just don't be here. But if you want to have it, you're going to have to endure the fact that there's going to be people that you don't like talking. So you can't
You
mute them.
gotta you endure the pain.
You
He
can't
called
mute
me
them. You can't mute them. You gotta unmute them.
heretic.
Well, the Christian didn't last long.
No. You said mockery of the Christian religion.
Yeah.
That's funny. I don't.
How dare
I
you.
don't find myself following any doctrinal beliefs.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't believe in doctrines. I believe in God.
or
There's a difference.
or follow blind beliefs.
His name is Dr. Disrespects Women, yet we're acting weird.
Yeah.
I bet his mom
His
likes
name
that
says it
name.
all.
Yeah, his parents must be so proud.
100%. Yeah. Especially his mother.
All right, guys, let's get this party going forward. Is there anybody in here who has evidence of the Earth being a globe? If you do, go ahead and unmute your mic and ask some questions, perhaps, or start up a conversation about the topic of the shape of the Earth, because that's what this room is.
Yes.
Go ahead,
The
guys.
scientific evidence for the globe. Lock and loaded.
It always gets quiet when we get back on directive.
Yeah.
That's weird, huh? All that high energy and nobody has
It's
evidence.
Yeah, when you specifically ask for the science, it's as if there is no science for a globe.
I wonder if these global children, they were retreating in a corner and playing all by themselves with their own toys, not sharing with anyone. Because when we ask them for a scientific proof for the globe, none of them likes to share.
Yeah, well,
They
like
keep it secret.
think about this. He called Dave an intelligent person on YouTube, make making all of us the idiots, and Dave's the smart guy. But think about it. Dave
Smart
says things.
YouTuber.
Dave says things like horizontal and straight and flat means curved, and he says
Yeah.
things like, you know, the earth is a ball and we know it. And then that makes him smart. Like that's that's his proof, that's his evidence. And
Yeah.
they use math and measurements as science. And he confirms and reaffirms the, you know, that confirmation bias when he says, like, we know for a fact, all the scientists know that we can use this math and we can come up with the current. So when you ask him things like that, Miggy, like, you have any, you know, scientific proof of that? They are going to say, yeah, because our smart guys on YouTube told us that this is science. So I think it's really important that you continue to like hammer that in their heads, like it's not fucking science, because they're being told it is.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, what do most of you guys think, like, is the motivation for governments and institutions to hide the fact that the Earth is flat?
Is this your
Slavery.
scientific proof of a globe? I got a question
Control.
too. Is this your best scientific proof of a globe?
No, I'm genuinely
Isn't that
curious.
what we
Believe, not trying to.
Yeah, but isn't that what we asked for?
They don't have
Well,
an
dude,
answer
I'm
to your
Waiting for
question,
that
sir.
literally just asking a question.
scientific proof of
They
a
don't
globe,
have the
right?
answer, sir.
Right? Why would they lie? Can anybody tell you why a liar would lie?
What does he think they told
No,
the?
so it's a dumb question.
I'm just asking, like, a question. I'm not like trying to argue
Why do
anything.
rich people give
Yeah,
a fuck about your welfare and your
yeah.
best interest?
So Mike just kind of answered you in a way. It's like, if somebody's lying, what is the motivation for their lie? Basically, is the question. Think about it. What would be the
We don't.
motivation for their lie? And if you can
We
answer
don't
that
know.
question, if they're asking that question, if you can answer it, then tell me, because I don't know.
Well, they obviously are trying
Right.
to
I mean,
something in return for that.
power control of some sort.
Yeah, it's control of the information, no
They don't
doubt.
give two shits about your.
They're controlling the information.
Yeah.
On top of that, when they control the information, they become gatekeepers and keymasters of it, right? So in order for you to know more about it, you have to go to the institutions that teach it. And once you're there, it's kind of like you become another perpetrator of that information. So you become a person who does that and tells other people, you know,
You
because
can't
that
trust the
causes.
universities.
For example,
No, it's not about
for
not trusting the
example,
universities, bro. That's a baby with a bathwater fallacy. Like, you're trying to throw everything out. I'm not talking about that. Knowledge is knowledge, right? But when it comes to if it's true or not, then yeah, discard what's not true. Because if it's not true that the Earth is a globe, then why are people teaching it, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess like a lot of people either have like a religious motivation or inclination to believe that the Earth is disc shaped, but like, why wouldn't they just tell us and be like, well, the Earth is flat and there's an ice wall, so you're gonna have to obey us. Now,
Because that's not how a lie works. Think about it. Deception would be more clever if you didn't know it, right?
yeah.
If somebody lied to you about something, and then a good friend of yours said, "Dude, these guys are liars," and you're like, "Get out, dude!" Like, because everybody that we tell, they act like they're beyond being lied to. Like, nah, I don't think so. I'm pretty smart. I'd pick up on it. Somebody would have whistleblowed. Some smart person would have whistleblowed a long time ago, and you get into this mindset like that's not possible. You fail to realize that it's viewed as a tradition. People don't look at it as a lie. They look at it like, well, they tell their kids about Santa Claus every Christmas, but it's not like a grand old conspiracy against kids. It's just it's a tradition that they do every year. Just like the globe. Everybody believes it, just like it's a foregone conclusion. The earth is a globe, it's all right, everybody knows it. And it's just that's the way it is, right? Nobody questions it. But the moment we start, oh man, that's crazy. What do you mean? How can you not believe? We've been doing it such a long time. And you're like, doesn't matter. Is it a globe or not? Based on the evidence. That's what you want to look at, not based on what we've been doing for a long time. Nobody cares about that. People have been doing traditions for as long as you can think of. When the rubber meets the road is when you can decipher and understand if it is or not a globe.
Okay. Well, I mean, I've seen like a lot of theories out there. So, like, according to you guys, what is like beyond this ice wall that they gatekeep so hard?
We don't know. None of us verified. We don't make positive claims because the positive claims carry the burden of proof. We limit to what we know, what we can verify. And this is pretty much how everyone in this world lives and operates locally. Speculations any clown can make, any uneducated mind can think of any crazy idea or story, made up story, make believe, and try to push it, propagate it. It could be Santa Claus making toys at the end of the world.
This is the beauty of make believe and made up stories that you never have need to prove anything, and anytime you can make up anything to fight back any scientific argument, moral logic, whatever kind of argument. Anyone tries to rebuttal your story. So this is reason why there are so many religion systems there in the world, and they thrive and prosper, um, like growing the number of their parishioners every day. Once they make them to blindly believe their stories, that's the moment when they got chained. Well, you run off quick or went silent. No other questions? That was the only question you had?
Well, yeah, I mean, like, I'm more or less like a seeker of truth, and I don't want to like take a side until the evidence is before me. But I just barely got into chat, and that was a general curiosity I had for the flat Earth community. Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. That's a good position. I give you that. No problem. The thing is, it's very important to verify everything that you are told nowadays because so much of it is just pure blind belief. That's in the educational system and yeah, and the very educational system is born from the church.
Actually, I don't know the history. How did our education system come about? Wasn't it from companies just using it as a method to create like wage slaves?
No, no. It's from the church. This is what gave birth to the educational system.
And what was the history behind it? What was the reasoning as to why it started?
Well, ordinary people were living life, the land, uh, growing animals, so pretty much physical work. And the churches were actually the people who were spending their lives sitting indoors, reading books, having access to books, learning and knowledge. Then they were giving this information to the people in the village. So all the people in the village gathered at Sundays at the church, and they were listening to the preacher. The preacher was a very literate person into natural sciences, also Word of God. Yeah. And yeah, church rituals and stuff, people actually were asking these priests to help them solve problems, issues, matters of law, lifestyle, whatever.
Well, the church made it so that they were the only ones to go to, though.
Yes.
And they weren't really preaching in a language that the people could understand. They were preaching in Latin. If you're talking about like in the 1500s and stuff like that, they were preaching in Latin most likely. And the people that were listening couldn't really understand them.
Not true. These priests, yeah, they knew Latin. When they were preaching those church stories and songs and stuff, yeah, they were doing it in Latin, but not all of it. A lot of the speeches in the church were actually in the people's language. If it was in France, they were speaking French. The priests knew very well that not all people know Latin. So Latin for them, it was a language which gave them access to information. Read the books written in Latin.
Isn't it also true that if you had a degree in I don't know, medicine or something, you also had to have a degree in theology?
Yeah, but vast majority of churches in they had each one of them like books, library, bibliothèque, yeah, and those books were written in Latin.
And the church kind of controlled what kind of information got out there. I mean,
Yeah, so ordinary people, even if they got their books, they could not make any use of them because they didn't knew the language. So they needed a priest that knows to read and speak Latin to translate to him. And there has been times when it was actually forbidden people to own a book in their house.
So does anybody here have proof of curvature?
In Star Trek.
No, but I want the proof in reality.
Oh, you want too much.
Are there any Globers in here?
I don't think so.
Hello, crit.
Is everything quiet?
What's up, crit?
Oh, hey. Just making sure my audio is working.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Nobody's posted proof of curvature yet.
They haven't, maybe they're busy. They're just enjoying the day. They get this amazing thing that happened supposedly in their model that is just like such a slam dunk. That just, it's just no way you can deny that the moon and the sun and the earth are all just balls in space as they saw what happened today. So maybe they're just taking the day to reflect and not spaz out over somebody who disagrees with their, with their conclusion.
Was there an eclipse today?
Yeah, a partial solar eclipse.
I saw it.
I
It
got a
was
few
so
pictures of it.
awesome because it looked like it was darker during the day.
I had
Hell
the
yeah.
guy come in the other channel. He came in. He said, "I saw the moon pass in front of the sun. Therefore, the Earth is a ball." I'm like, okay,
What?
yeah. I said, "Did you really?"
Bro, I saw it. There was no moon in front of the sun. There was just a clear thing blocking a piece out of the sun.
Yeah, that's what
I
I
didn't see
told him
the
too.
moon in
I
front
said,
of
"You
the
don't
sun.
see the
What?
moon." I go, unless I got the lore wrong, okay. But I remember when I was a globalist, they explained to me you don't see the moon because it's a new moon. The solar eclipses only happen on a new moon. And he said he watched the moon go across the sky and intercept the sun and drop back down again.
That was a lie.
Yeah, I'm like, well, I then eventually, after arguing with him for a little bit, because I said, okay, sure, I don't want to say you saw that, okay? What I'm going to do now is invoke the NASA method. I don't trust you. I only trust God. Everybody else show me the data. Do you have any video? Did you take a picture? Did you do any of this stuff? Because he originally said he came in, he's looking at all his photos of the eclipse today. I go, can you post some of your photos? Nope, can't do that. Can't, I'm like, dude, we'll read this article, okay? Because Snopes says Nopes, okay? Snope noped your idea that you saw the sun and the moon in the sky exactly the same time. It's a new moon, okay? And yeah, eventually he got really mad and said he destroyed my worldview and thought he won the internet for the day. I'm like, huh, all right. See you next time. See you tomorrow. You think you won? You destroyed my worldview, and you'll be right back here tomorrow, doing the same thing, Mr. Pinky in the Brain.
Hey, Crit. How's it going?
You're back to your old profile.
Yeah. Well, not old. I barely used this one before it was changed.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean your old name and everything. And
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit! Saw someone tag me. I'm like, okay, never mind. Whew.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Sorry,
I
I
was
didn't mean.
expecting some spurg, but you know.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
didn't mean to disappoint you. That's my
no, it
bad.
was good. It was good both ways. It was a pleasant surprise. There's some reason I just noticed that globalists get extremely triggered on launch days and days like with an eclipse or something like that. It's like I don't even when I was a globe head and an anti-flat earther, I didn't do that because I knew that these astronomical events were predicted and explained for thousands of years before the Catholic Church suggested heliocentric. Thousands, like literally thousands of years. These things were. I mean, the Aztecs used to plan them to execute people during these events as a special, more powerful event for Kubra Khan or whatever god they were worshiping at the time. But yet somehow the globalists, the anti-flat Earth globalists, have completely brain fart the vast majority of human history to pretend like no one could explain eclipses until Copernicus said, "Hey, God did it." You're like, huh? Yeah, these perfect spheres you see in the sky that just mathematically seem just aligned every so often. God is great. Uh, can you show? Can you show me this God you're talking about? How did you know this? How did you work this out? Oh yeah, perfect spheres are not possible in nature. Therefore, these objects are perfect spheres could have only been created by God. Okay, well sure, let's give you that, right? So they're beyond nature. These things are so perfect that they had to be made by a deity. How do you know it was God of the Bible? And then he'd be like, oh, yeah, that's the only God there is. Huh. Well, thanks for that. I'm gonna talk to somebody more rational now. And now, 300 years later, or whatever, 500 years later, you got atheists talking about the heliocentric proves there's no God. I mean, it'd be just great if people back then, you had some sort of time machine. Hey, Copernicus and Newton, some guys over here saying space proves there's no God. You want to come over here and challenge them to a couple like calculus problems or something. Show them how dumb they are.
I'm not good at math. I'm real bad at math.
I made a couple of memes today.
Did you? What kind?
Yeah. Here, I'll post them. Okay, so here's number one. So you got the 1970s, atheists talking to all the normies. The executive branch is lying to you. And all the Christian apologetics just screeching in the background. You know, the government is good. American government, divine by God to control, all this stuff. God is great. God picked America to win the space race. And now in 2020, you got the normie telling the Christian apologist, dude, the government's lying to you. And then you got the atheist in the background, autistically screeching. Government can't lie. There's no such thing as a conspiracy. This is why people look at atheism as completely irrational, because they view it as a whole, not the snapshot between the different waves. First, second, third, fourth, and fifth wave.
I've been screeching since 1970, regardless.
Should be. Fuck. Not supposed to be this way. The world's so fucked up so often that majority of people just gave up. Then they're like, what time's the Kardashians on?
I never liked those shows.
Most famous show in the world? You don't like it?
The Kardashians?
Yeah.
No. No, I hate those kind of shows.
I think they watch Kardashians even in China.
They do?
Definitely. very famous.
Yeah, I don't. I think it's dumb.
I'm just joking. Ridiculing.